Hello and welcome back everyone, Weeb online, and today I want to continue the story What If Naruto Became the Demigod Part 2. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Uh, Percy moaned as he opened his eyes to discover that he was sitting on a deck chair on a large porch with a view of a meadow. There was a pillow behind his neck and a blanket over his legs, and he could smell strawberries in the air. Even though the surroundings were pleasant, he was thinking about other things, like, where am I? Was there a reason we stopped here? Why do I have a parched throat? Furthermore, why in the world do I feel as though a bull has struck me? In his mind, he asked. On the table beside him, he saw a strange-looking drink that appeared to be one of those iced tropical drinks with a straw. With unsteady hands, he reached for it and nearly dropped it after removing it from the table. At the same moment, he heard two familiar voices say, "Be careful." He turned to see Grover leaning against the rail with a shoebox in his hand and Naruto sitting on the porch steps. They appeared as usual, with the exception of the orange t-shirt that read Camp Half-Blood and the blue jeans they were wearing. Naruto, of course, was wearing his mask. Strangest of all, Grover appeared to have been sleep-deprived for days. Apart from that, Grover and Naruto were the same, neither a goat boy nor an eye changer. As he handed him the shoebox, Grover said, "Here, there's something in there for each of you." When Percy opened it, he saw two black and white bullhorns. One had a jagged base, and the other appeared to have been cut off because its base was smoother than the others. Percy gazed at them indifferently, but Naruto looked up at Grover and realized, "These are. You both saved my life." Grover replied, Well, the least I could do, I went back to the hill. I thought one of you would want them." Grover tried to explain, Percy, it isn't a good idea. That really was the Minotaur then?" Percy asked. Percy insisted, "That's what they called him in the myths, isn't it? The Minotaur. Half man, half bull." Naruto stepped in and said, "Percy, you've been out for 2 days. How much do you remember?" After noticing Grover appeared uneasy. When he noticed their heads lowered, he trailed off, "My mom, is she really?" In a quiet voice, Naruto said, "I'm sorry, Percy, but she is." With tears in his eyes, Percy said softly, "I see." Before they could see them, he whipped them away. He attempted to stand up, but his legs gave way as soon as they touched the floor. Naruto grabbed one of Percy's arms to keep him from falling and assisted him with the glass of whatever it was. "Whoa there. Percy, you need to rest a bit longer, and please drink this." Reluctantly, Percy nodded and started to drink from the cup he was holding. The taste, which was his mother's homemade blue chocolate chip cookies in liquid form, made him shudder. It wasn't until it was gone that he realized he had continued to drink it. The ice cubes hadn't even melted when he looked into the glass, certain that he had just had a warm beverage. "Do you feel better now?" Naruto asked, grinning. With a slight smile of his own, Percy said, "Like I could throw Nancy Bobofit 1,000 yards. "That's good," Grover said, letting out a sigh of relief as Naruto nodded. "That's good. I don't think you could risk drinking any more of that stuff." "Why?" Percy's eyebrows shot up. "No time, we have to go. Chiron and Mr. D are waiting," said Naruto, shaking his head. The farmhouse was completely encircled by the porch. When Percy tried to walk that far, his legs felt unsteady. He was holding a Minotaur horn, which Grover had offered to hold, but he declined. He would be damned if it left his sight because he had to pay for it the hard way. Percy caught his breath as they moved to the opposite side of the house. Since the valley on this side of the house marched all the way up to the water's edge and the water itself was glittering about a mile away, they must have been on Long Island's north shore. Beside him, he heard Naruto laugh. "Impressive, isn't it?" he asked. "What?" Percy asked, turning inquisitively. Naruto shook his head and carried on. Turning back to the scene, Percy was astounded by what he saw. Everything was constructed using ancient Greek architecture, but they all appeared brand new. He noticed a blonde girl leaning on the rail beside two men who were seated across from each other by looking down the porch. The man in front of them was a little but plump. He had curly black hair that was almost purple, a red nose, and large watery eyes. He appeared to Percy to be a middle-aged cherub. He had on a Hawaiian shirt with a tiger pattern. He appeared capable of outgambling Gabe and would have undoubtedly fit in at one of his poker parties. Grover took it from Naruto, who said, "That's Mr. D." Grover pointed to the man facing away from them and said, "The girl, that's Annabeth Chase. She's just a camper, but she's been here longer than just about anybody, and you already know Chiron." Percy recognized the man's tweed jacket, thinning brown hair, and scraggly beard after first realizing he was in a wheelchair. "Mr. Brunner," he exclaimed. The instructor of mythology turned and grinned at them. He made the multiple-choice answer B on a pop quiz, and his eyes still had the same playful sparkle. "Ah, good, Percy," he responded, "now we have 5 for Pinnacle." He offered seats for Naruto and Percy to the right of Mr. D, who sighed deeply and gazed at Percy with bloodshot eyes. "I suppose I should grade you like I did your friend there." He spoke with a bored tone, "So welcome to Camp Half-Blood. There. Now don't expect me to be glad to see you." Percy scooted a bit further away from him and said, Thanks." "Chiron," Brunner called out to the blonde girl, "Annabeth?" Percy was a little taken aback that Naruto and Annabeth had met while he was unconscious, but he dismissed it when she stepped forward and Mr. Brunner introduced them. "This young lady nursed you back to health, Percy. Annabeth, my dear, why don't you check on Percy's and Naruto's bunks? We'll be putting them in cabin 11 for now." Shrugging, Annabeth said, "Yes, Chiron." Instead of saying something like, "You killed a minotaur," she turned to face Percy after glancing at the ancient beast in his hands. "Whoa, you're amazing." She gave Naruto a little glare as she ran off down the lawn after saying, "You drool when you sleep." After noticing it, Percy looked curiously at his friend and said, "Something I should know about." "It's nothing," said Naruto, shaking his head, "we just had a small disagreement on a matter is all." "Slightly disagree? So, tearing your head off when she saw you close to my tree was just a minor argument?" Talia inquired. With a playful tone, she asked. Naruto's eyebrows arched in frustration, but he remained silent. In the 2 days since Talia was freed from the pine, they had become much closer, and Naruto would lighten the tone so that things sounded far less serious than they actually were. Consequently, she began making fun of him for some of the things she thought were amusing about that. Of course, his altercation with Annabeth had not been that serious, but that is a story for another time. "So you work here, Mr. Brunner?" Percy asked, glancing at him incredulously before dropping it and turning to face his teacher. "Not Mr. Brunner," replied Chiron, "I'm afraid that was a pseudonym. You may call me Chiron." "Okay," was Percy's bewildered response. He turned to face the director and asked, "And Mr. D, does that stand for something?" The director stopped rearranging the cards in his hands in response to his question. As if he had just let out a loud belch, he turned to face Percy and said, "Young man, names are powerful things. You just don't go around using them for no reason." "Right, sorry." Percy laughed uneasily. "I must say, Percy," Chiron replied, "I'm glad to see both you and Naruto alive. It's been a while since I've made a house call to any potential campers. I'd hate to think that I had wasted my time." "A house call?" "His year at Yansei Academy," Naruto replied, and Chiron continued, "It was mostly to instruct you and Naruto. We have satyrs in most schools, keeping a lookout. When Grover alerted me when he sensed there was something special about the both of you, I decided to come upstate. It was a good thing the prank on the teacher's lounge happened the day before I arrived to teach, because it gave me a good excuse to convince the other Latin teacher to, take a leave of absence." Percy questioned, "You came to Yansei Academy just to teach us?" Chiron gave a nod. "Honestly, I wasn't as sure about you as I was about Naruto at first, but when Naruto told us he already knew, and then his suspicions about you had convinced me. So we contacted your mother, to let her know we were keeping an eye on you in case you were ready for camp. But you both still had so much to learn. Nevertheless, you two made it here alive, and that's always the first test." "Grover," said Mr. D rapidly, "are you playing or not?" Grover shivered and took the 5th seat. "Yes sir," he said. Mr. D, with a suspicious look on his face, asked, "Do either of you know how to play Pinnacle?" Naruto simply nodded and said, "Yep." Contrarily, Percy shook his head negatively, saying, "I'm afraid not." He acknowledged that he might have watched Naruto gamble, but that didn't mean he understood how to do it. Mr. D replied, "I'm afraid not, sir." "Sir," Percy said, growing less fond of the camp director by the second. "Well," he began, "it is, along with gladiator fighting and Pac-Man, one of the greatest games ever invented by humans. I'm happy to know that at least one civilized young man knows how to play," Mr. D responded. "I'm sure the boy can learn," Chiron told him. "Please," Percy replied, "what is this place? What are we doing here? Mr. Brun Chiron, why would you come to Yansei Academy just to teach me and Naruto?" Mr. D gave a snort. "I asked him the same thing." The cards were dealt by the camp director. Every time one fell in front of Naruto, his eyes began to sparkle more and more like they did when he gambled, and Grover winced when one fell in his pile. Percy, Chiron said with a pitying smile, did your mother tell you nothing? She said. He recalled the last time they had visited Montauk and discussed his father. She told me once that she was afraid to send me here, even though my father had wanted her to. She said that once I was here, I probably wouldn't leave. She wanted to keep me close to her. Typical, said Mr. D. He said, first to Percy and then to Naruto, who had just placed a bid. That's how they usually get killed. That's quite the amount to bid, young man. This young man grinned challengingly and said, I like to live dangerously. He heard someone murmur in his mind, you have no idea how true that is. The person in the amulet then giggled. However, he chose to ignore them for the time being because, apparently, he enjoyed playing card games. Mr. D smirked and remarked, oh, I think I'm beginning to like this boy Chiron. Grover's eyes widened at his statement, and Chiron gave a little laugh, but the centaur returned his focus to Percy. I'm afraid there's too much to tell, he replied. I don't think our usual orientation will be sufficient for either of you. Orientation film? Percy inquired as he placed a modest bid after Mr. D gave him an explanation. No, Chiron concluded thoughtfully. Well, Percy, you know that Naruto is a shinobi and that your friend Grover is a satyr. You? What? Mr. D interrupted, his face showing surprise. With narrowed eyes, he pointed to Naruto and said, Chiron, I think I heard you wrong. Did you just say that this young man right here is a shinobi? He asked. With narrowed eyes, Naruto questioned, and if I am? He allowed a lot of chakra to swirl around him, nearly blowing the cards off the table. If Mr. D was taken aback by Naruto's shinobi status, he was even more shocked by how much power he possessed. Such power. His eyes widened as he thought, I can tell that it's growing and will continue to do so, but what is this darker power I sense within him? It's nothing compared to mine or any other gods, he pondered. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just surprised to find one here of all places since the world you come from has been sealed off for the last 13 years or so, he said, shaking off his surprise at seeing that Naruto had stopped the flow of chakra and was now staring at him expectantly. At this, the others simply shook their heads. Chiron and Grover were already aware that Naruto was from that realm when he informed them in class that day, and Percy learned about Naruto's use of chakra a few months later. Naruto sarcastically remarked, well then, I guess the seal slipped enough for me to come to this world. Mr. D laughed. I suppose it did. Father was never really good with seals like the others. He believes more in brute force and power. The valley was filled with thunder, as if someone up there was irritated with Mr. D. The director yelled, it's true. You aren't. And you do. While glancing up at the sky. Thunder again, blah blah. While Mr. D argued with the sky, there was silence. After a moment or two, the camp director turned around to find that everyone was staring at him. What? He asked, but they were still staring. He shook his head and returned to his cards. After a pause, Chiron turned back to Percy and said, now back to what I was saying. You know that Grover is a satyr, and that Naruto is a shinobi. You know, he pointed to the Minotaur horn on the table next to Percy, that you have defeated the Minotaur. Something that even if it was weakened is no small feat. What you don't know though is that great powers are at work in your life. Gods. The forces you call the Greek gods are very much alive. Percy gazed at the other people seated at the table, half expecting one of them to shout, no. He only received Mr. D's yell, oh a royal marriage, trick, and a point total. Wait, Percy replied, you're telling me that there's such a thing as God? For now though we won't deal with the metaphysical, Naruto said, shaking his head and grabbing Percy's attention. Percy, that's an entirely different matter altogether. Metaphysical? But Chiron was just talking about the gods, as in the great beings that control the forces of nature and human endeavors. The immortal gods of Olympus. Naruto clarified, altogether they're a smaller matter. Smaller. Chiron took over, trading a card to Mr. D, saying, yes, quiet. The gods we discussed in Latin class. Zeus, Percy said, you mean Apollo and Hera. And on a cloudless day, thunder roared once more. Young man, Mr. D remarked, raising his gaze from the cards he was holding, if I were you, I would really be less casual about throwing those names around. Percy said, but those are stories, shaking his head in perplexity. They're myths to explain the seasons, lightning, and other things like that. They're what people believed in before there was science. Science, sneered Mr. D, and tell me, Perseus Jackson. Percy recoiled at the mention of his true name. What will people think of your science 2,000 years from now? He went on, they will call it primitive mumbo-jumbo. That's what. Oh, I love mortals, they have no sense of perspective. They think they've come so far. Compared to the shinobi world, they're nothing, they can't even use their chakra. No one in this world can, as they don't have the levels of chakra required to use more than an ounce and live, Mr. D said, acquiring a wistful expression as he started discussing the shinobi world. Even if half-bloods have more chakra than the regular mortals of this world, very few can use theirs. It would usually be a big 3 child if they could. The way the camp director referred to them as mortals made Percy furrow his brow. It seemed as though he wasn't. He could understand Grover's decision to keep his mouth shut and focus on his cards. Percy, whether you choose to believe or not, the fact is that immortal means immortal. Can you imagine that for a moment, never dying? Never fading? Existing, just as you are, for all time? Chiron said, shaking his head at Mr. D's talk. Honestly, since he met that one Kunoichi, sired the first of the Senju clan and started the Wood bloodline, he can't get enough of the ninja realm, he thought, before continuing. With her time alone still fresh in her memory, Talia said sadly, sniffling, yeah I can. His question received a response, but it was not one he could hear or from the person he was speaking to. Naruto told her, it's okay now, Talia-chan. You won't ever be alone again as long as I'm here. When Talia heard this, she flushed and experienced an unfamiliar warmth in her heart. What is this feeling? She asked herself. She questioned herself, but she happily exclaimed, thank you Naruto-kun. 1. After mentally grinning at her, Naruto returned his focus to the situation at hand and heard Percy utter the words, you're Dionysus, the god of wine. Mr. D gave an eye roll. He said to the anxious satyr, who nodded shakily, why yes Mr. D. What is it they say these days, Grover? Is the saying, well duh. Then, well, duh, Percy Jackson, did you think I was Aphrodite, perhaps? Underworld. Kushina exclaimed, ha ha. As the 2 other people in the room gave her perplexed looks, Persephone had returned to her mother. What? Hades inquired, perplexed as to what had been said to cause one of his wives to act in this manner. Yahiko simply stared at her in confusion. Then she laughed and said, oh please, like Dionysus could really be my mother. Something wrong? Yahiko asked as Hades froze and gulped, drawing the other's attention to him. Hades remained motionless in disbelief. Yahiko approached him and held up his hand to Hades's face. Not receiving a response, he turned to the group's female members and said, I think you broke him Kushina-san. When Kushina heard this, her perspiration stopped, but they turned to face Hades as he turned and started to approach the door slowly. Kushina worriedly inquired, Hades-kun? Are you okay? Since she had never seen him in this state. As he left the palace through the door, Hades remained silent. Yahiko asked Kushina, you think that he's going to be okay? The entire underworld erupted in a roar of, no, out of all the goddesses that could be my mother-in-law, why did it have to be Aphrodite? Why do you hate me, Zeus? Is it because of the time I gave you that Omega Wedge? Just as she was about to respond. The castle started to tremble during the frightful and terrifying yell, and the others covered their ears to prevent their eardrums from exploding, but perspiration fell at the wedge part. Olympus, Zeus, the god of lightning in the sky, raised his head from the book he was reading and furrowed his brow, asking, why do I feel like I've unintentionally caused Hades so much horror and fear? Oh well, he thought to himself before shrugging. He returned to his book and said, it's his fault for giving me that wedge. His son did have a point. His sealing skills were terrible, but the book was titled, Sealing for Dummies. Camp Half-Blood. Unaware of what was happening on Olympus and in the underworld, the group of 2 half-bloods, a satyr, a centaur, and a god carried on their conversation. You're a god, Percy said without emotion. Mr. D replied, yes, child. A god. You? Percy continued to stare as Naruto said, I think that we all get that fact now. Are you sure that you're a god? You don't look like one. Naruto did not raise his head from his cards. When Mr. D turned to face him directly, Percy noticed a hint of his actual strength, a sort of purplish fire, in his eyes and realized that Dionysus would infect his brain with a disease if he pressed the issue any further. For the rest of his life, he would be plagued by a disease that would cause him to see things like sailors screaming as they were transformed into dolphins, drunken warriors going crazy with battle lust, or grapevines choking unbelievers to death. He said perilously, would you like to test me, child? After swallowing, Percy shook his head and said, no sir. Mr. D returned to the card game after the fire in his eyes somewhat subsided. As he set his cards on the table to reveal his hand, he remarked, I do believe that I win, gentlemen. With a straight hand, Chiron said, "Not quite, Mr. D. I believe that the game goes to me." Naruto leaned back and said, "Actually, Chiron," setting his hand down to reveal a double round, "I win." With the exception of Percy, everyone's eyes widened and they leaned in to examine the cards. With his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets, Grover remarked, "My gods," turning to face Naruto. "You actually beat Chiron?" He asked. "I knew you were lucky at card games, but, damn. No one has ever been able to beat Chiron at Pinnacle." With a simple shrug, Naruto said, "First time for everything." Mr. D started laughing while the camp directors and activities were just looking at the cards. "Ha ha. The brat did it. He actually beat you," he exclaimed in between chuckles. "Isn't it time for your daily nap?" Chiron asked, his right eyebrow twitching wildly as he stared at Dionysus blankly. Mr. D stopped suddenly and looked at his wristwatch. He got up, turned to Grover, and said, "Yes, I do believe it is. Grover, I think that before I take my nap that we should talk, again, about your less than perfect performance on this assignment." Sweat started to trickle down the satyr's face. "Why yes, sir." Cabin 11, Percy Jackson and Naruto Uzumaki. "And both of you mind your manners," Mr. D said, turning to face the two boys. Grover trailed him poorly as he swept into the farmhouse. Still staring blankly at the cards Naruto had set on the table, the other two turned back to the other person at the table. When Chiron noticed this, Naruto started to laugh uneasily. "So no hard feelings, right?" he asked, rubbing the back of his head. After an hour following his recovery from the shock of his loss, Chiron had given Percy the tour, which proceeded similarly to how it was described in the book, assured him that Grover would be okay, and surprised him by revealing that his teacher was actually half horse and half man. He also showed them to cabin 11, where they saw Annabeth reading a book on the front steps. She gave them a critical examination when they got to her, as if she were attempting to determine their value. They looked at what she was reading. Percy couldn't see the title, but Naruto could understand it. It dawned on him that the words were Greek, Greek, Greek. It resembled an architecture book with images of temples, statues, and various types of columns. "Annabeth," replied Chiron, "I have an archery class to get to at the moment. Would you mind taking these two to meet their cabin mates?" With a nod, she said, "Yes, sir." Chiron, pointing to the door, said to the two boys, "Cabin 11, make yourselves at home." He then rode off at a high speed toward the archery range. When Naruto and Percy looked at the cabin where they would be staying for the time being, they noticed that, of all the cabins, number 11 appeared to be the most like a typical old summer camp cabin. With a strong emphasis on old. The brown paint on the threshold was peeling, and they could see what appeared to be a battered caduceus. A winged pole with two snakes wrapped around it, over the door. There were far more boys and girls inside than the number of bunk beds could accommodate, giving the impression that the Red Cross had moved in. Once the boys had had a chance to inspect the cabin, Annabeth cleared her throat and said impatiently, "Well, go on in." With a nod, they entered together, with Annabeth following closely behind. Everything in the cabin ceased when they stepped inside. Awkwardly, both sides gazed at one another. "Percy Jackson, Naruto Uzumaki Hurricane, meet cabin 11, said Annabeth, clearing her throat once more as she grew weary of the silence. The awkward silence persisted until someone asked, "Regular or undetermined?" Annabeth replied, "Undetermined," for the both of them. This caused a collective groan from the campers. A voice called out from the rear and began to make its way through the packed cabin, saying, Now, campers. That's what we're all here for." Naruto heard Talia from the amulet say, "That voice. It's Luke's," she exclaimed joyfully as he noticed a man maybe 18 or 19 years old emerge from the crow to stand in front of them. Naruto grinned slightly and said to her, "Someone you know, Leah-chan?" He could almost sense her joyful nod. Naruto raised an eyebrow but didn't press the issue because he knew she would tell him when she was ready. "Yeah, that's defiantly Luke. Though I don't remember him having that scar. But Luke's been the closest thing I've ever had to a brother since," she lamented. He glanced over at the older man, who appeared to be quite cool. His sandy hair was cropped short and he had a friendly smile. He was tall and muscular. Starting just below his right eye and ending just above his jaw, he had a severe scar running down the side of his face. He wore sandals, a leather necklace with 5 different colored clay beads, and an orange shirt with the sleeves cut off to make it a tank top. Although the man appeared trustworthy, Naruto sensed something strange about his smile, but he dismissed it, assuming it was paranoia brought on by being in a strange environment. With a smile on his face, he said, "Welcome, Percy, Naruto. I apologize if it's a little crowded, but I'll find you both a place to sleep until you can be claimed. Annabeth said, "This is Luke," in a voice that sounded different. The boys could have sworn she was blushing as they looked back at her. Her expression hardened to its previous state as she noticed them observing. "He's your counselor for now." "For now?" inquired Percy. A few of the campers shook their heads, and Naruto made a few more snicker and mutter, "Newbie." "You're undetermined," clearly stated Luke. "Since they don't know your godly parent, they don't know what cabin to put you in, so you're here. Naturally, cabin 11 takes all newcomers, all visitors. We would, since Hermes, our patron and for many of us our parent, is the god of travelers." Percy seemed a little suspicious, and Naruto nodded. He seemed to recall that Hermes was also the god of thieves, and he had observed that many of the people in cabin 11 were observing them as though they were waiting for an opportunity to rob them. Percy inquired, "How long will we be here?" Luke responded, "Good question, until you're determined." "How long does that usually take?" Percy inquired, showing signs of restlessness, too anxious. Naruto shook his head and palmed his face as the campers laughed at him. Annabeth said, "Come one, to the pair. I'll show you guys the volleyball court." Percy griped, "We've already seen it, come on." Taking hold of their wrists, she pulled them out. Behind them, they could hear the cabin's children giggling at Percy. After dragging them a considerable distance from the cabin, Annabeth turned to face them, mainly Percy, and remarked, "Jackson, you have to do better than that." "What?" She muttered something under her breath and rolled her eyes, saying, "I can't believe that I thought you two were the ones." Now a little irate, Percy asked, "What's your problem?" "All I know is that I killed some bull guy." When they heard Naruto snort, he was cut off. "You did more than that, Percy," he said, giving him a perplexed expression, and Annabeth a raised eyebrow. "I would bet that there are a lot of kids here that would literally kill for that chance." Annabeth nodded to indicate that it was true. Percy questioned, "For what?" "To get killed. To fight the Minotaur," Annabeth exclaimed as Naruto sighed. "What do you think we train for?" she asked. Percy gave a headshake. "Look, if the thing I fought really was the Minotaur, the same one in the stories." "Yes. Then there's only one." Before Annabeth had a chance, Naruto said, "Yep. And he died, several thousand years ago, right? Theseus killed him in the labyrinth, so." "Monsters don't die, Percy." Naruto murmured, "True, they can be killed, but they don't die." Percy twitched his eyebrows and said, "Oh, thanks pal. That clears up a lot of things. They don't have souls, like you, me and Naruto." Annabeth began, "You can destroy them for a while, maybe even for a lifetime if you're lucky. But they are primal forces. Chiron calls them archetypes." "Meaning?" Percy inquired, obviously tired of the justifications. "Meaning that they will eventually reform. Yes, Mrs. Dodds will be able to reform sometime in the near future. And trust me, she will be angry." Naruto nodded to Percy, who had been looking thoughtful for a while, and Percy gulped. Naruto could see his thoughts even without the Rinnegan. When he believed she was a math teacher, it was already awful, but now? He had no desire to find out. "How do you know all this? If you're a new camper, you shouldn't know as much as you do," Annabeth asked, looking at him in surprise. To her further surprise, Naruto grinned and said, "I've known that I'm a demigod since I was 7, almost 8. "Again, how?" she inquired. Naruto rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, "That's for me to know and you to hopefully never find out." A fresh voice yelled, "Well, looks like we got some newbies," just as Annabeth was about to respond. Naruto and Percy sneered evilly as they turned to see a girl who appeared to be 13 or 14 years old, wearing a triple extra large Camp Half-Blood t-shirt underneath a camouflage jacket, and two of her pals approaching them. "Clarice," sighed Annabeth. "Why don't you go polish your spear or something?" "Sure, Miss Princess," said Clarice, who had since changed her name, "so I can run you and every one of your allies through with it this Friday night." "Eres Korankas," Annabeth, infuriated ly exclaimed, despite Naruto's mutter of, "Oh, that's harsh." Percy somehow knew that it was Greek for "go to the crows," and that the cruise was worse than it sounded. "You don't stand a chance. According to Clarice, we'll pulverize you," as her eye twitched. "Who are these runts?" she asked, turning to face the two men. With a furious sigh, Naruto crossed his arms and exclaimed, "Hey, I'm taller than you." After simply staring at him, Clarice turned to Annabeth and said, "Well?" "Percy Jackson and Naruto Uzumaki Hurricane," Annabeth responded. "Meet Clarice, daughter of Ares." "Like, the war god?" Percy inquired as they blinked. Clarice sneered, "You got a problem with that?" Clarice and her cabin mates glared at Naruto as he grinned and said, "Nope, but that would certainly explain the smell." Her pals surrounded them as she said, "We've got an initiation ceremony for punks like you too." Clarice. Annabeth attempted to tell the truth. "Stay out of it, wise girl." Annabeth appeared to be in pain, but she was. Percy, to be honest, didn't really want her assistance because he believed that he had to establish his own reputation as one of the new kids. However, Naruto simply sighed and shook his head before turning around and saying, "Percy," pointing to him, "when you're done playing, come back to the cabin, I need to talk to you about something." He then started to leave. Clarice inquired, "And where do you think you're going?" Smiling, Naruto said, "Back to the cabin I'm staying in." Clarice replied, "Yeah, whatever." Then, turning around, she said something she really shouldn't have said to him. "Wimp." The moment she said that, Naruto and Percy both froze. Percy was shocked and afraid since he had witnessed the unpleasant consequences of calling Naruto a wimp. "What did you call me?" Naruto asked in a very low voice, his eyes narrowed and his fists clenched so tightly at his sides that they were shaking. His voice chilled everyone in the room, and Helena and Talia, who had been watching, simultaneously thought, "Oh, she's done it now." Despite the cautions in her mind, Clarice grinned and persisted in pushing him, saying, "You had me. I called you a wimp." Naruto remarked, "That's what I thought." Clarice was then hurled into the water of the neighboring lake after experiencing a stinging pain in her stomach. Naruto had not been seen moving. He simply moved too fast. Naruto had materialized in the area directly in front of Clarice's position, his right fist still where it had struck her, as soon as she had been sent to the lake. Spitting water from her mouth and struggling for breath, Clarice surfaced. She shouted to her followers, "Don't just stand there, get him," as soon as she saw Naruto. Both girls turned and pulled daggers from the inside of their jackets as instructed. Percy had no idea what had happened, but he instinctively looked to the water and thought, "Wave," when he saw his friend in danger. The water reacted to his thoughts as he experienced a tugging sensation in the pit of his stomach. Clarice was still in the lake when a huge wave of water rose from it, swept across the shore, dragged the other two members of Aries' cabin to the lake, dropped them in, and then, as a last insult, poured itself over their heads. If Naruto hadn't sensed Percy's chakra spike, detected the approaching wave, and leapt over it, he would have been swept away. "This isn't over. Come Friday night you are both dead," Clarice shouted to the group on the shore, gasping for air and spitting, as she and the other two started swimming to shore. "You want another punch?" Naruto asked, "Or more water in your face?" Percy asked, "Because you call us wimps again, we will remind you that we are not." Naruto continued to glare at them, even though he and Percy probably should have let it go. How were you two able to do those things?" they asked Annabeth, who was staring at them in disbelief. "I don't know. Lots of training with weights and gravity seals." Before Percy asked, "What are you thinking?" she kept staring at them. "I'm thinking," Annabeth replied, "that I want you both on my team for Capture the Flag." Word swiftly spread about Percy's water-related skills and Naruto's incredible strength and speed. Campers would whisper and point about the event wherever they went. A few locations they hadn't seen on either of their tours were shown to them by Annabeth. The arts and crafts room. No comment. The climbing wall. Naruto could see that this could help with his chakra control and speed. And the metal shop. Naruto felt a strange urge to use the metalworking tools. Annabeth remarked, "Well, I have training to do. Dinner's at 7:30. Just follow your cabin to the mess hall." "Yeah, thanks for the tour." Percy smiled slightly, but he was blind to the fact that Annabeth blushed a little when he smiled at her. But when Naruto saw it, he started planning to turn him to the pervy ways. Talia growled at him, "He hurts my friend and you both get a lightning bolt where it hurts most." Naruto immediately stopped his plotting out of fear for his manhood. "What?" he asked as he snapped out of his reverie to see Annabeth leaving and Percy staring at him expectantly. "You said you needed to talk to me about something," Percy replied. After remembering what he wanted to discuss with him, Naruto nodded. "Right," he replied, and he began guiding him to the docks. He gestured for Percy to join him in sitting on the edge. "Okay, so what is it you wanted to talk about?" Percy asked after they finished. After a minute of silence to collect his thoughts, Naruto asked, "What did it feel like to use your power?" and received a perplexed look from Percy. "Huh? I meant when you were controlling the water, what did it feel like?" Naruto sighed and repeated. After some time of contemplation, Percy uttered the words, "It felt like, and, well, I guess you could say it felt like something was tugging at the center of my stomach." He was unsure of how to describe the sensation. With a nod, Naruto said, I thought so. Percy said, what do you mean? Naruto explained, causing Percy's eyes to widen, what I mean is that tugging feeling in the pit of your stomach is your chakra trying to work. But I thought only a few demigods could use their chakra. The resident ninja nodded to him, saying, yeah, that's true, but if I'm right about who your dad is, then you might be one of the few who can. When Percy realized how difficult it would be to use chakra, his eyes widened. But that would mean, he said, unwilling to finish the sentence. Naruto said, mean that you would be a big 3 child? Yes it would. Percy gave him a very perplexed look. He questioned, wouldn't that mean that I shouldn't be alive? Naruto simply nodded and laughed. Percy questioned, and you were laughing why? He looked up at the sky and said, because if any of the gods really cared if the big 3 had any kids then neither you Talia nor I would be alive. Okay, first of all, Percy said with a sigh, who's this Talia person? And second, you said that neither she me or you would be alive if the other gods really cared. Does that mean that you're? As he finished speaking, Naruto pointed to the distant pine tree and said, and Talia is the one that was used to make that tree by sealing her spirit into it. A big 3 kid? Yes I am. Percy, still perplexed, said, okay, do you know which one is your dad? Naruto simply shook his head and said, nope. Then how the hell do you know that you are? Percy said, his perspiration dropping. Talia was asking him a similar question, so Naruto grinned and replied, because he was the one who sent me and my adopted mother to this world. With a sigh, Percy clarified, looking even more perplexed. One more story later. With wide eyes, Percy exclaimed, wow, and Talia responded in kind after learning the whole tale of how he and Conan got into this world. Naruto had told them everything except the Rinnegan and the mission that had preceded it. Naruto turned to Percy and said, yeah, a little hard to believe. His tone then became serious. Now however you now have a choice to make. What? A choice between either being trained to use your chakra properly or fending for yourself only using the skills you learn through battle. To Percy's wide eyes, Naruto explained, personally I would prefer being trained on how to use cha. You'd actually teach me how to use chakra? Percy interrupted Naruto. He glanced at him and nodded, saying, yes, I would, but be warned should you accept it your training will be much like mine was. AKA absolute hell. With a gulp, Percy nodded, I accept your training. Thinking it would be better to suffer now than later, Percy said. They heard a horn sound a second later, indicating dinner, and Naruto nodded, thinking, that was easy, but he said aloud, very well then your training begins in the morning. Returning to their makeshift cabin, they lined up. Even though it was a little strange, who, after all, burned some of their food to the gods? Percy had one of the happiest dinners of his life that evening. 4 days later, when Naruto swung his sword at the battered Percy, he yelled, again. Percy did his best to block with his own, but Naruto was too quick, and his shirt was sliced open. It's the second shirt of the day, come on. He thought as he leapt back to avoid getting struck by Naruto's blade, only to get slightly more battered because he was unable to completely dodge it. Before Naruto called a halt, they continued working for several hours and by then, Percy had reduced to a heap of beaten flesh on the ground. Naruto remarked, well you're getting faster, as he took a seat beside the heap of flesh. Percy moaned, I hate you, as he attempted to sit up but was unsuccessful. When Naruto heard this, he smiled and poured cold water on Percy's head, saying, good then that means I'm teaching you right. Percy recovered almost instantly, straightened up, and scowled at his friend who had become his teacher. Angry, he took Naruto's bottle of water and gulped greedily, asking, teaching me what exactly? All you've done is teach me how to access my chakra, then after that all you've done is work on my speed. You haven't even started me on the chakra control yet, he concluded. It was also true that all they had done was practice his speed and reaction time while working on his sword skills at the same time after he had been able to sense his chakra and learn how to use it, which was surprisingly simple for him. In addition to the fact that he was running low on shirts, it was really beginning to get annoying. Sighing, Percy, while it's true that you can now use chakra, a good warrior is nothing without even the smallest amount of speed. I know that Naruto. But isn't there some way to work on my speed while I do an everyday task? Percy responded. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto grimaced as a thought occurred to him. He turned to face Percy and nodded, saying, there is but it won't be pleasant. Percy looked interested, so he asked, there is? Seeing Percy's astonished expression, Naruto nodded once more and said, yeah, it's called a gravity seal. It works by being placed in the center of someone's back. It multiplies the force of gravity on the body by any fraction you want. But, he continued, pulling Percy out of his stupor. If it's done wrong, the force of gravity on the body can be multiplied to a fatal level and crush the bones to dust the instant it's activated, but if done right, it'll steadily become greater as your body gets used to it, he continued. Naruto smiled slightly and said, I recently upgraded it to 5 times what is normal for the body to experience. Percy whistled, so what force of gravity are you on? Can you apply on to me? Percy asked, whistling once more. What? Naruto, who had been drinking, spat water out of his mouth. With a determined fire in his eyes, he repeated, I asked if you could apply one to me. After staring at him for quite some time, Naruto sighed and said, yeah, I can if you want. In response, Percy grinned and pumped his fist a little. Naruto added more joy to his friend, student by saying, but for now I guess I'll start you on chakra control, since you are up to mid-genin level in speed, and that is good enough for most demigods. We will start with tree walking, he said, standing and securing his sword. 2 days later, it would be better if they could find a balanced sword for him, but Naruto took what he could get. 2 days later, Percy was at least at the high genin level of skill. He could reach the top of the tree, could practically walk on water, and was performing fairly well in his sword stances. Additionally, they discovered that Percy was able to create a significant number of shadow clones, not as many as Naruto could use, but who else could create thousands? And that he used them similarly to his teacher. He didn't use many of them for training because he was afraid he might damage his brain, but he did use what he dared to get his chakra control to a respectable level, and as Naruto had anticipated, he had a very high affinity for water with a minor wind element. Naruto had given him the gravity seal, and he was adapting to it well, so his speed was definitely faster. All things considered, Percy could easily outshine any half-blood, even if he lacked much skill. Additionally, Naruto had made the decision that they could soon begin his elemental training. However, they weren't thinking about training at the moment. The normally peaceful and quiet night air now had a hint of excitement as it was finally time to capture the flag. The campers cheered as Annabeth and 2 of her siblings ran into the pavilion with a silk banner, the same one in the book. After the dinner plates had been cleared away, Clarice led her friends in from the opposite side of the pavilion using a different banner, which was the same size as the one in the book but had a completely different design. So those are the flags? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow and turning to face Luke. Nodding, Luke said, yeah. Ares and Athena always lead the teams? Shaking his head, he said, not always, but often. Percy looked at them and said, so, if another cabin captures one, what do you do? Repaint it. Luke laughed. You'll see, but first we'll have to get the opponent's flag. Percy questioned, whose side are we on? Luke looked sly this time, as if he knew something they didn't. In the torchlight, the scar on his face gave him an evil appearance, and Naruto had the uneasy feeling that the counselor was not quite right. Luke jolted Naruto out of his reverie with the words, we've made a temporary alliance with Athena. Tonight we get the flag from Ares. And you both are going to help. The teams were revealed. The 2 largest cabins, Apollo and Hermes, had formed an alliance with Athena. The others, Dionysus, Demeter, Aphrodite, and Hephaestus, had all been taken by Ares. There were only 2 of the Dionysus children, but Naruto and Percy had noticed that they were fairly skilled athletes. Although they weren't particularly violent, Demeter's kids were superior in nature skills and other outdoor activities. They didn't give much thought to Aphrodite's children. They had observed them sitting out of most activities, gossiping or doing their hair while observing their reflections in the lake. There were only 4 of Hephaestus's children, and they weren't particularly attractive, but they were large and strong from spending all day in the metal shop. They didn't worry too much, but they might be an issue. Finally, a dozen of the largest, meanest, and ugliest children on Long Island can be found in Ares' cabin. Chiron started pounding the marble with his hoof. Heroes, he cried out. You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The banner must be prominently displayed, and have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed and bound, but may not be gagged. No killing or maiming is allowed. I will serve as referee and field medic. Arm yourselves. As he spread his hands, a flurry of equipment appeared on the tables, including helmets, spears, bronze swords, and metal-coated oxhide shields. Percy was wide-eyed as Naruto whistled. He turned to Luke and said, whoa, we're really supposed to use these? Luke gave him a crazy look. Luke looked up at Naruto, who was shoving something into his pocket and something down the front of his shirt. Unless you want to get skewered by your friends in cabin 5. Here Chiron thought these might fit. You will be on border patrol since we don't know what you're capable of. When he sensed Luke's eyes on him, he turned to face them and said, "What?" Luke asked him, "You want to tell me what Percy is able to do? What'll I be doing?" asked Naruto, shaking his head. "Now what kind of teacher would I be if I started to reveal all of my students' abilities?" Luke nodded to him while he sighed, saying, "You're going to be guarding the flag from the enemies." Naruto nodded when he heard his job and turned to await further instructions. "You aren't going in armed?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. The words, "Actually I have a weapon already," caused Luke's eyes to widen, and Percy muttered, "Show off." Naruto grinned and unlocked his sword. Luke stammered, How were you able to make it appear out of nowhere?" "That's my secret," Naruto said without looking back as his grin grew and he started to move. Luke's forehead furrowed, but he pivoted to assist Percy in putting on his armor, murmuring, "Smart ass." The description of Percy's armor is omitted. It is identical to that in the book. Annabeth yelled, "Blue team, forward!" Following her down the path and into the northern section of the forest, the team cheered and swung their swords. After making it to the front, Percy was sandwiched between Annabeth and Naruto. "Hey. What's the plan? Any of you got any magic items to loan me?" asked Naruto as Annabeth continued to march. As if she were worried he had taken something, Annabeth's hand strayed to her pocket. Naruto nodded his head, "Sorry Percy, but the only thing I have is going to be kept secret and with me until I feel it's right to reveal." Percy let out a groan. When Annabeth said, "Just watch Clarissa's spear, neither of you want to have that thing touch you. Otherwise, don't worry. We'll take the banner from Ares. Has Luke given you guys your jobs?" They nodded, and Naruto said, "I'm guarding the flag." Percy said glumly, "Border patrol, whatever that means. It's easy. Just stand by the creek, keep the Reds away. Leave the rest to me. Athena always has a plan." They were left in the dust as she pushed forward. Moving ahead of him, Naruto shook his head and gave Percy a pat on the back. "Okay," Percy muttered. "Glad you wanted us on your team. It'll be alright. Just give her some time to warm up to you." "What's that supposed to mean?" Percy asked his friend, raising an eyebrow in bewilderment. Naruto looked away and replied, "Nothing." Once they were in their places, Annabeth placed Naruto by the rock they used in the third book. I believe it was called Zeus' Thumb, and Percy by the creek. After making a clone to replace him, Naruto took the object his father had left him out of his pocket. When he opened the scroll that contained it, he recalled that it was a black crystal with a red slit on the front. Think of Tsunade's necklace, but it was completely black and had a red eye-like object on it that was fastened to a tiny chain that he could wear around his neck. Rewind after a day of teaching Percy the ninja arts, Naruto sat on one of the docks and watched the sunset. "I swear that kid has potential," he thought. It was nice to unwind after spending the last few days training his friend. However, why do I feel like I've overlooked something? Trying to remember, he thought. When Helena heard this, she sighed. "Because you have," she said, causing her boyfriend Container to raise an eyebrow. "So what is it?" "Just something that your dad left you. He left it in the scroll that was locked." Helena responded, "Ring any bells?" When he remembered, Naruto's eyes widened and he palmed his face, asking, "How can I be so stupid?" Both Talia and Helena laughed to themselves. He pulled his father's scroll from his upper left arm and let out a sigh. After a puff of smoke, he held a note and a necklace, brought the note to his face, and read it. He had unrolled it, bit his thumb until it was bed, and then wiped it across the seal. "Naruto, you have finally arrived at camp and opened your magic item, haven't you? That's good because it indicates that the moment to claim you is almost here. That piece is based on your godmother's own necklace, which, when combined with its wood design, helped the first Hokage subdue the tailed beasts. I might as well explain what it does, and you should be able to identify me after that." This scroll held an object known as the Necklace of Darkness, which possesses powers akin to those of my own power symbol. These include the ability to make the user invisible, the ability to dissolve into shadow, the ability to pass through walls, the ability to use the shadows as a mode of transportation, and the ability to evoke intense fear. All you have to do to activate it is fasten the crystal to the chain and direct some chakra into it. To deactivate it, simply remove it from the chain. That's what it does, my son. You ought to be able to identify me, but if you do, please don't mention me to Chiron. I want everyone at camp to be surprised. With best wishes, Minato Namikaze. As an aside, have you heeded my advice regarding the women in your life? Since you ought to. When Naruto heard Helena and Talia laughing again, he thought, Yes, Dad, I have, and thank you for the warning. His perspiration once again fell at his father's postscript. Now, whose power symbol is comparable to this little thing's abilities? He considered bringing it to eye level so he could examine it. Talia also started to think. Helena stayed silent because she already knew who he was and wanted Naruto to figure it out on his own. When a very plausible response occurred to them, both of their eyes widened. And no, it can't be, they thought together. The end of the flashback, he had been in denial for a few days, but he had worked it out fine. Were his father and the person called to perform the sealing the same person? That was what had been bothering him at the time. Though it didn't appear possible, it was. He became extremely enraged after realizing that his father was the god of death, and he spent the entire day destroying hordes of all the clones he had in his arsenal, including blood clones. Following that, he numbly entered his mindscape, sobbed, and held Helena close to him. Although Talia would have supported him, she chose to give him some space. She believes Hades was the one who hunted her until she was flung to a tree, but she didn't blame him for being the son of that person. Following that, Naruto was even more overbearing out of respect for his father than he had previously been. But when the man came to claim him, he was going to have a nice long conversation with him. As he walked into the forest, he clasped it to the chain around his neck and channeled a small amount of chakra into it, thinking, now let's see how this works. The impact was nearly immediate. His world darkened and the crystal started to glow a deep purple as soon as the chakra struck it. Examining his surroundings, he could see where everything was and where each shadow would lead him. He knew where everything was, just like when he used the Rinnegan, but without the improved vision. When he saw the potential of this, he grinned, but since he had to keep an eye on his student for the time being, he began to walk in the direction he had last seen him. Every step he took him a few feet away from his previous position, so he discovered that walking was like a shadow version of body flicker jutsu. This will take some getting used to, Naruto thought. He reached the creek as Clarice and her group began to encircle a fallen Percy. They don't know what they're doing allowing him anywhere near water, Naruto thought, shaking his head at their foolishness as he watched Percy get pushed into the creek. He grinned when he felt Percy's chakra begin to rise the moment he touched the water. This will be entertaining to watch, he said, and he saw it happen as Percy struck Ugly No. 1's helmet with the flat of his blade, sending him tumbling to the ground. When Naruto saw his student cream Ugly Numbers 2 and 3, he smiled. He used his shield to slam one of them in the face and cut off the other guy's horsehair plume, which caused them to retreat before Naruto could say, ramen. If Naruto hadn't been wearing the necklace, his smile would have been visible from space. Percy managed to jam it between his sword and shield and snap it like a twig, and he smiled evilly when Clarice came in with her spear point, cackling with energy. Core breath worm, yelled Clarice, you idiot. She could have said worse, but Percy's sword butt slamming her between the eyes stopped her. What makes me feel proud of my student? As he observed that, Naruto asked himself. Everyone there, whether they could see it or not, heard joyful screams as Luke raced toward the boundary line with a few teammates by his side. He was holding the Ares flag, which was raised high above him. Clarice mumbled a curse as the Ares cabin children awoke in a daze. A trick, she exclaimed. It was a trick. It was much too late, but they stumbled after Luke. As Luke dashed across into friendly territory, everyone gathered on the creek. As the red banner started to shimmer and turn to silver, their allies burst into applause. The match was over. They had prevailed. Before he could join in the festivities, Percy heard two voices saying, "Not bad hero, my student." He turned to see that no one was there. As Annabeth swooped into being and stuffed her Yankees cap into her pocket, her voice said, "Okay, I thought I was the only one with an item that turned me invisible." Naruto's voice emerged from the shadows as he stuffed something into his front pocket, saying, "I didn't know what my item would do until I read the note my dad left me, and this was my first time using it." Percy became irate because he wasn't even impressed that the two had just vanished from view. "You guys set me up," he remarked. Sheepishly shrugging, Naruto said, "I had to know how well you would use the training I gave you in a real battle." After giving him a suspicious glance, Percy turned to face Annabeth and said, "And you?" "I told you. Athena always has a plan," the girl shrugged. "A plan to get me killed. I came as fast as I could but—" Naruto interrupted his student, friend with a proud smile, saying, "You didn't need any help." He remarked, "You have done well, my disciple." "I thought I was the one getting pounded until I got into the water," Percy said, startled. Annabeth asked, "How did you go that?" after noticing the wound Clarice had caused him. "Sword cut," said Percy. "What do you think? Actually, Percy, said Naruto. It was a sword cut. Look at it. When he did, he noticed that the wound had healed into a long, white scar and that there was no longer any freely flowing blood where there had been. Even that was dwindling rapidly. When he looked up, he saw Annabeth deeply contemplating and Naruto nodding to himself. He said, I don't get it. Annabeth interrupted Naruto as he opened his mouth to say, Get out of the water, Percy. What, according to Naruto, do it, Percy. Percy obeyed, knowing that arguing would not help, and he was worn out as soon as his feet were off the water. The adrenaline left his body, his arms started to go numb, he was still stunned by Clarissa's spear, and if Naruto hadn't caught him, he would have collapsed on his face. Annabeth cursed, Oh, Styx, after witnessing all of this. This is not good. I didn't want, I assumed that it would be Zeus. Before the other two could question her, they heard a howl tearing through the forest and a low but near howling from a dog. The campers' cheering abruptly stopped, and Chiron uttered a phrase in ancient Greek that Percy would later understand to be, Stand ready, my bow. Percy felt Naruto stiffen as Annabeth pulled out her sword. A rhino-sized black hound with lava-red eyes and dagger-like fangs was perched on the rocks just above them, and it was aimed straight at the one Naruto was assisting. Annabeth shouted, Naruto, take Percy and run, but no one else moved. The hound was too quick and jumped over her when she attempted to move ahead of them. Percy was knocked off Naruto's shoulder and started to tear into him as it fell on the other two. Naruto heard a series of objects whistle past him, heard a thwacking sound, and saw a cluster of arrows emerge from the hound's neck just as he was ready to draw his sword to stop it. Percy was still alive by some weird miracle. Blood was streaming from the wounds, and pieces of flesh had been torn from his chest. The monster would have transformed him into 100 pounds of delicatessen meat in another second or two. With a grim expression and a bow in his hand, Chiron approached them at a trot. D. Immortales. Annabeth exclaimed, That was a hellhound from the fields of punishment. They're not supposed to. Someone summoned it, said Chiron. Someone inside the camp. With a tiny poof of smoke, the hellhound's body disappeared as it soaked into the ground and melted into shadow. Deep in thought, Naruto gazed at the spot where the animal vanished and asked himself, How did a hellhound enter a camp? Unless there are other ways to summon in this world without a contract, he thought, before something hit him. I didn't summon it, and when I signed the contract it said I was the first on to do so. His mind was awakened by Annabeth's words, Quick, Percy, get into the water. I'm okay. Naruto shook his head, clearing his mind, and said, No, you're not. Now, get into the water. The entire camp gathered to watch as Percy, too exhausted to argue, stepped back into the creek. There were many gasps as Percy's wounds started to mend and reassemble themselves as soon as he touched the cool water. And above him, without Percy's knowledge, a vivid sea-green trident started to take shape. He started to say, Look, I don't know why, but Annabeth cut him off. Percy, she said, gesturing above him. The trident had already started to fade by the time Percy looked up, and Annabeth whispered, Your father. This is not good. It is determined, declared Chiron. Although they didn't appear happy about it, every camper, including Naruto, Annabeth, and even Aries' cabin, started to kneel in front of him. My father? Inquired Percy. Poseidon, said Chiron. Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail! Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god. A voice from behind everyone said, Well, it appears that my younger brother claimed his child before I could do the same to mine. Wouldn't you agree, Kushina? Everyone turned to face the voices as they were followed by a feminine giggle. Many of the campers passed out from shock, and many more gasped. However, when Naruto saw who was standing there, he froze. Hades, the god of the dead, and Kushina Uzumaki, his second wife, were the two individuals who had arrived at the camp. D-Dad, M-Mom, D-Dad, M-Mom. Everyone turned to look at Naruto in shock as soon as he said those words. When Hades heard his son's voice, he turned to see him looking at them in disbelief. He smiled kindly and said, Yes, Naruto, it's us. Everyone gaped at them in disbelief, with the following questions going through their heads. Is Hades Naruto's father? Among the big three? Who is this woman with him, exactly? Everyone moved aside to allow Kushina to pass unhindered as she started to walk toward Naruto. She had a slight smile on her face as she approached him. Naruto trembled as he looked at his mother. Kushina's smile grew and she nodded when Naruto elementally asked, Keika-san? Yes, Sochi-kun, it's me. She said, her eyes welling with joy at seeing her son for the first time in 4 years. Seeing him in the underworld doesn't count. In addition to shocking everyone, Naruto made them smile with delight when he embraced Kushina and began to cry with happiness. Holding Kushina tightly, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, "It's really you," into her shoulder. She simply held her son in her arms while tears of joy fell down her cheeks. All Hades could do was watch his son's happiness at finally meeting his birth mother. He turned as he heard someone approaching him from behind and saw Chiron looking at him with interest. "Yes?" he inquired, causing the centaur to frown. Chiron inquired, "So you're Naruto's father?" Hades grinned slightly as he nodded and turned back to face his wife and son. He said without showing any remorse, "Yes, I am." As he and the others watched the bittersweet scene in front of them, Chiron only uttered the words, "I had wondered." "Wondered what?" Hades inquired, keeping his gaze fixed on his family. "If you were his father." Hades turned his head and gave the horseman a slight glare before asking, "And why is that?" Chiron hesitated at the expression but clarified, "Because the gods hadn't seen you for years before they sealed the realm of ninja, and when they did there were massive amounts of power floating around the village of Konoha at the time. First, don't ever say that village name around me, and second, you know what I sealed into Naruto the day he was born, right?" Hades snarled as he heard the village where Naruto was born. Chiron gave a nod. Hades grumbled, most of the power around the area that night was Kyuubi's, but... As the death god faded away, Chiron stared at the centaur gravely, looking bewildered. When the rest of what the god was trying to say finally made sense, his eyes widened. He followed after Hades nodded, saying, "You don't mean you had to?" Before turning to face his family, Hades said, "Yes, I had to fuse some of my own powers into the seal to make sure she was properly sealed into Naruto." Naruto had been crying into his mother's shoulder and repeatedly muttering, "You're really here." Kushina had simply held him close while whispering, "Yes, Naruto-san is here, let it out. Let it all out." With tears still streaming from his eyes, Naruto withdrew from his mother and simply gazed at her. Just to his left, he heard a little cough as he opened his mouth to speak. His father was standing there with a slight smile on his face when he turned around. Before his shoulders started to tremble and his head lowered, Naruto did nothing but stare at him. When Hades saw this, he moved slowly closer and began to ask, "Naruto, are you oh?" but was interrupted when something hit his stomach and sent him flying. Thanks to a punch that was enhanced by gravity, Hades landed on his back a few feet away, clutching his stomach as he gasped for air. He was lying on the ground when he looked up to see Naruto staring at him with a look of pure rage and his fist extended to where his stomach had been. "And Naruto?" he exclaimed, startled, and Kushina could only sadly shake her head. She was aware that Naruto might have this reaction upon seeing Hades. At what Naruto had dared to do, the other campers could only gaze in complete awe and shock. You son of a bitch," Naruto yelled, startling everyone even more. "Do you know what my life has been like because of you?" he continued, perplexing the campers as they gradually became aware of the blonde's haggard breathing as he opened his mouth to speak. As he stood up, Hades attempted to say, "Naruto, I'm sorry for," but Naruto refused to listen. "Do you know what that god Fosaken village did to me?" he shouted. Hades made another attempt, saying, "Naruto, I truly am so," but Naruto was already in the thick of things, and he was crying with rage as he continued to share the details of his life. "I was beaten, punched, kicked, stabbed, burned, denied food and a hell of a lot of other things by the time I had turned 3, damn it 3, and it's all your fault." What exactly did Hades do to him was the only question on the campers' minds at this point. Helena and Talia thought of Naruto-kun simultaneously inside the mindscape and amulet, respectively. One was upset and saddened because she had contributed significantly to his suffering, while the other was shocked and wondered how he could still be sane after everything. To the horror of everyone listening, especially after hearing the last admission, Naruto paused to take a breath before continuing in a much lower tone. "You wanted that village to see me as a hero, right? Then tell me, why did they do all that to me? Why did they make my life a living hell? Why would a 3-year-old consider killing himself just to escape it all?" he asked. "Because you sealed her into me. You sealed the monster that attacked them into me the very night I was born. You sealed the Kyuubi into me, you bastard." The campers gasped. They were aware of the fabled tailed beasts, but they believed them to be merely myths. Hades looked at his son sorrowfully as he resisted the impulse to flee and hide from the accusatory and hateful gaze that Naruto had fixed on him. "Yes, Naruto, I did." He nodded sorrowfully, shocking the campers even more with his admission. Why? Murmured Naruto. Even though he had read Hades' letters to him numerous times and understood why, he still desired to hear directly from the man. He desired to hear Hades' confession, remorse, and sorrow as he expressed them. I'll admit I did it, I'll even shout it from the tallest peak on Olympus if I had to. Naruto. I am not the type to force others to do what I cannot do myself. I sealed her into you because I had no other choice. Ask yourself this, could you honestly ask a family to give up their child when you are not willing to do so in return? Hades nodded to him as Naruto shook his head while continuing to glare at his father. Exactly, you couldn't. So do you really think that I would do that? He asked, and Naruto shook his head once more. His rage finally subsided to reveal his grief once more, and he said softly, no, even if you were a god you wouldn't. Seeing his son's rage melt away, Hades grinned gently. Softly, he said, Naruto. As Hades approached his son slowly and gently embraced him, the now quiet camp watched. I'm sorry for what I had to do to you, my son. But you have to understand, if I had known what the village would do to you as a result of my actions, I would have never have sealed Helena into you. Even now I wish I had, but I was a fool and thought that people would understand you were only the jailer. With a nod, Naruto raised his arms and encircled his father, whispering, I understand, father. The fact that father and son had reconciled made Kushina and everyone else in the room smile a little. But a very snide voice cut through the moment, saying, well, isn't this all sweet and happy, blah, makes me sick. Everyone froze in disbelief as they turned to see who had spoken. Behind the crowd, leaning on his sword, was the god of war, Ares. Two gods at camp? The whole camp was in disbelief. This was a situation they had never encountered before. Ares, Hades uttered, squinting at the man in front of them. Just what are you doing here? Oh, you know. I was in the neighborhood and decided to drop by and pay a visit. Ares simply smirked and shook his head, his voice laced with sarcasm. Cut the crap, Ares, and tell me the real reason why you're here, Hades said with a scowl. What? Can't I drop by to visit the godlings every now and then? Ares asked, feigning hurt, mocking being offended. All of them gazed at him blankly. Fine, said Ares, shaking his head at the sight of those, you guys are no fun. He pointed to Naruto, who appeared shocked, and said, I actually came here to talk to that little runt. Why me? He asked. Ares laughed. Does the name Hanzo the Salamander mean anything to you? And if it does? Naruto asked in barely controlled anger at the name, while Hades, Kushina, Chiron, and even Dionysus narrowed their eyes at the war god. Nothing, I just figured that you should know that he's still alive, replied Ares. You're lying. He's dead. I saw him die. I rode atop the one who killed him, Naruto said, his eyes blazing with rage. Is that so? Ares asked, raising an eyebrow at the statement as everyone turned to face the blonde. But what if I'm not lying? What if I'm telling the truth and he's still alive? He asked, but deep down he was thinking, come on, take the bait. Ares didn't appear to be affected by Naruto's expression, which was so full of hate that it could have frozen even the Sannin. Even his parents and Dionysus were shocked when Naruto yelled, if you are lying to me, I'm gonna beat the truth out of you. Is that a challenge, punk? Ares grinned. Please, Naruto-kun, don't do this. Can't you see he's playing with your anger, trying to geode you into fighting him? Helena begged him to stop while he was ahead because she was now afraid for the person she had given her heart to. In an attempt to help him realize the reality of the situation, Talia added, Naruto, Helena is right. Don't do this. He's riling you into a fight. However, Naruto was too enraged to hear their cries. Everyone in the room could only stare in disbelief as Naruto said, it is. His glare became difficult to look at, but it still contained a fair amount of rage and hatred. Many of the campers started whispering to one another because they were thinking, he must really have it out for this Hanzo person to challenge a god. Kushina tried to get Naruto to stop by calling out, please Naruto, don't do this. However, it was unsuccessful because Naruto continued to glare at the now madly smiling Ares. Gotcha, Ares mused menacingly. Everyone gasped in horror as he said, very well, I accept your challenge. A half-blood versus a god? Naruto had no chance at all. Ares remarked, but, as Naruto proceeded to unseal his sword, I choose the time and place since I was the challenge. Naruto nodded in spite of the warnings blaring inside his head and all around him, then choose. When Ares snapped his fingers and the two of them vanished, his smile turned malevolent. There was a stunned silence in the camp after they left, but then an orb appeared to reveal Ares and Naruto's current location. The eyes of Kushina and Hades widened in surprise, then swiftly changed to ones of concern. This is not good. Olympus. Nobody knew that Ares had been communicating with Olympus about everything since he got there, which was around the same time as Hades and Kushina. The other gods all had different reactions to the fact that Ares had tricked Naruto and that Hades and Poseidon had sons. "Damn you, Ares," said Hermes, the god of thieves, travelers, medicine, merchants, and most importantly, cunning, with a contemplative expression on his face as he calmly reviewed the events he had just witnessed. Well, he thought, perhaps he wasn't so composed. Isn't it obvious that the boy is meant to save both realms? It's time to claim our descendant, he thought, turning to face two other people in the room. They nodded and met his gaze. I see then, he sighed. As he considered the situation and its implications for himself, Hephaestus, the god of technology, blacksmiths, craftsmen, metals, artisans, fire, and volcanoes, rubbed a calloused hand over his chin. This is the key to preventing the destruction of the realms, he said, chuckling slightly. Who would have guessed that he would come from my line? He thought amusedly, met Hermes' gaze, and nodded. It's time. The goddess of beauty and love, Aphrodite, was furiously furious at her boyfriend's foolish choice. Damn you, Ares, she said. You're playing a practical joke on my grandson. For this, I hope he gives you a new ass. She vowed to give the man, God, nothing but a chilly stare for over 1,000 years after becoming indignant at him. After sensing that someone was watching her, she turned to see Hermes staring at her and her husband while sending a silent message. She nodded, indicating that she agreed. At last, it seemed impossible that I would ever be able to claim my adorable little grandson. Oh, you are in for a big surprise, Ares, she thought, her face turning evil. Zeus was looking both shocked and furious, and Hera and the other gods, aside from Poseidon, who was glaring, were staring at him. Shocked that Ares would manipulate a young hero's mind in such a way to incite him to fight, and furious that both Poseidon and Hades had broken their vows. Not that he can speak, and technically Hades hadn't. He turned and glared at his older brother. Poseidon, he said. He started to say, you, Hades, and I will have words, if and when this issue is resolved. But for now we will. But was interrupted when the doors to the throne room flew open and a roughly 9-year-old girl rushed in, running around the room with her arms waving wildly behind her. Without pausing for breath, she yelled, Lord Zeus. We must find him, send out the scouts, send out the best tracker animals. We have to find Naruto before he gets hurt. Hephaestus, Aphrodite, and Hermes all grinned at her actions and thought, damn Naruto. You must be skilled at luring girls if you want Hestia, one of the eternal maidens, to worry about your safety. Yes, even Aphrodite is proud of this fact. I'm so proud. Zeus's forehead was beginning to furrow as the young girl ran around the room, still screaming and waving her arms wildly. He had finally had enough. He yelled, Hestia, shut up, which made Olympus tremble and the other gods cover their ears in agony. However, it had the desired effect, causing the now identified goddess of agriculture and the hearth, Hestia, to pause and gape at the Lord of the Sky. After a moment of surveying the stunned room, Zeus coughed into his hand and said, yes, I'm very sorry about that. He then turned to face Hestia and said, now try saying that again quietly. Why yes, Lord Zeus. I was saying that we must send out our best trackers and find Naruto before Ares has the chance to hurt him. Hestia nodded modestly, a little alarmed. I will not do that, Hestia, Zeus said, shaking his head now that he understood her. The god in child form looked at his response with shock and hurt. Why? She asked. He said simply, they are not needed. He then gestured to the orb that was beginning to come into focus, revealing Naruto and Ares standing in a new location that was familiar to Naruto. The realm of Shinobi. Naruto turned to look around and saw that they were now standing in a massive crater after Ares had taken them somewhere else. Why does it feel like home here? He asked himself, looking around with a hint of curiosity showing through his rage. The mental landscape. Helena gasped when she saw where they were, looking around through his eyes and saying, oh no. What? Talia asked anxiously as she turned to face her. What is this place? Helena swallowed and said, this is the place Naruto was made to kill Yahiko. Talia's expression changed to one of shock and concern. Outside, Naruto kept scanning his surroundings and noticed that the crater was situated in the middle of a deep gulf. If he was not mistaken, he could just make out a tall tower in the distance through the heavy rain. He knew where he was now, and his eyes widened. Images flashed past his mind's eye, burning his eyes. A huge 9-tailed fox charged a giant ball of condensed chakra and Yuki, ruthlessly unleashing it on the frightened army below. Yahiko embraced him as he choked out his final message to his son before collapsing to the ground with a bloody hole in his chest. "Do you recognize this place?" Naruto asked, shoving aside the memories and tears as he turned to face the smirking Ares, who had been silent until now. The war god appeared to ponder for a moment before snapping his fingers in mock realization. "Oh, that's right, this is the place Hanzo made you kill your father figure." Naruto remained silent, but his glaring was sufficient response. As Ares made fun of his adopted father's memory, Naruto remained silent, but it was clear that he was angry and sad. With a voice strained from unrestrained rage, Naruto questioned, "Just why have you brought us to fight here?" "I thought it would be fitting since," Ares shrugged, following. Naruto unlocked his sword and stood ready, already tired of the war god. He decided to joke with the god for a little while longer. "Since what?" he asked. A glare of rage replaced Ares' smirk, and as smoke poured out from under his sunglasses, he angrily exclaimed, "Since I plan on finishing what my son started." The exclamation caused Naruto's anger to abruptly subside, and he simply gazed at the god with a somewhat perplexed expression. "Your son?" he inquired. Ares nodded despite feeling his opponent's rage abruptly subside. With his sword drawn, he questioned, "What of it, punk?" Under his mask, Naruto grinned and retaliated, saying, "Other than the fact that I can now see where Hanzo got his arrogant attitude from, nothing much." "You know something, brat? I was going to make your death quick and painless, but for that insult I'm going to make it slow, painful and embarrassing." Ares' hand lifted from its tightened grip on his sword and snapped his fingers, but he showed no signs of reaction beyond a slight twitch in his jaw. "Uzugakure no Sato." As she punched a hole in the Azukage's office wall, Tsunade's irate voice cried out, "Why can't we go and search for Naruto?" "That's the third wall this month," Hiruzen thought glumly. Tsunade had been pestering him to go look for her lost godson ever since they had restored the village, and it had only gotten worse after they had visited the priestess Shion in the land of demons. Sarutobi gave his female pupil a stern look. "Because Tsunade, and like I've told you 1,000 times already," Minato said, "to not bother trying, as Naruto-kun and Konan-san are nowhere near the elemental nations," he said. "And I've told you, Sarutobi, I don't care what he said. I will not rest until I can hold him in my arms again," Tsunade yelled back, glaring back at him. The only time she had been able to hold Naruto was shortly after his birth, just before the Konoha Council threatened to kill him, so it makes sense that she was upset. For what seemed like hours, they glared at each other before Shizune entered the office with a panicked expression as the door flew open. She cried, "Azukage-sama! Tsunade-sama!" Instead, she said nervously, "An orb has formed in the village square. It's Naruto." Before she knew it, Tsunade and Sarutobi had hurried out of the room, probably going for the roof. With a frustrated sigh, Shizune said, "Well, at least," she stopped and glanced around the room as though she had just realized she had been abandoned. With a shout of, "Hey, wait for me," she hurried out of the room and headed for the roof. When they arrived, they noticed that Naruto was undoubtedly one of the people in the orb that was over the village square, and he did not appear to be happy. Tsunade gasped when she saw the other person in the orb. "That's the land of rain." When Ares snapped his fingers and nothing happened, Naruto squinted and asked, "Was that supposed to do something?" Ares' smirk reappeared a little. "Trust me, punk, it did something all right. I originally planned on only Olympus and that camp viewing this little fight, but since you decided to go and take a swing at my pride, I think your friends in the elemental nations would just love to see what I'm gonna do to you for that comment." By the time his little tirade was over, Ares' eyes were emitting smoke once more, and his sunglasses had begun to melt from the heat. He was displaying a lot of murderous intent, his body was tense, and his face was contorted into an angry scowl. With the exception of a slight irritability in his eyes as he ultimately chose to address the reason for their presence, Naruto did not respond to the god's rage. "I thought we were here to fight, not talk," he said quietly. "If that's all you're going to do, I think you should just put me back at camp, as I have no intention of wasting my time with you when I can be using it to finally get to know my parents." Camp. While some of them, mainly Percy, snickered, everyone gasped when they heard Naruto smack at the god. Hades palmed his face while Kushina grinned a little. He muttered, "Of all the... Why did I have to mention in that training scroll that pissing off an opponent would inevitably help win a fight? That strategy was meant to be used against mortals and monsters only." However, if one looked closely, they would notice the mischievous glint in his eye and a small smirk on the face of the god of deaths. Naruto's only source of pranking is the person Kushina wants. "Teach him not to mess with an Uzumaki. That's my Sochi-kun." When Kushina heard the final line of Naruto's remark, she thought proudly but with a hint of regret in her eyes. I wish you could too, Naru-chan. I want nothing more than to hold in my arms you again. Land of Rain. If Ares was angry before, he was even more so now. Raising his sword, he aimed it directly at the blonde's face. He spat, "You are going to die now, punk." With his free hand making the universal gesture of, "Come and get it," Naruto smirked beneath his mask and said, "Then bring it." His eyes narrowed. Before he knew it, Ares stood before him, his sword raised. Ares brought the sword down on Naruto, causing his eyes to widen. He then swiftly rolled to the left, barely avoiding a blow that would have severed his head. Quick, he thought, and Ares reappeared before him, his sword descending. Even though Naruto managed to block it, their swords colliding sent him skidding back a few feet. He was taken aback by Ares' strength in that swing and thought, he's strong too. Naruto quickly jumped away to give himself more space when Ares lunged in to swipe at his lower body. With the gravity seals on, I'm too slow. I need to remove them, he pondered. When Ares saw this, he mockingly said, running away. I thought you'd put up a bit more of a fight after all that tough talk. Gravity seals. Full release. Naruto raised a hand in a half-ram sign without responding. He felt as light as a feather as soon as a glow came from the middle of his back, but he was unable to fully appreciate the feeling before Ares appeared in front of him, his sword raised for another crippling blow. He was able to hold strong after Naruto blocked time and put him in a sword lock, but he could tell that his arms lacked the strength to withstand the gods. When he noticed Naruto's arms starting to shake, Ares grinned and thought, I'll admit this kid is fast and has good reflexes, but he's not good enough. He started to press his sword harder. Gritting his teeth, Naruto concentrated on avoiding Ares' sword. Naruto-kun. Use my chakra before you resort to that, Helena yelled, interrupting his thoughts to pump said chakra into his system, even though he didn't want to use it so early. Naruto was thanking her inwardly as he felt the chakra coursing through him, but as he started to push Ares' sword back, his eyes narrowed and he grunted. No mortal, half-blood or not, should be able to match this level of strength, Ares said, squinting as he saw Naruto's eyes turn blood red and felt his sword start to be pushed away. Do I sense a sinister force coursing through him? As he started to exert more force on his sword in an attempt to put an end to this situation right away, he thought. When he felt more pressure on the sword lock, Naruto grunted once more. He then started to unconsciously absorb chakra from Helena until wisps of it started to surround him. He then became more feral looking and threw Ares off him while panting. Ares stood up and gave Naruto a fierce look. That is, until he could actually see slivers of the young half-blood's power emanating from him and felt its output. How does he have such power? What on earth is that power? His eyes narrowed in rage. It's like chakra, but it's much darker. Camp, many girls, primarily from the Aphrodite cabin, yelled, "Su hot," when they saw Naruto's appearance with Helena's power emanating from him. Is this really how most mothers' children behave? Kushina asked, perspiring. She pondered. Land of Rain. Sheathing his sword, Ares started to go through hand signs more quickly than Naruto could follow. When he was done, he exclaimed, Fire style. 1000 burning limbs jutsu. The god's mouth roared a mass of flames that resembled golden limbs in the direction of Naruto's motionless form. He grinned and started to channel his chakra as they engulfed him. Camp. Kushina yelled, Get out of the way, Naruto. Having witnessed hundreds of victims of that jutsu over the years, Hades, Chiron, and even Dionysus started to worry because they could honestly say that Naruto had no chance against it if it struck him. Olympus, at once, a number of the gods exclaimed, Is Ares crazy? Hestia yelled, Get out of the way, Naruto, as if she were going to pass out. Zeus narrowed his eyes and smirked as he gazed at the viewing orb. What are you planning, young one? He asked. After glaring at the orb, Hermes, Hephaestus, and Aphrodite looked at one another once more and nodded. Hermes sent Naruto his claiming sign while snapping his fingers. Land of Rain. As the son of Hades was consumed by the flames, Ares grinned malevolently. Something about the flames caught his attention just as he turned to go. They were supposed to plow over and burn Naruto to ashes, but instead they started to circle him. The cry from the flames was, Wind style. Rotating dome. They perished to depict Naruto turning on the balls of his feet, his arms extended, and encircled by a dome of unadulterated wind. The wind died around him, and he slowed to a halt, grinning at Ares as if to inquire if that was all he had. Fire style. Phoenix incineration. Ares yelled, releasing a flaming phoenix head from his mouth, as Naruto managed to deflect his technique and proceeded to demonstrate more hand signals. Another fire jutsu? Smirked Naruto once more. Doesn't this guy realize that we're surrounded by its weakness? He thought as he began his own string of seals. Naruto yelled the name of his technique, Water Style. Water Dragon Jutsu, as his hands found the bird's final seal. The rain turned into a giant dragon, which soared at dazzling speeds in the direction of the phoenix, which at the time appeared to be quite small. With a tremendous hissing sound, the flaming head was extinguished, and the field was covered in steam. How on earth does he manage to avoid my attacks? Before he started to notice something glowing through the steam, Ares pondered. With a golden caduceus hovering over his head, Naruto was visible as the mist dissipated. When Ares saw this, his eyes widened. This punk is not only Hades' son, but also Hermes' descendant. I don't care whose kid, descendant he is, he thought, before his eyes narrowed in rage. I'll put an end to him. Naruto failed to notice the messenger god's symbol because he was too preoccupied with Ares. Camp. Everyone, especially the Hermes cabin, exclaimed, "Huh," when they saw the caduceus above Naruto's head. The whole camp turned to Kushina, who was massaging the back of her head, when they heard a sheepish giggle. "Did I forget to mention that Hermes is my great-grandfather?" she asked. The campers and even Hades were criticized after hearing her admission. Olympus, as if he had grown another head, the other gods were ogling Hermes. He said, "What?" And the god's face faltered, just like their kids at camp. Land of Rain. Ares flipped through more hand signs as the symbol faded, growling in rage. Fire Style. Giant Fireball. He yelled, shocking Naruto to his location with an incredibly large fireball that blasted out of his mouth. Helena yelled, "Come on Naruto-kun, move." Talia yelled, "Damn it Naruto, get out of the way." Naruto was too stunned by the size of the fireball to react to either of their attempts to get him into gear. When he noticed that Naruto was motionless and that the fireball was getting closer, Ares grinned and said, "I gotcha this time, punk." Olympus. Hestia covered her eyes and yelled, "No," as the fireball came closer to him. When the other gods saw this, their eyes widened, and Hephaestus swiftly snapped his fingers to make his point. Land of Rain. Ares smiled malevolently once more as Naruto was devoured. He was shocked to see Naruto standing there unharmed, with a flaming hammer above his head, but that fell when the flames subsided. Come on. The one occasion when I unexpectedly gained the upper hand and he also happens to be Hephaestus's descendant. What is it, let's all pick on Ares' day? Ares thought angrily, but a chibi version of himself was crying anime tears in his head. Camp. What? Is it a crime to be related to more than one god? She asked, but her inner thoughts were, thank you for saving my son, Hephaestus Sofu? Grandfather. As everyone turned to face the sheepishly smiling Kushina. Olympus. You're very welcome, grandchild, I said. When Hephaestus heard his granddaughter's gratitude, he thought, I'm just glad I made it in time. He turned back to watch the fight and asked, like Hermes, what? Last I checked it wasn't illegal to have a child with a half-blood. The other gods were now staring at him in shock. Would you have been able to cut it closer? In their minds, Hermes and Aphrodite posed a rhetorical question. Coming back to the fight, unaware of what everyone else was thinking, Naruto was staring down at himself in confusion. What? How'd I escape the fire? With a look of bewilderment on his face, he asked himself. I don't know, but your body is approaching the limit of chakra I can safely give you, so you had better end this quick, Helena replied. Naruto nodded. He was already experiencing the negative effects of her chakra, as evidenced by the shaking of his hands and the heavier breathing that came with each movement. He wouldn't be like this for long, that much was certain. Cut the Lina-chan chakra. He narrowed his eyes at Ares and thought to her, it's time I ended this. Just be careful, Naruto-kun. We both know you haven't fully mastered the new level yet. Helena said, nodding, interrupting the flow of her chakra. I know Lina-chan, Naruto said, nodding slowly while closing his eyes. Ares smirked to himself as he saw Naruto close his eyes, thinking, looks like the punk's given up. Naruto's appearance returned to normal. With his sword drawn, Ares charged at the blonde. Camp Percy yelled, no, don't just give up, as he saw his friend appear to accept defeat. Numerous other campers shared this sentiment. As they watched their son do this, Hades and Kushina appeared thoughtful. When a thought suddenly occurred to both of them, Kushina turned to face Hades, her eyes wide. You don't think that he's going to use it? Do you? She asked. Not taking his eyes off the orb, Hades nodded and said, if he's going to, then he had better use it quick. I hope you know what you're doing, Naru-chan, Kushina thought to himself as he nodded to him and turned back to see what would happen. Please, just get out of here alive. Olympus, and no, Hestia muttered, shielding her eyes from the impending event. What are you doing, Naruto? The other gods asked, their eyes narrowing. They all thought. They were aware that he still had tricks, but they had no idea why he was closing his eyes. Hephaestus and Hermes turned to face Aphrodite. She snapped her fingers and nodded. The battle, Ares smirked and said, this is it. As he approached and noticed that Naruto had not yet taken any action, he pondered. When he was within range, he raised his sword and was ready to strike Naruto in the head. The majority of those watching gaped as Naruto's eyes snapped open and his arm shot out towards Ares just before it connected. Shinra Tensie, he yelled, sending Ares flying into the crater's side and leaving an Ares-shaped hole in it. Olympus. What? Exclaimed all but 3 of the gods. When they heard Naruto yell out the name of his jutsu, they all widened their eyes in shock. Only a Rinnegan wielder could employ that jutsu. Uzu. Everyone in the Whirlpool village who was watching had wide eyes and a shocked expression. The 2 most shocked were Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had last seen or heard of that jutsu during Jiraiya's training of the AIM orphans. Tsunade stammered, and no, it's not possible, out. Jiraiya was in too much shock to speak. With a perplexed expression, Hiruzen questioned, what's not possible, Tsunade? When Jiraiya finally said, that jutsu, his sensei took notice. Without taking his eyes off the orb, he stated, someone can only use it when a special condition is met. Condition? Inquired Sarutobi. Hiruzen nodded in agreement as Jiraiya continued, saying, a condition that I've only seen to have been met by one person. As he delivered the final blow, Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on the orb. Only someone with the legendary Rinnegan can use it in its partner jutsu, Bansho Tenin. Hiruzen and Shizune were equally surprised, and he now realized why they were so taken aback. The battle, it can't be. Only the Rinnegan can use that jutsu. If this kid has it, then I'm doomed. Ares yelled in his head as he started to shakily drag himself out of the hole. Naruto noticed that Ares had a shocked expression when he emerged from the wall hole, and if he was not mistaken, there was also a tinge of fear. The first time Ares saw Naruto's eyes, he went pale and thought, oh shit. Naruto's eyes were not the azure blue that usual. Instead, they were now a dark royal blue with 3 rings surrounding the pupil, which had shrunk to the size of a dot. Naruto gave him a sly smile. He sounded a bit more assured than he actually was when he asked, scared Ares? I won't be able to stay for very long. Half of my remaining chakra was consumed by that final jutsu, he thought. Just as Ares was about to respond, Naruto started experiencing something. His clothing started to change, and a gentle golden light started to emanate from his form. The blue jeans, sneakers, and torn orange shirt were gone. They were now swapped out for combat boots, black skin-tight jeans, and a pure black cloak that reached his ankles. His toned abs were visible to everyone because his chest was bare. There was a full display of the spiral seal that contained Helena. When his mask finally came off, his now baby fatless face and his whisker birthmarks were visible. Not good, Ares thought, gulping as he definitively knew who had sent that sign. He thought he heard Helena giggling perversely as she saw his bare chest, and he could swear that if he looked inside the seal, he would see her drooling. Naruto looked down at his new outfit and said, not bad, but I could use a shirt. He also thought he heard Talia giggle pervertedly. Olympus, when she noticed that the others were staring at her, Aphrodite grinned and said, what? He happens to be the son of my daughter, Kushina. She then turned back to the orb, but her brow was twitching. But I feel like he just made fun of the outfit I sent him, she pouted. Unappreciative brat. Hestia was too preoccupied with blushing at Naruto's face and body to pay attention to anyone else, so she was unable to speak. Camp, Percy started to say, are those, but was cut off when half of the camp's females yelled, whiskers. The other half had just passed out from blood loss. With a sigh, Hades turned to Kushina and said, you wanted to know why I left him that mask? His wife nodded. He gestured to the female camper's conscious half, who were now staring at Naruto with the kind of look a predator would give its victim. That's why. When Kushina realized what her mother had just done, she moaned after giving it some thought. Really, Ka-san? Had you to remove his mask? Fangirls are causing him enough trouble already? Land of Rain. Naruto shivered, thinking, I had better not get any more fangirls because of this. He could almost feel the predatory looks the female campers were giving him. He grinned and said, You know, if you want to give up, all you have to do is say so. Ares' expression changed from one of shock and mild fear to one of murder, and his sunglasses started to melt. The war god never surrenders. I'm going to visit that slut you call a mother just for that, he yelled. When he noticed Naruto starting to shake, the god grinned and said, perhaps I'll show her what it's like to be with a god. Mindscape. Oh, Helena exclaimed upon hearing this. With concern, Talia turned to face her. Oh, what is the intended meaning of that? She inquired. Helena nodded. One thing you never do around Naruto, besides calling him a wimp, is insult Conan. She replied. Because once you do, you are as close to death as you can ever be without dying. Talia's eyes grew wide as she realized the significance of Ares' recent statement and the impending response from Naruto. They both turned back to watch the fight, and she only said, oh indeed. The battle. Ares felt an unbelievable amount of ki flood the area just as he was about to insult Conan some more. Ares gasped, such intent and bloodlust. Just what the hell is this boy? As he turned to face Naruto and noticed that his hair was now casting a shadow over his eyes, which were glowing from the shadow of his hair. When Naruto looked up, Ares saw that all that was visible in his eyes was hatred and a desire to tear him to pieces. A clone with a Rasengan aimed at the base of Ares' spine blocked his attempt to jump back when he saw Naruto standing in front of him with his sword drawn and aiming for his head. When he saw this, his eyes widened and he jumped over both attacks, but before he could react, Naruto's sword killed the clone. Ares grinned, then turned and quickly raced toward the village in the distance. No, you don't, Naruto yelled and started to run after him. I need more speed, Naruto thought as Ares managed to keep a safe distance from him. Well, I've already revealed the Rinnegan, why not use them, he thought. 6 people were running alongside him when the smoke cleared after he pulled out a sealing scroll, unrolled it, bit his thumb, and wiped the blood on the holding seal. The final 2 appeared to be different individuals with numerous metal rods pierced through their faces, but the other 4 appeared to be exactly like him. Minus the clothes, they were dressed in his shinobi clothes. This was Nagato's body, taller than the others, with a slightly round face, jaw-length red hair, and deathly pale skin. The piercings are the same ones that Nagato uses in his animal path during his invasion of Konoha. The Rinnegan was blazing in their eyes, and the second turned out to be Yahiko Harakan. Do it, Naruto said, turning to face his uncles, as he had come to call him, body. The body nodded, and the 7 of them leapt into the air as he started rapidly going through hand signals. When they were done, he clapped his hands together and said, Jutsu summoning, in a deadpan voice. Following Ares into the rain village, the 7 of them rode on the back of a giant eagle that emerged from a massive blast of smoke. Olympus, what? The others exchanged anxious glances as Zeus yelled, how does that half-blood have the Eagle clan? Zeus could be very particular about who had the contract of his animal symbol, and the others shook their heads. Zeus was quietly murmuring, if Hades has anything to do with this, then he'll wish I never gotten him out of Kronos' stomach. Camp. Why'd I feel that by giving Naruto the Eagle contract I have just made Zeus very angry? Hades gulped as they watched the final events, feeling the impulse to return to the underworld and lock himself in his palace. You okay, Hades-kun? Kushina asked, turning her head away from the now whispering campers as she heard his gulp. Elementally, she inquired. With trepidation, he nodded, as much as I can be when I get the feeling that I just royally pissed Zeus off. Nodding to him, Kushina sighed and said, I told you that giving Naruto that contract wasn't a good idea. With a nod, Hades said, yeah, I can see why now. Fight. It was easy to catch up to Ares now that the Eagle summons was giving them the speed they needed. Naruto glanced at his Azura path as his form approached, and it nodded and raised its hands. From the wrists up, the hands changed into 2 tiny missiles, which were hurled at Ares' fleeing rear. At the god's heels, they struck the earth, sending him hurtling into a building nearby. After pulling himself out of his predicament, Ares turned to glare at the blonde, but he stopped and gaped at him when he realized he had assistance. He started to question his chances of winning the fight, thinking, he can use the pad's ability too. Hell, he'd be lucky to escape unscathed. When Naruto noticed that he was running once more, he turned to face his adopted father's body. He nodded, and the body raised one arm and started to adjust the gravity around the god. When the Diva Path swung its hand down, Ares' retreating form was raised and returned to Naruto. He was slammed into a building's roof, the same building where Jiraiya was fighting against pain, and Naruto and his pads leapt down from the Eagle summons, which dispelled itself now that its task was completed. Naruto and the paths each made a chakra rod as they fell. As they approached the fallen war god, they lifted the rods above their heads. They came down on him, the rods held high, and Ares could only watch. As they arrived at the top of the building, the 7 of them pushed the rods in their hands down into the god's back. Oh my god! As the rods tore into his hands and back, pinning him to the ground, Ares let out a painful scream. Camp. When everyone realized that Ares had been pinned, there was total silence. Did I see correctly? Was Ares truly defeated by Naruto? A camper asked, rubbing his eyes. His neighbor was doing the same and nodded. I think he did. He's that powerful? And he hasn't even had hero training? Chiron could only gaze at the scene displayed by the orb. Like the centaur, Dionysus was gazing at the orb, but this time his expression was one of contemplation rather than shock. He was grinning and thought, I knew I liked this boy. Anyone able to put Ares in his place is okay in my book. Despite their surprise at Naruto's victory over Ares, Hades and Kushina were beaming with pride. Sochi-kun, you succeeded, Kushina thought joyfully. That's my boy, Hades thought proudly, and you've made me proud, Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was the target of hateful gazes from every corner of the Ares cabin. Olympus. When the gods realized what Naruto had done to Ares, there was a stunned silence. How? Many of the gods reacted similarly to Hera, who was shocked to learn that her son had lost. Zeus, however, was simply gazing blankly at the scene. At that moment, it was impossible to describe his thoughts. Hestia was looking at the viewing orb in disbelief when she suddenly smiled broadly and started yelling, I knew you could do it, Naruto. You have proven yourself to the others now, my Mago, again. It means grandchild. I don't know the term for great-grandchild, said Hermes, Hephaestus, and Aphrodite grinning proudly. The Rain Village, the golden blood of the gods was streaming from Ichor's wounds as Naruto glared at the god who was restrained by the 7 chakra rods, 6 in his back and the final one preventing him from using his hands. PP, please have mercy, Ares pleaded, staring at Naruto with a terrified and incredulous expression. It's quite pitiful, don't you think? A god pleading with a mortal for mercy. As he brought his hands together, palms facing less than an inch apart, Naruto continued to glare down at him. We are not done yet, Ares, he said, focusing what was left of his chakra. A tiny black sphere of pure chakra formed between his palms. Naruto looked up from his palms to his pads and sent them the mental command. They nodded, and 2 grabbed Ares and tore him out of his pinned state, causing the defeated god more pain and humiliation. He then threw him into the air, high into the air. Naruto brought his hands together once more after the 2 collided. Tensai Chibaku. When he yelled the jutsu name, the rocks began to fly and assemble around Ares, forming a massive round ball similar to the one he used to fight pain. Ah! With a cry of exhaustion, Naruto made his body surrender what little chakra it still had. The only indication of Ares was his head protruding from the side of the enormous structure, which at the time the earth ball was formed resembled a miniature moon. With his hands resting on his knees to prevent him from collapsing and his chakra reserves nearly depleted, Naruto was left a panting mess. He thought to the vixen in his stomach, Lina-chan, give me enough chakra to use this last jutsu. Alright, Naruto-kun, this will hurt a little. Helena gave him what he requested even though she said, your body isn't ready to use more of my chakra than you already have. Naruto nodded to her, felt her chakra surge through his system once more, boosting his dwindling reserves, and then felt a great deal of pain shoot through his body, but he pushed it aside for the moment and got to his feet, glaring at the ball of earth holding the god in check. Ares, we're not finished yet. You called Konan Ka-san a slut and threatened to rape her during the battle. My newest jutsu will pay for what you have threatened to do by making you the first victim. To further frighten the god, Naruto yelled at him. I have developed a lightning jutsu so strong that it can compete with Zeus' Master Bolt, if not outperform it. Thunder was starting to rumble as Naruto yelled from the top of the structure, his blue and Helena's red chakras encircling him in a whirling storm. Uzu. All of the shinobi in the village, who had all heard of the legendary Zeus and his Master Bolt. A jutsu so powerful that it could easily blow the tops off mountains and destroy entire villages, were stunned by what Naruto had said. One Jonin was particularly taken aback by what his younger brother claimed to have achieved. Did he actually develop such a strong jutsu? To compete with the legendary Master Bolt? Pulling his headband up to allow his Sharingan to examine and perhaps replicate it, Kakashi posed the question. Olympus. At this declaration, All of the gods were stunned to silence, and they all felt a surge of ki emanating from Zeus. Upon looking at him with concern, they saw that he was glaring angrily at Naruto through the orb. "That boy is so rude to make fun of me. Show me this alleged jutsu," he spat. To be honest, the other gods were a little afraid of this jutsu, especially if it was as strong as Naruto claimed, so they turned to watch it from the other side of the orb. Camp. They stared at the orb in disbelief at what Naruto had just said, and nobody spoke. Was there something more potent than Zeus' Master Bolt? If so, they knew they should never mess with the blonde. Dionysus, Hades, Kushina, and Chiron were all staring at this jutsu with a mixture of surprise and mild curiosity. The battle. A ball of crackling lightning covered Naruto's fist as his chakra started to rise to previously unheard of levels, and as he raised it into the air, a gigantic dragon head emerged from the clouds. Naruto scowled at the god, who was now frightened and struggling. "Now disappear with the thunderclap, and let this signal the start of the one called pain," Naruto shouted. He thrust his lightning-covered hand towards Ares and called out the name of his jutsu, Kirin. At Ares, the dragon head roared and shot through the air at dizzying speed. Ares's mouth was open in a silent scream as the lightning dragon crashed into him, and all he could do was stare in terror. A dazzling flash of light and a deafening boom caused rocks from the miniature moon to fly everywhere. There was nothing left of the enormous ball of earth when the light went out, and Ares was not there. Where the rain had fallen on the rain village for all time, the clouds parted, revealing the sun. On the roof's edge, Naruto was seen panting heavily, nearly unconscious from severe chakra exhaustion. With a sly smile, he started to collapse, saying, "Now, Ares, you shall forever know pain," he whispered, plunging from the building's top, unable to hold himself up any longer. The last thing he saw and heard before he lost consciousness was the fast-approaching ground and Helena's and Talia's concerned shouts of, "Naruto-kun." He was about to hit it when he disappeared, as did the orbs that were watching his battle. Uzu. Everyone in the village was left speechless by the blonde Jinchuriki's treatment of the man he was fighting. They believed he had been vaporized. Kakashi's eyes went wide with surprise as he stammered, "He actually did it." His assessment? His Sharingan had witnessed every inch of the damage it had caused. It had the same power as Naruto had promised, if not more. Olympus. Without knowing what to do or say, the gods sat in awe. Even after the orb disappeared, all they could do was gaze at the location where Naruto had been. Zeus himself was completely stunned. The Master Bolt wasn't nearly as strong as that jutsu. Camp. Everyone stared at the spot where the orb had been, unable to speak. They turned to see that Hades now held Naruto's battered and unconscious form after hearing a small pop and a pair of fingers snap. With smiles that conveyed their pride, Hades and Kushina did nothing but gaze proudly at their son. Everyone was just staring at them when Hades looked up. "What?" He raised an eyebrow. When Naruto opened his eyes, he found himself in a black void that he recognized. "Not this place again," he moaned. The girl's voice echoed in his mind as she started to take shape. "Yes, Naruto, you are here again." With a nod and a sigh, Naruto said, "Very well, what's it about this time?" With a laugh, the girl said, "I came to tell you something from your father." "And what would that be? And why can't he tell me himself when I wake up?" he asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "He said to tell you that you have made him very proud," she said, giggling once more. "And he can't tell you in person because when you awake, he and Lady Kushina will have gone back to the underworld." Naruto's expression darkened. His birth parents had to leave him after only a brief encounter. At that moment, he recalled the girl's previous words. His father had been proud of him. He had not felt this way since Konan and Yahiko had taken him in, but it made him smile a little and gave him a sense of closure. When the girl cleared her throat, he snapped out of his reverie. With a sheepish smile, he gestured for her to go on. With a slight smile, she rolled her eyes and carried on as instructed. She produced 2 scrolls from the inside of her kimono and said, "Lord Hades and Lady Kushina have also asked that I give you these." When Naruto picked them up, he noticed that the Uzumaki clan's symbol was on the second and the Hades symbol was stamped on the side of the first. When he saw this, his eyes widened, and he raised his head to ask her a silent question. She laughed and nodded once more before explaining sheepishly at the end, "Yes, the one with the Uzumaki swirl is the rest of your inheritance from your mother, and the other one, well, I can't really say as I don't know what's in it." At the end, Naruto's perspiration stopped. The blonde half-blood nodded as she explained, "And they will appear beside you when you awaken." Suddenly, the darkness around them started to lighten. As she started to fade away, the girl sighed and said, "Well, this is goodbye for now, Naruto." Naruto nodded, but then he had an idea. Wait, can't I at least get your name?" he repeated. As she continued to fade away, the girl laughed at him and nodded her form. "It's Masumi," she said, and she and Naruto disappeared into thin air. Outside the void, Naruto moaned, as his eyes opened. He discovered that he was lying in the large house's medical room after his eyes had acclimated to the new lighting. He sat up, rubbed his head, and moaned once more, and regretted doing so right away. He let out another moan, dragging the word for the length of the agony that had swept through his body. Helena asked, her voice laced with concern, "You were right, Naru-kun?" Naruto leaned against the headboard and closed his eyes, trying to block out the pain as he groaned once more. He told her, "Yeah. Just sore. I would expect that you would be." Helena responded, "After all, you did fight the war god." Naruto sighed and said, "Don't remind me." He pondered, "I knew he would be strong, but I just barely managed to beat him. If it wasn't for you or the Rinnegan, I probably wouldn't be here right now." "Yes, that's true." Helena nodded in agreement, he sensed. She started to yell, letting her anger, which she had repressed because of her worry, out as she tore into him. "But don't you ever go doing something so stupid again. You hear me?" she said, pausing for breath, and someone who had been silent took the opportunity to add her 2 cents. "What were you thinking? You could have died. If it had been anybody else, they would have died from a mixture of chakra exhaustion and poisoning." Talia started, her voice containing the same rage as Helena's. "Helena is right, Naruto." Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but she interrupted, saying, "You would have been killed during the fight. What would have happened had you not had Helena there to help you?" she asked. Then she became very quiet and asked, "Did you not stop to think about the consequences? What would have happened to Helena, to your mother, to me?" The question caused Naruto's eyes to widen, and he started to understand the consequences of losing. His mother would have been devastated, and since she hadn't completely moved on from Yahiko's death, she would have likely fallen into a depression from which she would never have fully recovered. Helena? That was a little simpler to figure out, and it didn't make him feel any better. In fact, it made him feel worse. Because his heart would stop the moment his did because of the seal that bound her. He also questioned whether his father could save their lives. What about Talia? Why she would have included herself in the equation baffled him. She couldn't possibly have those kinds of feelings for him, could she? Yes, they had become close during the last few days she had been living in the amulet. However, the door to the medic room opened, revealing Chiron, Percy, and Grover before Naruto could inquire what was on his mind. When they realized he was awake, their previously anxious eyes turned to ones of relief, and they all exhaled in relief. Chiron uttered the words, "Thank the gods, I thought that you wouldn't be awake for another few days." Naruto let out a sigh, mentally noted that he would like to continue the conversation later, and then focused on his guests. "Yeah, well, you know me, I'm a fast healer." He rubbed the back of his head and gave them a sheepish smile, trying desperately to ignore the pain that had shot through his body when he moved his arm. Grover inquired, "You okay?" Upon noticing his anguished look. Naruto tried to smile jokingly but was again unsuccessful because of the pain radiating through his body. "Yeah. Just remind me to never do that again," he moaned once more. "This is why I hate chakra exhaustion," he muttered softly, "it hurts like hell." He heard Percy and Grover snort a few times and turned to face them irritably. "Ha ha, laugh at the injured one, will you?" he asked. They remained silent but showed amusement. A mixture of slyness and mischievousness emerged when Naruto said, "Let's see you laughing when I shear your fur off, or I make training all the more hellish." The other 2 teenagers, Grover is still a teenager, both turned pale and retreated as soon as they heard him. Heroes never ceased to amuse him with their sometimes outrageous behavior, and Chiron shook his head with a smile. He was about to say something when he noticed the scrolls on Naruto's bedside table. "Naruto?" he inquired, diverting Naruto's focus from his cunning and raising the blonde half-blood's eyebrows. "Would you mind explaining what those are doing here, when they clearly weren't when your parents put you here to rest?" Chiron said, gesturing to the scrolls. He stated plainly, "They're the rest of my inheritance." He sighed and started to explain, drawing some curious looks from the other 3. "When I passed out, I was visited by a messenger of my father," he said, causing the 3 listeners' eyes to widen. Before they could say anything else, he lied and reached for the one with the swirl, saying, "I was actually just about to read them when you walked in." However, his condition made it impossible for him to lean that far over in bed, and he started to topple over. As he handed him the one Naruto desired, Chiron steadied him and said, "Here, don't strain yourself." Chiron moved aside to let him read, and he nodded his gratitude. With another sigh, he unrolled the scroll, wiped the blood that had accumulated on the seal, and bit his thumb. "Sochi-kun, to begin with, what the devil were you thinking? Fighting Ares nearly killed you from chakra exhaustion. Are you aware that?" "Okay. Skipping the part where Mom chews my ass for fighting Ares," Naruto replied. When he heard his friends, the seal, and the amulet snickering, he started to perspire. "Now that I have made my point, I want to share something very important with you. When you read my first letter, I wasn't entirely truthful with you." His eyebrows raised in perplexity. "Without obtaining the full bloodline, I was able to unlock some of the Rinnegan's abilities." His gaze expanded. "I could create chakra chains from my chakra, which was the ability. They're based on the same principle as those chakra rods you use. However, they are meant to bind and hold down your opponent rather than pierce them. In addition to my unique chakra, I was also able to control Helena's chakra. I managed to force my chakra into a tailed beast and send it into the chains until someone managed to seal it. I apologize for not informing you sooner, but I needed to make sure you were prepared before you began training using the unmentioned techniques. Based on your battle with Ares, I think you are now prepared. When you get to level 5, you can use one of those techniques, which allows you to bring the dead back to life. Indeed, I am aware that the Rinnegan already possessed that ability, but this one is unique. The power is at least 100 times greater, but it is still the same." When he understood what Kushina was saying, his eyes grew wide. He was suddenly filled with possibilities, but one, or rather, two, stood out the most. "I can bring back Yahiko Tu-san and Nagato Oji-san. As you may have guessed, you can bring someone back from the dead regardless of how long they have been gone from the living world," he pondered. Inside the seal at the bottom of the page is another scroll that contains the remaining abilities you are unaware of. "Love. Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, your devoted Ka-san." Naruto looked up after finishing his reading to discover that Chiron was the only person still in the room with him after his friends had left. He looked at him, requesting the other scroll. Naruto read what his father had to say to him after Chiron nodded and gave it to him after he had bitten his thumb and cleaned the blood off the seal. "Naruto, let me start by congratulating you on defeating Ares. My son, you have truly made me proud. Second, I have to agree with your mother because, as your father, I naturally care about your health, not because I'm afraid she'll kill me if I don't. And this is how a god tells his children, I love you. However, I must inform you of a crucial issue. My helm has disappeared." Naruto's eyes grew wide with surprise and incredulity. "I am giving you the task of finding it and bringing it to me in the underworld because I haven't told anyone else about it. Gods cannot take each other's symbols of power directly, so he must have had someone with half-blood take it for him. I have a suspicion as to who might have taken it, but I'm not positive. Ares is the person I believe stole it. Since this would not be the first time he has attempted to take something from me, I have good reason to suspect him. Since the winter solstice and, indirectly, the gods' meeting, it has been absent. Ares may have persuaded one of the half-bloods to carry out the act because the campers were there on a field trip. However, there was also another theft that took place at that time. Zeus's master bolt. The amulet around his neck made Naruto gasp, and Helena whispered, "How? The master bolt is Zeus's most guarded possession. Since Ares hasn't attempted to get the master bolt yet, I suspect that he has also stolen it, but I can't be certain. However, I must caution you against flying if you decide to accept the mission I have given you. Zeus has started to suspect you both of being the culprits since Poseidon claimed Percy and I claimed you, and has begun to hold us both accountable for the theft. I don't know how he came up with the idea. However, given his knowledge of my younger brother, he most likely believes that we collaborated on it. I've been trying my hardest to talk him out of it, but it hasn't worked. But given the recent Hellhound attack on Percy, I suspect Chiron may send him on a guest of his own. You two should work together to get the Master Bolt and my helm back by the deadline for the summer solstice. Because Zeus has already demanded the return of his bolt by that point. His substitute, Poseidon, and I are at full-scale conflict. This war must not occur, Naruto. You have to do everything in your power to return that bolt to him. Although it would be nice if you could return my helm by the same date, it is not necessary as long as you and Percy return the Master Bolt to Zeus. Please understand that I cannot afford to let my kingdom grow any more quickly than it already has. I don't mean to put any pressure on you. Furthermore, I will have no control over the expansion rate if I allow this war to continue. Not to mention how much paperwork I have to do, I already have issues with it. Believe me, nothing is more evil than paperwork. Just make sure that the war doesn't break out. Regards. Hades, your father. Or Minato Namikaze, if you'd rather. Naruto's eyes were so wide by the time he stopped reading that they might have been rolling on the ground, and the letter was in his trembling hands so tightly that it might have ripped. With a worried expression, Chiron said, "Something wrong?" All that Naruto did was give the centaur the scroll and gesture for him to read it. Chiron followed instructions while looking perplexed. But when he started reading, that changed, and by the time he was done, he looked exactly like Naruto. After exchanging glances, they all said, "This is not good." The following day, Percy woke up with a start, drenched in cold sweat, thinking, another nightmare. He looked down at his trembling hands, thinking, they've gotten worse since the claiming. Well, at least I know I didn't dream up the storm, he thought as he peered out the window of cabin 3 and saw thunder rolling across the valley and a storm building. Like a hoof tapping on the threshold, he heard a clopping at the door. "Come in." Grover entered with a worried gait. "Mr. D wants to see you and Naruto." "Why? He wants, I better let him tell you, but come on, Naruto is waiting for us." Percy dressed nervously and followed, certain that he and Naruto were in serious trouble. He had been half expecting a summons to the large house for the past few days following the claiming. He reasoned that it was illegal for them to be alive now that Naruto was conscious and that it had been discovered that they were both the offspring of two of the big three gods, who were not supposed to have children. Naruto had hinted at the possibility that he was Poseidon's son, so it wasn't like he had been particularly shocked. What had shocked Naruto was the person his father had become. Hell! Death's god? How on earth could anyone overlook that fact? A thunderclap startled him out of his reverie, and he asked Grover if they would require an umbrella. "No," said the satyr, shaking his head, "it never rains here unless we want it to." "Then what the hell is that?" asked Percy, pointing to the storm with a doubtful expression. Grover looked up at the sky uneasily. "It'll pass over us. Bad weather usually does." Grover was correct, and Percy shook his head. It hadn't even been cloudy during the week and a half that he and Naruto had been there. The valley was completely encircled by the few rain clouds they had seen. However, this one was enormous. They noticed that everyone appeared tense even though they were all going about their regular business. They continued to monitor the storm. As they arrived at the large house's porch, they noticed Dionysus, Naruto leaning against the railing, and Chiron, in his makeshift wheelchair, playing pinochle. They were obviously anticipating their arrival. Dionysus said, well, without raising his gaze, our second celebrity. Percy waited. Mr. D commanded, "Come closer, and just because your father is old Barnacle Beard doesn't mean that I have to bow down to you, mortal." Thunder shook the house's windows and a great deal of lightning danced across the sky. Ignoring the incident, he said, "Blah, blah, blah." Grover cowered by the railing, his hoofs clopping back and forth. Chiron pretended to be interested in his cards, and Naruto gazed at the wine god without expression. "If I had my way," he started, "I would make your molecules glow with fire. A lot of trouble would be avoided if we swept up the ashes. But Chiron and your friend there," Mr. D said, gesturing to Naruto, "seem to feel this would be against my mission at this cursed camp. To keep you little shits safe. And this FIC is rated M for a reason, so I apologize if the language offends some of you. Sorry, but spontaneous combustion is a form of harm, Mr. D, Naruto said, shaking his head, and I would rather not suddenly burst into flames. He smiled amusingly. Nonsense, said Dionysus, you two wouldn't feel a thing. I have, however, committed to self-control. I'm considering sending you both to your fathers and changing the seaweed over there into a dolphin and you blondie into a fox or something. Mr. D-, cautioned Chiron. The director gave in and sighed in frustration. Oh, all right, adding, there's one more option. But it's deadly stupidity, he said, getting up to go to the emergency meeting on Olympus. I'll transform any of the boys into the animals I want if they're still here when I return. You get it? He gestured to Naruto once more, who merely raised an eyebrow at the god, saying, and Perseus Jackson, if you are at all smart, unlike your friend here, you'll see that's a much more sensible choice than what Chiron and Blondie feel you must do. After saying that, Dionysus took a playing card and used it to create a security pass. The god vanished with a snap of his fingers. Chiron's smile at Percy was strained and worn out. Please, all of you sit. They did. With a winning hand he hadn't been able to use, Chiron placed his cards on the table. Tell me, Percy, he said, how did you interpret the Hellhound? The dark-haired half-blood shuddered at the sound of that name. Percy didn't feel like lying, but he could guess what Chiron wanted him to say. It scared me, he continued. If you hadn't shot it, I'd be dead. Percy, you'll encounter worse. Even worse, before you finish. What have you finished? Of course, you and Naruto will both be leading these quests. Are you going to accept it? Percy looked first at Grover, who was crossing his fingers, and then at Naruto, who at first glance appeared unconcerned because he had put his mask back on, but upon closer inspection, he could see that there was a tiny flicker of hope in his eyes. His gaze returned to Chiron, and he said tremblingly, "You haven't told me what it is yet." With a grimace, Chiron and Naruto said, "Well, that's the hard part, the details." The storm clouds had now reached the beach's edge, and the sea and sky appeared to be boiling together from Percy's vantage point as the thunder rumbled once more. With an expression of realization on his face, Percy uttered the words, "Poseidon and Zeus, they're fighting over something valuable. Something that was stolen, aren't they?" Grover and Chiron exchanged glances as Naruto furrowed his brow. "How did you know that?" Chiron asked, leaning forward in his wheelchair. "The weather has been strange since Christmas, like the sky and sea are fighting," Percy said, regretting opening his mouth because his face felt hot. "Then, when I spoke with Annabeth a few days ago, she brought up a theft," he said. "That's not all, is it?" Naruto said, squinting his eyes at him. He said. Percy shook his head, looking a little surprised. He stated, "I've been having these dreams." "I was aware of it," Grover cried out. Chiron practically commanded, "Hush, satyr." "But they are on a quest," Grover exclaimed again, his eyes bright with excitement. "It must be." "Yet, Percy, you were right," Chiron said, stroking his beard, sighing but nodding. "True, but only the oracle can determine. Zeus and your father are fighting more bitterly than they have in centuries. They're at odds over a valuable item that was taken. Specifically, a lightning bolt." "A what?" Percy laughed nervously and asked. "Do not take this lightly," Chiron cautioned. "I'm not talking about some tinfoil-covered zigzag you would see in a second-grade play," he continued. Naruto entered. "What we're talking about here, Percy, is a 2-foot-long cylinder of high-grade celestial bronze, capped at both ends with god-level explosives." With wide eyes, Percy said, "Oh." With a distant glance, Naruto went on, "Zeus's master bolt. The emblem of his strength that serves as the model for all other lightning bolts. The bolt that tore off the summit of Mount Etna and flung Kronos from his throne was the first weapon the Cyclops had created for the battle against the Titans. The Master Bolt, on which my Kirin Jutsu is based, is powerful enough to make mortal hydrogen bombs appear insignificant." After completing his explanation, Naruto noticed that no one was listening to the seal or the amulet, and that everyone was staring at him as if he had grown a second head. What gives you your extensive knowledge of the bolt?" Chiron inquired, astonished by Naruto's extensive knowledge of the subject. "You really think I wouldn't do research on the one thing that can harm a tailed beast?" said Naruto, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. After observing their expressions shift in realization, he asked rhetorically, "Sorry, but I am not going to let anyone hurt the one person who's been with me since birth." The others nodded. They were aware of Helena's relationship and had been aware of her for some time. However, Percy noticed that Naruto had previously said, "Wait." Naruto nodded as he said, "You mean to tell me that the Master Bolt is just as powerful as that thing was? You said that you based that last technique you used on Ares after the Master Bolt. Oh, if only you knew just how powerful that jutsu is, Naruto," the author says with a mischievous grin before he starts typing again. "Well, I haven't seen the actual bolt in action, but I would expect that it has a similar and possibly greater damage rated than the Kirin does," he said, rubbing the back of his head. Naruto nodded once more and smiled sheepishly. Percy turned pale as he started to understand what he was getting into. So there's no Master Bolt?" In an attempt to recover from the shock of the revelation, he asked. "Stolen," said Chiron. "By whom?" Chiron corrected, "By whom? It seems that once a teacher is a teacher forever. By you and Naruto." Percy's jaw dropped. "At least that's what Zeus thinks," Chiron said, stalling his protests with a raised hand. "Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades quarreled at the final council of the gods on the winter solstice. It was the same old bullshit about which Mother Rhea preferred, which disasters were superior, etc. Zeus later discovered that his Master Bolt had been stolen right in front of him from the throne room. He blamed Poseidon right away. Now, according to the oldest of divine laws, a god cannot directly appropriate another god's symbol of power. Zeus, however, thinks your father persuaded a human hero to accept it. But I didn't. Be patient and pay attention, child," Chiron said, adding that Zeus had good reason to be wary. Poseidon has some control over those who make his brother's weapons because the Cyclops forges are submerged beneath the sea. Zeus thinks Poseidon has stolen it and is now scheming to have the Cyclops amass an illicit copy collection that could be used to depose Zeus. Zeus was only uncertain about which hero Poseidon had used to steal the bolt. Furthermore, he is now certain that Hades has been conspiring with him and that they used both of you for the theft after Poseidon and Hades publicly claimed you and Naruto. You two could have easily sneaked up to Olympus, and Zeus thinks he has found his thieves, especially since you were both in New York during the winter holidays. However, neither of us has ever visited Olympus. Zeus is insane. Naruto snorted with laughter as Chiron and Grover looked anxiously up at the sky. I wholeheartedly agree with you, Zeus is crazy, he replied. Well, guys. We don't use the C word to describe the Lord of the Sky, Grover stated. Perhaps paranoid, Chiron said, but Poseidon has attempted to overthrow Zeus before. He looked at the two of them as if he expected them to recall that. I think it was question 38 on your final exam. Naruto let out a sigh and started to explain, pointing out that Percy clearly had forgotten about the golden net. He said, Poseidon, Hera, and the other gods trapped Zeus in a golden net until he promised to be a better ruler. Chiron nodded to him and said, that's right, since then, he has never trusted Poseidon. Naturally, Hades and Poseidon deny stealing the bolt. The accusation greatly offended them. The three of them have been arguing back and forth and threatening to go to war ever since. You two have now appeared, the figurative last straws. But we're only children, Percy cried out. Percy, Grover said, if you were Zeus, and you already thought one of your brothers was plotting to overthrow you, and then both of them suddenly admit to breaking an oath. Hey, that oath didn't mention the shinobi world, Naruto interrupted, glaring at the now sheepishly satyr. Before continuing, he said, right, sorry. Wouldn't your toga be twisted if one of your brothers abruptly acknowledged that he had broken the sacred oath he took following World War II and that he had fathered a new mortal hero who might be used as a weapon against you? He asked, glaring at Naruto after he used the word, one. However, I took no action. My father, Poseidon, didn't actually have this master bolt taken, did he? Percy inquired. Most astute observers would concur that stealing is not the style of Poseidon or Hades, Chiron sighed. The sea god, however, is too arrogant to attempt to persuade Zeus of that. Since he is only able to visit Olympus on the winter solstice, Hades has been unable to do much to stop their arguments. Zeus has requested that his bolt be returned by the summer solstice on June 21st. Poseidon also requests an apology on that day for being referred to as a thief. Again, Hades is powerless to change the situation, but he is trying his hardest to maintain harmony between them. Since then, other gods like Hera, Demeter, and Hestia have tried their best to help the two brothers see. But Zeus is angry because of you and Naruto's arrival. Neither of them is going to back down now. War will break out unless someone steps in and finds the Master Bolt and returns it to Zeus before the solstice. Percy, are you aware of what a full-fledged war would entail? Wrong? Percy speculated. Percy, you should really pick up a book and read more often. Naruto sighed and shook his head, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Before Percy could respond, he went on, imagine the world in chaos. Nature is at conflict with itself. Olympus was compelled to choose between Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus. Destruction. Bloodshed. Millions have died. The Western world became a battlefield so vast that it would have made the Trojan War seem like a water balloon fight. Bad, Percy said again, and you and I, Percy Jackson, would be the first to feel Zeus's wrath. Everyone in the camp stopped what they were doing to look up at the sky as it began to rain. Percy became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He and Naruto had brought this storm to Half-Blood Hill, and Zeus was punishing the entire camp as a result. He gritted his teeth and said, so we have to find the stupid bolt and return it to Zeus. What better peace offering than to have Zeus's property returned by the sons of Hades and Poseidon? Chiron asked. Where is the thing if they don't have it? The grim-faced centaur said, I don't really know, but I believe I know the general direction. It's part of a prophecy I had years ago. Well, some of the lines make sense to me now. However, you also need to retrieve something else in addition to the bolt. But you have to start the quest formally before I can elaborate. You two need to approach the Oracle's council. Why don't you simply let us know where to go in advance? What else do you throw at us out of the blue? Percy inquired. In order, Chiron replied. First, because if I did you wouldn't be so sure about taking the challenge, and second, it is something that went missing at the same time as the bolt. After giving him a long look, Percy shook his head and muttered, "Whatever." "So you agree? I don't know about you, Percy, but I would rather not feel what it's like to have a gazillion volts of electricity running through my body," Percy said, turning to Naruto after Grover gave him a supportive nod. His statement caused Percy to perspire, but he understood his point. "All right," he replied, "it's better than being turned into a dolphin." Chiron turned to face Naruto and gave the centaur a nod to indicate his choice. "Very well then," Chiron said, "it's time for you two to consult the oracle. Naruto Uzumaki and Percy Jackson, go upstairs to the attic. We'll talk more when you get back down, assuming you're still sane." The two half-bloods were staring at a green trapdoor in the large house's ceiling after climbing 4 flights of stairs. With a sigh, Naruto tugged the cord, and a wooden ladder clattered into position as the door opened. Naruto turned to face Percy, who was starting to show signs of hesitation, and said, "Well, it's now or never." The two of them went up the ladder. Percy shivered upon inhaling the warm air in the room, which smelled of rotten wood, mildew, and something he recognized from biology class: snakes. Ignoring the attic description, everyone is aware of its appearance. "Is that a mother?" As they caught sight of what was next to the window, Percy spoke to Naruto in a hoarse whisper. He whispered back, "I think it is." He had witnessed some odd things in his life, but this was the most bizarre thing he had ever seen. The sight of it sent shivers down their spines, but that was before she sat up on her stool and opened her mouth, releasing a green mist that hissed like 20,000 snakes and rolled over the floor in thin tendrils. They heard a raspy voice slithering into their ears and coiling around their brains as Percy staggered back, but Naruto grabbed him by the shoulder to hold him in place. "I am Delphi's spirit, the one who spoke Phoebus Apollo's prophecies, and the one who killed the powerful Python. Ask, approach, and speak." Naruto shoved Percy to the front, despite his desire to flee and never return. He gave his friend a brief glare before returning his focus to the mummy-spewing green mist and asking, "What is my destiny?" Immediately after he finished speaking, the fog grew thicker around them and gathered around the table with the pickled monster parts. 4 men were seated around the table playing cards, and as the fog cleared, Percy could see the faces of the men. They were Gabe and his friends. His fists were clenched. He was angry to see his stepfather even though he knew it was a fake. In the oracle's squeaky voice, Gabe's image turned to them and said, "You shall go west, and face the god that has turned. You shall find the stolen items, and see them safely returned," the image on the right said, looking up and using the same voice. After dealing out 2 poker chips, the person on the left, from whom Naruto had won the old teddy bear, looked up and declared, "You shall be betrayed by the one that calls you a friend." The worst statement of all was then made by building manager Eddie, "And you shall fail to save what matters most, in the end." The mummy turned to Naruto as the figures vanished, leaving a stunned Percy to gaze at their location. With a sigh, Naruto posed the same question as Percy: "What is my fate?" Once more, the mist grew thicker around them, and then 4 figures appeared, standing in a circle around him. As the figures' faces became more distinct, Naruto was able to make out their faces and exclaimed, "Gigi? Inu Nisan? Nichan Kurenai? What is Konan Kasen?" he asked in confusion. In fact, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Konan Harakan, and Kakashi Hitaki, all wearing masks and Anbu uniform, were standing in front of him. When Sarutobi stepped forward to deliver the first line of his prophecy, the figures ignored his stunned face. "You shall travel to the west, retrieve what was stolen and see it safely returned. You shall be tested by the gods to prove your worth," Inu, Kakashi declared as he took the stage. "Emotions shall be found in the tensest of moments," Kurenai said as she took a position in the front. A startling revelation was then given by Konan. "You shall travel to the place you once called home to stop the destruction of those you hold dear." The final and most perplexing statement was then uttered by all of them. "You will fight the one you cannot remember for the power of the 9th beast." When the mummy's mouth closed with a loud snap, the figures of Naruto's adopted family and surrogate vanished, and the mummy leaned back against the wall as if she had never moved. Naruto and Percy both felt that they could stand there until they themselves turned into shriveled-up husks and that they would never learn anything more, despite their desire to object and inquire as to what she meant. It was the end of their oracle audience. "All right?" As they left the large house, Chiron inquired. Naruto placed his head on the table and said, "You go first, Percy. I still need to think about some things." They sagged into seats at the pinnacle table and glanced at each other. As the others turned to face the dark-haired half-blood, he sighed and said, "She said we would retrieve what was stolen." Grover chewed the remnants of a Diet Coke can while sitting forward. "That's fantastic," with excitement, he said. But Chiron was staring at him pensively, asking, "What exactly was said by the oracle?" "This is important," he said. Percy repeated what he had heard, his ears still ringing from the mummy's reptilian voice. She said we would go west and I would face a god who has turned and retrieve what was stolen and see it safely returned." According to Grover, "I knew it." Chiron appeared unconvinced. "Anything else?" Percy was reluctant to inform them. His mind was still ringing with a few lines of the prophecy, wondering what friend would betray him. He didn't have many, but the last line was the one that worried him the most, because he couldn't understand why a prophecy would send him a guest and say, "Oh, by the way, you'll fail." How on earth was he able to admit that? He replied, "No, that's about it." Chiron studied his face and gave him a suspicious look before turning to face Naruto. "How about you, Naruto?" he inquired. Sighing, Naruto raised his head to gaze at them and said, "Mine said that I would travel west, find what was stolen and see it safely returned." "What else?" Chiron asked, raising a brow, he inquired. Sighing once more, Naruto uttered the following sentence. "She said I would be tested by the gods to prove my worth." Grover's and Chiron's eyes grew wide. What? Wasn't your battle with Ares sufficient to demonstrate that?" Grover inquired. "I'm not sure, but did she say anything else, Naruto?" Chiron inquired. Knowing that everything would be revealed in due time, Naruto considered telling them the rest of it but ultimately decided against it. He nodded in agreement as Chiron examined what he could see of his face and found no signs of deception. "No, that's pretty much it." "Excellent, you too. But be aware that the oracle frequently uses words that have more than one meaning. Avoid obsessing over them. Until the actual events occur, the truth is not always evident," he said. They gave a nod. Percy tried to shift the conversation by saying, "Okay, so where do we go? This god has turned. Who is he?" Think, Percy," Chiron said, "who stands to gain the most if Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades go to war? Who else would like to step in?" Percy speculated. "Yes, very quiet. Someone who would benefit greatly from a conflict between the gods. Someone who enjoys the chaos of war. Someone whose power will only increase as the war continues," Chiron clarified. As he pondered, Percy considered all the gods he knew, the topic of war, and who became more powerful with time. "Ares?" His eyes widened. He inquired, a little afraid of the response he would receive. "The god of war is the only possibility," Chiron said, nodding. Grover's mouth opened, and a scarp of aluminum dropped out. "Whoa, hold on. What? I thought that it would have been Hades," he said, ignoring the angry glare Naruto gave him. "I mean, Hades is the only god that lives in the West." He was beginning to perspire under Naruto's stare, but he did his best to ignore it. "And the prophecies said they would be traveling in that direction," he said. "While that would be the next most possible situation, it is not." Chiron nodded to the satyr. "Why?" Chiron turned to face Naruto, who sighed and remarked, "Dad's helm was also stolen." The other two froze and gaped at him in shock at what he said. "Huh," was their only response. "You heard me," Naruto said, letting out another sigh and massaging the bridge of his nose. "At the same time as the Master Bolt, my dad's helm of darkness was taken," he said. Grover began, but Naruto cut him off. But the fury was a test." Naruto moaned as they froze once more and started to explain. "Dad sent the kindly one to Yancy Academy, to test the both of us." They were even more perplexed after his explanation, so he sighed and said, "Just don't think about it too much." Chiron persisted in his attempt to divert the conversation by saying, "A hellhound got into the forest." He clarified that, as a god, Ares could have easily summoned it. True, they can only be called upon from the fields of punishment, but practically anyone can call upon them if they have the means to do so. Either that or he has someone spying on him in the camp. And probably anticipates that Poseidon and Hades will use the two of you to clear their names. And would do anything to murder you too, Naruto, especially now that he has vanquished him. "Great," mumbled Percy, "two gods who wish to murder us." Chiron insisted. Ares must have concealed the bolt somewhere in the west, knowing full well that Zeus would blame either Hades or Poseidon. He sent a minion to steal it. "You must go west, find the Master Bolt and the Helm of Darkness, and reveal the truth," he said, glaring at Naruto and Percy. "I don't pretend to understand the war god's motives, but one thing is clear. It was his fault that his mother was gone, and now he was trying to frame him, Naruto, and their fathers for a crime they didn't commit. The strangest thing was that the fire that started to burn in Percy's stomach wasn't fear, but anticipation, the desire for vengeance. Ares had attempted to kill him at least once with the Hellhound, and possibly earlier with the Minotaur. He was prepared to face him, but how difficult could it be, aside from Naruto beating him? Whoa, boy. Hold your horses. Ares is a god, you're just a kid, and if you can remember it, Naruto almost lost on more than one occasion, said the tiny portion of his brain that was still sane. Percy looked to his side to see what the others were thinking about the situation as his perspiration fell on his lapse of memory. Grover was shaky and had begun to eat the pinnacle cards as if they were potato chips. The satyr had to go on a quest with them in order to obtain his searcher's license, but the idea of asking him to accompany them on it, especially after the oracle stated that they were doomed to fail, was suicidal. Percy had to know something before he made any decisions about this, but Naruto had a determined expression on his face, what he could see of it anyway, and he knew the answer. Look, he said, why can't we simply inform the other gods that it's Ares? He might be discovered and taken out by Zeus, Poseidon, or Hades. Knowing and suspecting are not the same thing, Chiron said, shaking his head. Furthermore, even if the other gods suspect Ares, and I have a suspicion that Poseidon does, they are unable to recover the bolt on their own because Ares has fled into hiding to recover from his battle with Naruto. And it's very difficult to track him down when he hides, Chiron remarked. Percy had a doubtful expression. With a shake of his head, Chiron said, just know that the gods always operate through heroes. Even Naruto appeared somewhat intrigued, and Percy raised an eyebrow. Why? Because heroes have certain privileges that the gods do not, Chiron sighed once more. As long as they have the courage and strength to do so, they can challenge anyone and go anywhere. Ares refrained from directly challenging Naruto because of this. Using his anger as leverage, he attempted to challenge him. This is also the reason that no god can be held accountable for the deeds of a hero. With his eyes vacant, Naruto uttered, so you're saying we're being used? I'm saying that it's no coincidence that Hades and Poseidon are now claiming the two of you. They were taking a big gamble, however, they are in a dire circumstance. They require you. When Naruto read the note his father had left him, he realized that he was needed, but it still felt good to hear it read aloud. Naruto was grinning a little beneath his mask. He turned to face Percy and noticed that his feelings, which included anger, gratitude, resentment, and happiness, were strewn across his face like fragments of glass in a kaleidoscope. He was clearly unsure of how to interpret the situation. You've known all along that I was Poseidon's and that Naruto was Hades, Percy said, glancing up at the centaur across from him. His eyes narrowed as he asked, and Naruto's ears pricked up at the question, focusing on Chiron. I've had my doubts. As previously stated, I have also spoken with the oracle. The boys sensed that he was keeping a lot of information from them regarding this prophecy, but they decided not to worry about it for the time being because, after all, they were also keeping a lot of their own prophecies hidden. So let me get this straight. Percy responded, we're supposed to go west and confront the Lord of War. Check, said Chiron. Find two of the most powerful magic items in the universe. Naruto remarked, sounds about right, and get them back to the underworld and Olympus before the summer solstice, in 10 days. Grover swallowed the ace of hearts and said, yep. At this, Grover looked a little uneasy, but the resolve was burning in his eyes, and Percy turned to face the satyr. Percy assured him, I can't ask that of you, you don't have to go. Naruto added, neither can I, and stood up to stand by the railing. After shaking his head and wiping the aluminum fragments and torn cards from his shirt, Grover said, you two saved my life. If you really want me to go with you, I promise not to disappoint you all. Even though he wasn't sure what a satyr could do against the forces of Ares, Percy was relieved to be with them because Grover was one of the few friends he had had for more than a few months. All the way, G-Man. He nodded. From his spot by the rail, Naruto turned to Chiron and said, so, where exactly do we go? The oracle only advised heading west. I don't know where you will find the helm or the bolt, but the entrance to the underworld is always in the west, Chiron said, looking thoughtful for a moment. Like Olympus, it ages with the times. It's in America right now, of course. And on your way there, you ought to be able to locate them. Where? Naruto's forehead twitched as Chiron said, I thought that would be obvious enough for you. Chiron laughed and added, the entrance to the underworld is in Los Angeles. Oh, Percy replied, of course. So we simply board a plane. No, Grover screamed, and the others gave Percy a crazy look. What are you thinking, Percy? Have you ever taken a flight before? His mother had never taken him anywhere by plane, always telling him that they didn't have enough money, and her parents had died in a plane crash, so Percy shook his head in embarrassment. The sea god is your father, and the death god is Naruto's father. Percy, think, Chiron said. Zeus, the lord of the sky, is your father's fiercest adversary. Naruto and his mother had never even heard of an airplane until 4 years ago, and your mother knew better than to put her trust in you in an aircraft. Zeus would be in charge of you too. In any case, neither of you would survive. So, is it not possible for us to use one of the eagles that Naruto called forth? Surely Zeus wouldn't harm his animal emblem? Percy inquired. That was the first time I had to call forth an eagle for combat, Naruto said, shaking his head and causing his friend to look perplexed. It wouldn't work, Percy. Therefore, Zeus was largely taken aback when he saw it. After what he witnessed, I doubt he will care if he injures an eagle in order to reach us, he remarked. As he concluded his explanation, thunder roared overhead and lightning cackled, seemingly daring them to attempt flying. Percy said, okay, attempting to avoid glancing at the storm. We'll travel over land. You may have 2 companions with you, Chiron remarked. But don't I already have 2? Not exactly. Naruto has his own quest to take care of, and is only tagging along. Chiron shook his head in response to Percy's question, but Percy nodded, not quite understanding the logic. As I mentioned, you might be joined by 2 companions. One is Grover. If you accept her assistance, the other had already offered to help. Gee, Percy said, pretending to be shocked, who else would be foolish enough to sign up for such a quest? He inquired, and Naruto laughed. Behind Chiron, the air glistened. Putting her Yankees cap in her back pocket, Annabeth emerged. I've been waiting a long time for a quest, Seaweed Brain, she stated. Athena is no fan of Poseidon or Hades, but if you two are going to save the world, I'm the best person to make sure neither of you screw it up. If you do say so yourself, Percy interjected, I guess you have a plan, smart girl? Annabeth's cheeks flushed. Are you two interested in my assistance? When he noticed her flushed cheeks, Naruto grinned and said, we're glad to have you. A group of 4, Percy said, nodding in agreement and smiling slightly. That'll work. Great, Chiron said, and we can take you all the way to the bus terminal in Manhattan this afternoon. You're on your own after that. There was a flash of lightning. The meadows, which were never meant to experience severe weather, were drenched in rain. No time to waste, instructed Chiron. I think you should all get to packing. The packing process took little time at all. They were given 20 golden drachmas, the money used by the gods, and $100 in mortal money by the camp store. Chiron had given each of Annabeth, Percy, and Naruto a Ziploc bag filled with ambrosia squares and a canteen of nectar. He claimed that although they could treat nearly any wound, they should only be used in dire situations and that high dosages could be lethal. When Annabeth got bored, she brought her Yankees cap, a book on famous classical architecture written in ancient Greek, and a gift from her mother for her 12th birthday. Last but not least, a long bronze knife concealed beneath her shirt sleeve. The first time they passed through a metal detector, Percy was certain they would be caught. Grover was disguised as a human by wearing jeans and fake feet. To ensure his horns were hidden, he was also sporting a green Rasta-style cap. He had apples for a snack and some scrap metal in his pack. In his pocket were his reed pipes. Naturally, Naruto was bringing his necklace of darkness in case he needed it, and he had packed everything he needed into a sealing scroll. Damn. Those things are useful. He kept his ninja equipment and sword in seals on his hands. All that Percy had packed was a change of clothes. He didn't have much to take because he didn't have any magic items or anything. After bidding the other campers farewell and taking one final look at the ocean, the strawberry fields, and the large house, they hiked up Half-Blood Hill to the tall pine tree that Talia once called home. Speaking of Zeus' daughter, she was practically bursting with excitement at the prospect of seeing the outside world for the first time. As they stood at the top beside Chiron in his wheelchair, Naruto questioned, excitedly, Lia-chan? You have no idea, Naruto-kun. Talia responded, I finally get to see how much the world has changed in the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, the camp is nice and all, but it doesn't make up for the real thing. As Chiron introduced him and Percy to Argus, the camp's 100-eyed security guard, Naruto gave her a nod. The group heard footsteps behind them just as they were ready to begin their descent down the hill. Luke ran up the hill with a blue nylon backpack on his shoulder and a pair of basketball shoes in one hand. He gasped, Hey, glad I caught you guys. Like she always did when Luke was around, Annabeth flushed. But Naruto gave him a narrowed look. Luke said, I just wanted to say good luck to them, and I thought, maybe you could use these. He gave the backpack to Naruto and the shoes to Percy. Luke said, "Maya," as he looked at the shoes. Percy was so startled when the white bird's wings emerged from the heels that he dropped them. After a brief period of flapping on the ground, the wings of the shoes folded up and retreated into the heels. Grover cried out, "Awesome," as the other two boys gaped at the shoes in surprise. Luke grinned. He followed with a dejected expression. "Those served me well when I was on my own quest. They were a gift from Dad. Of course, I don't use them much these days," he said. Naruto inquired, "What about the backpack?" "Oh, just in case you need more storage space. I also added some more supplies to it. In case you run out of the provisions the camp gave you," Luke said with a sheepish smile. When Naruto unzipped it and peered inside, he saw that Luke was right. It contained a pouch full of drachmas, $20 in cash, and some extra nectar and ambrosia. "Hey man," Percy said, looking up at Luke with a slight smile after examining what was inside the bag, "Thanks." But Naruto wasn't entirely sure about his presence, so he simply shrugged and slung the bag over his shoulder. "Listen, Percy, Naruto," Luke murmured, appearing somewhat uneasy. "A lot of hopes are riding on you guys. So just kill some monsters for me, okay?" Percy shook Luke's hand and nodded. After a moment of staring at it, Naruto, who is blonde, sighed, took it in his hands, and shook it firmly when Luke offered it to him. Luke then gave Annabeth, who appeared to be on the verge of fainting, a farewell hug before patting Grover's head between his horns. Once Luke was gone, Naruto gave her another sly smile and teased her by saying, "You're hyperventilating." To conceal her blushing face, the girl turned her head away and said, "I'm not." "And yet you let him capture the flag instead of you, didn't you?" asked Percy, smiling as he observed what Naruto was doing. As Annabeth stomped down the hillside, where the white SUV was waiting on the shoulder of the road, she complained, "Oh, why'd I want to go anywhere with you two?" Argus jingled his car keys and followed. With a laugh, Naruto shook his head and looked over to see Percy grabbing the shoes Luke had given them. He had the uneasy feeling that, "You know you won't be able to use those." "Yeah, I know," Percy said, nodding to him, "but I couldn't just turn him down, could I?" With a sigh, Naruto muttered something about friends who had hearts that were bleeding. However, they both had a thought and turned to smile at Grover. To get Grover's attention, Percy said, "Hey Grover." Naruto said, "You want a magic item?" His eyes glowed. "Me?" After giving him a nod, they quickly laced the sneakers over his prosthetic feet and prepared the first flying goat boy in history for takeoff. With a beaming smile, Grover exclaimed, "Maya," and the shoes began to grow wings. He managed to get off the ground without any problems, but he stumbled and fell, dragging his backpack on the ground behind him as his winged shoes pulled him down the slope. "Practice, you just need practice," yelled Naruto after him, laughing. Grover shouted back, "Easy for you to say," as his head nearly struck a rock. "You aren't the one being dragged by you hoofs by a pair of crazy flying sneakers." Naruto laughed once more and started to follow him in order to assist. This is when Chiron gives Percy a riptide and their conversation begins. Percy and the others started their journey to the city after getting into the van. They were driven into the western Long Island by Argus from the countryside. The others were sitting next to him like they were regular carpoolers, but Percy found it strange to be on the highway. The real world seemed like a dream after spending 2 weeks at Camp Half-Blood. Every McDonald's sign, every child in his parents' car, every billboard, and every mall caught his attention. Nor was Talia faring any better than he was. It seemed to her that decades had flown by in the blink of an eye while she was confined inside a tree. She seemed to be trying to commit everything that happened to her memory by staring at it. Through the mental link, Naruto could sense her excitement and smiled. However, he heard Percy speak to Annabeth before he could respond. He and Annabeth both sighed at his gullibility. So far so good, 10 miles and not a single monster. Annabeth looked at Percy impatiently. "It's bad luck to talk that way, seaweed brain." Percy asked, "Remind me again, why do you hate me so much?" Naruto shook his head and made himself keep his eyes forward, but a tiny, barely perceptible grin began to appear on his face. According to Annabeth, "I don't hate you." The reply from Percy was, "Could have fooled me." Her invisibility cap was folded. "Look, we're just not supposed to get along, okay? Our parents are rivals." "Why?" She let out a sigh. She inquired, "How many reasons do you want? One time my mom caught your dad and his girlfriend in one of her temples, which may I add is a hugely disrespectful. Then another time they were competing to be the patron god for the city of Athens. Your dad created some stupid saltwater spring as his gift. My mom created the olive tree. The people saw her gift as the better one, and named the city after her. Don't forget that he cursed Athens to never have enough water, and by doing so the city started having water shortages. Naruto continued, motionless. The others shook their heads but gave Naruto a strange look. An eye in the rearview mirror winked at Naruto while Argus smirked in the front seat. The remainder of the journey through the city was spent in silence. Percy's mother and Gabe lived not far from the Greyhound station on the Upper East Side, where Argus dropped them off. A soggy flyer taped to the side of a mailbox caught Naruto's and Percy's attention as they exited the van. The images of Naruto and Percy were displayed on one half, and the words, "Have you seen these boys?" were displayed above them. Large red letters are printed. Before the other two could see it, Percy tore it down, and Naruto used a tiny fire jutsu to burn it. The eye on the back of Argus's hand opened to watch them as he pulled out of the parking lot after unloading their bags and ensuring they had their tickets. Percy kept thinking about how close they were to his former apartment as the four of them waited for the bus. His mother would typically be home from work on a typical day. It's likely that Gabe was there at the moment, not even caring that she was gone or missing her. Grover and Naruto knew what he was thinking about because they could see where he was looking. "You want to know why she married him, Percy?" Grover said, holding his backpack over his shoulder. Turning, Percy gazed at him. "Were you reading my mind or something?" Grover sighed, "Just your emotions. I guess that I forgot to tell you that satyrs can do that. You were thinking about your stepdad, right?" Wondering what else Grover had left out, Percy nodded. Naruto decided to speak up at this point, saying, "She married Gabe for you. You call him smelly, but if you're a satyr it's a lot worse, isn't it, Grover? You have no idea. The guy has a really foul aura, yuck. I can smell him from here. I can still smell traces on you, Percy, and you haven't been around him for a week and a half," the satyr said, nodding and taking a whiff of the air before grimacing. "Thanks," Percy gritted his teeth and said, "Where's the nearest shower?" Grover and Naruto shook their heads and sighed. "You should be grateful, Percy." Grover responded, "Your stepfather smells so repulsively human he could mask the presence of any demigod. As soon as I took a whiff inside that Camaro, I knew. Gabe has been covering your scent for years. If you hadn't lived with him every summer, you probably would have been found by monsters long ago." Naruto nodded in agreement as Grover concluded his brief speech. Naruto sighed, but Percy didn't seem to believe Grover all that much. "The point is, Percy, your mom stayed with him to protect you. She was a smart lady. She must have loved you a lot to put up with that guy if it makes you feel any better." It didn't. Percy, however, made an effort to hide it. His thoughts were, "I'll see her again. She's not gone." Despite their confusion, he questioned whether Grover or Naruto could still read his feelings. In reality, he felt bad, even though he was very happy to have Grover, Annabeth, and Naruto with him. He hadn't told them the whole truth. He hadn't revealed to them why he had accepted the quests. He really didn't care about saving the world, rescuing his father from trouble, obtaining Hades' helm, or retrieving Zeus's master bolt. As he gave it more thought, he actually became more and more angry with Poseidon for never coming to see him, helping his mother, or even sending him a subpar child support check. Poseidon, according to Percy, had only taken him because he needed a job done. Percy was only interested in his mother. Ares was determined to return her, no matter the cost, because he had wrongfully taken her. The oracle muttered to himself, "The one who calls you a friend will betray you. You will fail to save what matters worse in the end." Percy told it to stop talking. The rain continued to fall. As they waited for the bus, they became agitated and used one of Grover's apples to play hacky sack. Even though Annabeth was skilled, Naruto was able to do more than just bounce it off her knee, elbow, and shoulder. He was able to bounce it off his nose, his heels, and his fingertips. Percy himself wasn't too bad. When the apple was passed a bit too near Grover's mouth, the game was over. The hack sack, core and stem included, vanished in a single, enormous goat bite. Despite his embarrassment, Grover attempted to apologize, but the others were too preoccupied to listen. Grover and Naruto began exploring the area when the bus finally pulled up, with Grover sniffing as if it were enchilada day in the school cafeteria. When Percy saw this, he asked, "What is it?" "I don't know," said Naruto tensely, shaking his head. "But I sense foul chakra nearby, and there's more than one signature." Still looking anxious, Grover shook his head and sniffed the air around them. "Maybe it's nothing." Percy knew it wasn't nothing, though. He began to scan his surroundings as if anticipating an assault. Annabeth looked around nervously and said, "See, come on. Let's just get going." Nodding, Percy said, "Yeah." When they boarded the bus, the four of them were relieved. They put their backpacks away. Naruto could still feel the chakra signatures, and Annabeth continued to slap her Yankees cap nervously against her thigh as they drew nearer. He had a persistent feeling that something negative was about to occur. When he detected not one, but three very bird chakras getting on the bus, his worries were validated. When he looked up to see the final passengers boarding, he saw three extremely unattractive elderly women. They were all too ugly to explain. Mostly because I'm at a loss for words. Just imagine the most repulsive thing you've ever seen, then multiply it by 4. When Naruto first saw them, he knew they were the monsters he had sensed, and he also knew Grover and Annabeth had also sensed them. When Annabeth clamped her hand on Percy's knee, Grover indicated by stiffening. She stammered, "Gee guys," her eyes wide. Percy appeared to shrink in his seat as Naruto swallowed and nodded. He prepared himself for battle by saying, "We see them." In the front row, directly behind the driver, were the unattractive women. The pair on the aisle formed an X with their legs crossed over the walkway. Although it appeared innocuous enough, it conveyed a very clear message to the half-bloods. No one goes. After leaving the station, the bus made its way through Manhattan's slick streets. With a trembling voice, Percy questioned, "What kind of monsters are they?" The Harpies. Annabeth replied, "The Sisters of Iris. The ones sent to punish King Phineas for revealing the secrets of the gods. Zeus's hounds." Grover started to shake with fear as Percy's stomach grew more and more uneasy during Annabeth's explanation. He whimpered, all three of them, Aello, Solano, and Osipete. Immortales. "It's okay," Annabeth said after giving it careful thought. "The Harpies. 3 of the worst monsters Zeus controls. No problem. No problem. We'll just slip out the windows." Grover groaned. "They don't open." "The back?" suggested Percy. With his arms crossed and his hands over the weapon seals on each arm, Naruto emphasized, "No exit." His eyes were fixed on the front of the bus as he said, "Besides, I doubt that even if there was one, it'll help any." Now they were heading toward the Lincoln Tunnel, turning onto North Avenue. "Why?" Percy responded, "They wouldn't attack us with witnesses around, would they?" Annabeth reminded him, "Looking from the front and back to the others all the time. Mortals don't have good eyes. Their brains can only process what they see through the mist. They'll see 3 really ugly old ladies killing us, won't they?" With her eyes still searching for a way out, Annabeth considered that. Before she could finish, they struck the Lincoln Tunnel, and all of the lights went out except for the ones running down the aisle. "Hard to say. But we can't count on mortals for help. Maybe an emergency exit in the roof," she said. It was eerily quiet without the rain beating on the roof. One of the Harpies stood up and looked around the bus. She said in a very flat voice, as if she had practiced, "I have to use the restroom." The second said, "As do I." The third person said, "Me too." They started down the aisle. "I got it," said Annabeth. "Percy, take my hat." "Naruto, you have your necklace with you?" Percy asked, perplexed. "What?" With a raised eyebrow, Naruto questioned, "Yeah, why?" "You guys are the ones they want. Turn yourselves invisible and go up the aisle. Let them pass you. You might be able to get to the front and get away." Naruto asked a clever question. "Huh?" Percy started to say, "But you guys," but Annabeth cut him off. "There's an outside chance that might not notice us," she stated. "You're sons of 2 of the big 3. Your combined smells might be overpowering." Naruto nodded in agreement as Percy objected, "We can't just leave you." Grover remarked, "Don't worry about us. Go." Percy's hands were shaking. Taking the Yankees cap made him feel like a coward. However, he glanced at Naruto, who was holding the control crystal for his necklace, before putting it on, and Percy gave him a sly smile. Before he slapped the cap on his head and disappeared, he said absently, "I've only ever seen him this persistent when we're doing pranks in school." After realizing what Percy was referring to, Naruto grinned to himself and said, "Yeah. Good times." He laughed and connected the crystal top to the chain before disappearing, leaving Grover and Annabeth bewildered and ashamed. "Pranks?" Annabeth asked, her confusion evident in her voice as she turned to face the red-faced satyr. Grover muttered, palming his face, "Don't ask." Naruto had caught up to Percy, or at least he could tell that he was by his side, and the 2 of them were slinking up the aisle. They made it up 7 or 8 aisles before the Harpies passed and they had to hide in vacant seats. The person who seemed to be the leader paused, sniffed the air, and peered directly through Naruto before turning to look at Percy. They felt their hearts racing. It seems that she saw nothing. She continued with her sisters. They had no restrictions. When they reached the front of the bus, they reported that it was nearly out of the Lincoln Tunnel. They heard a terrible screech coming from the back row just as Percy was ready to hit the emergency stop button. The old women who had been ugly were no longer ugly. Their bodies had undergone a significant transformation, but their faces remained the same. They couldn't possibly get any more repulsive. Their legs were now scaled, 3 taloned bird feet, and their arms and hands had developed claws and thick, feathery wings. Additionally, their bodies had grown to twice their original size and developed feathers. I'll include a link on my profile if you'd like a more thorough description. Where is it? Where? The harpies cried as they swarmed their claws around Grover and Annabeth. The other passengers on the bus were cowering in their seats and screaming. They obviously saw something. Annabeth yelled, "They aren't here," and pointed to her knife. "They're gone." The harpies' claws went up. Grover reached into his snack bag and took out a tin can, ready to toss it. After that, Naruto had no idea what had happened. He lost his balance and fell over into the seat next to him because the next thing he felt was the bus jerking to the left. The bus kept jerking from left to right, and he muttered to himself, "Damn it, Percy, you're going to pay for that." As they were flung around the bus, everyone was howling. When the bus struck the side of the tunnel, sparks flew out of the friction, and they heard what Percy hoped was the sound of 3 harpies smashing against the windows. "Damn it, Percy!" Naruto screamed, balancing on the edge of a seat. He yelled, "Just get the bus to stop," as they smashed back into the rainstorm after exiting the tunnel. The cars outside were plowed aside like bowling pins, and people and monsters were flung around the bus. The driver managed to find an exit despite struggling with an unseen force, and they sped off the highway, past 6 traffic lights, and ultimately sped down a rural, and fortunately empty, New Jersey road. The driver appeared to be swerving toward the Hudson River, which was to the right, and trees to the left. Since the bus abruptly spun a full circle on the wet asphalt and collided with the trees, Naruto was going to make sure that Percy would sustain long-lasting injuries if he was going to hold him accountable for causing the bus to go out of control in the first place. Naruto opened his eyes with a groan, only to blush in awe of what he saw, because Naruto's face was at least 2 inches from a girl wearing a miniskirt when he fell in the crash, and because he was on the ground, he could see her pink underwear in full view. Thinking that he was invisible was all he could do, because his face was flushed to the bone as he stared. Helena snarled at him, eyes on the battle Naruto. Out of the amulet, he heard a smaller growl. He shakily recalled, "All right." He stood up and focused on the fight as people started to rush past him and out the now open door. When Naruto noticed that the harpies had regained their equilibrium and were now slashing at Annabeth with their claws, the girl was yelling in ancient Greek, brandishing her knife, and telling them to back off, among other things that I won't mention in this story. Grover was tossing his cans of tin. Naruto and Percy both had an idea at the same moment as they realized what was happening. "Hey uglies!" they yelled as they removed their individual invisibility items. With their yellow teeth bared, the harpies turned to face them. They were obviously offended by the offensive remark. Suddenly, it seemed like a good idea to leave right now. The sister leader stalked up the aisle like Mrs. Dodds had done in algebra class after they received failing grades. Her claws continued to twitch, and as the light moved across them, it gave them an especially menacing appearance. Like lions ready to attack their prey, her sisters leapt onto the seats on either side of her and crawled. Well, they walked like birds, but crawling sounds better, in their direction. Her voice sounded as dry as the desert as she spoke, as though she hadn't had any liquids in years. "Naruto Uzumaki, and Perseus Jackson," she said. "You have offended Lord Zeus. You both shall die." Naruto shot back, "You looked better as an old lady." She snarled. Grover and Annabeth cautiously approached the harpies from behind, searching for any gaps. Percy pulled out the ballpoint pen Chiron had given him and unscrewed the cap. Riptide stretched into a double-edged sword that shimmered. The harpies paused. When Naruto saw their reactions, he unsealed his own mask and grinned behind it. The harpies froze and began to tremble in terror as Naruto's blade was seen. "No, not that blade!" cried the harpy on the left, who started to retreat with her sisters. Naruto and all the others looked perplexed. After a moment of staring, he turned to face Percy, and the 2 of them shrugged before approaching the frightened harpies. Annabeth seized the opportunity to strike. She sank her knife, hilt deep, into the back of the closest harpy after jumping onto it. As she exploded into sand, the monster cried out in agony. When they saw their sister die, the other 2 screamed in indignation. "Zeus will destroy you. Hades will never have his son's soul. The leader, let's go with Alo, growled back at them, and they lunged at them in spite of their fear of Naruto's blade. Percy and Naruto responded right away. Harpy number 1 fell backward into a seat after Percy struck her with the hilt of his sword. Harpy number 2 was barely able to dodge Naruto's blades in the constrained area before she slashed her claws at him. To avoid it, he leapt on top of a seat, but the seat wasn't so fortunate and was ripped to pieces. Osaipete attacked him once more, but Naruto leapt over her and struck her in the back with his sword. Like her sister before her, she exploded into sand as soon as the blade made contact with her feathers. As Naruto turned to face Percy, he saw that he was about to strike the struggling Alo with the blade. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what was going to happen as thunder shook the bus. To get their attention, he yelled, "Guys, get out, now!" The others didn't require further prodding. The other passengers were wandering around in a daze, some arguing with the driver, and others running around in circles screaming, "We're going to die," when they hurried outside. Before Naruto and Percy could recap or reseal their swords, a tourist wearing a Hawaiian shirt and carrying a camera took a picture of them. "Our bags," recalled Grover. "We left our, I've got them," Naruto exclaimed, presenting a scroll to him. BOOM. As the passengers fled for safety, the bus's windows exploded. A massive crater in the roof was torn apart by lightning, but they could tell by the irate scream coming from within that Alo was still very much alive and furious. "Run!" exclaimed Annabeth. "She's calling for reinforcements, we have to get out of here." With the bus on fire behind them and only darkness in front of them, they dove into the woods as the rain continued to pour down. The group of young heroes is seen trudging through the woods along the New Jersey riverbank a few hours later. The night sky behind them turned yellow due to the glow of New York, and they could smell the stench of the Hudson. Percy complained as he stumbled over a tree root, "You know, in some strange way, it's good to know that there are Greek gods out there." The others took notice of his statement and asked, "Why's that?" with an inquisitive expression on her face. "Because we have somebody to blame when things go wrong," he stated plainly. The other two shook their heads and sighed, while Naruto snorted with laughter. His words, "I know what you mean, Percy," caught everyone's interest. Grover and Annabeth said, "Huh?" Naruto nodded his head. "Well, one way to explain it would be, for instance, when you're walking away from a bus that's just been attacked by monster hags and blown up by lightning, and it's raining on top of everything else. Most people might think that's just really bad luck, but when you're a half-blood, you understand that some divine force really is out to get you, and will constantly try to mess up your day." "Exactly." Percy nodded in agreement. Annabeth remarked, "You two really shouldn't talk about the gods like that. Show them some more respect." The half-blood with light hair simply gazed at her before letting out a sigh and shaking his head. "They want my respect, they have to earn it," he stated. Annabeth gave him a startled look and asked, "Are you serious?" as if he had lost his mind. He nodded. "Trust me when I say this, respect does not come easy from me, especially to those that are trying to kill me for no reason." Annabeth sighed and shook her head, realizing that arguing the point would not resolve the issue. "Is there any that you do respect?" Naruto kept his eyes forward and nodded, saying, "Several. Such as, like, my father, Dionysus, who can play a mean game of cards, Hermes, Hephaestus, and Aphrodite." Naruto sighed in frustration. Annabeth was interested now. She questioned, "Why those 5 gods? Why not the rest?" Even though Naruto's brow began to furrow, he responded with a tone that was obviously annoyed, "Because." Chiron had informed him of the multiple claiming after he had woken up. 4 of them are family in Dionysus because he can actually pose as a challenge when we play cards. Now any more questions? Light began to filter through the trees ahead before Annabeth could respond. When his curiosity was piqued, Naruto motioned for the others to follow him, saying, "Come on." He then started guiding them to the source of the light. He had no idea what was going on in his head at the time or how it would impact his life. Mindscape. Talia sighed while sitting on a pond's edge and gazing straight ahead. Anyone else would assume she was simply unwinding, but those who knew her well enough knew she was struggling with something. Something like that? Naruto Uzumaki and her feelings for him. She was baffled by the fact that her heart would leap with happiness whenever she saw or spoke to him, why her cheeks would flush when she thought of him, and why her heart would ache when she remembered how nearly he had died in his battle with Ares. Or why she experienced intense jealousy when he was around his fangirls. Talia simply was unable to understand the reason behind her feelings. With her eyes widening at the thought, she thought, it couldn't be love, could it? But it isn't possible. It's only been a week and a half since we met, Talia pondered inconsolably. A more upbeat voice inside her head asked, and why not? True, you two only met less than 2 weeks ago, but stranger things have happened, it said. As her thoughts went down the drain, she started to drool, blood streaming from her nose. But I can't be in love with Naruto, Talia thought back. True, he is nice, caring, protective, and his body looks so good that I just want to rub my hands all over it and, she said. The amused voice jolted Talia out of her now MA-rated reverie with the words, head out of the gutter. What was I discussing once more? When Talia realized where her thoughts had gone, she blushed profusely and asked. Talia could swear the voice was grinning at her as it said, just something about how it wasn't possible for you to be in love with the blonde Adonis that saved you from that tree. All right. As I mentioned earlier, he is compassionate, kind, and will stop at nothing to keep his friends and family safe. I barely know him, but he's a real catch, she thought. Talia blushed at the double meaning of the words, but she remained silent as the voice said, true, but you have plenty of time to get to know him. The voice said, so the question is, do you love him or not? Talia blushed once more but looked down and sighed in defeat. Yeah, I do, she thought before her face turned sour. However, he is already seeing Helena, who is far more attractive than I am. When he has her, why would he pursue me? Sadly, she thought. A voice behind her said aloud, I wouldn't be so negative, Talia. When Talia recognized the voice she had been speaking to as Helena's, her eyes widened. She turned to see a fox girl with a cunning smirk on her face, leaning against a tree with her arms crossed. With an anxious smile on her face, Talia looked at her and stammered, Hey Lena. Helena shook her head and laughed. She walked over to Talia and sat next to her, saying, no need to be nervous. With a cunning smile still on her face, Helena said, so you like Naruto-kun too? Talia turned red at the charge and turned her head away. Whispering, Talia said, you're lucky, how so? She hadn't intended for Helena to hear that, and Talia's eyes widened. Because you have someone that will care for and love you unconditionally, she said softly, drawing her knees to her face and encircling them with her arms. I wish I had someone like that. After a brief period of silence, Helena said cheerfully, yeah, I guess I am, but in reality, she said in a low, somber voice, but in truth I don't deserve him. Talia became perplexed and turned to face Helena, who was standing with her head lowered and her hair cast a shadow over her eyes. What? You heard me. I don't deserve him. Especially after all the pain I've caused him. Helena replied. Her voice lightened slightly as she said, but I love him and he loves me, and I'll do anything to make him happy. But, Helena added, looking up at Talia with her smile restored. Talia's eyes widened as she saw the vixen's face get closer to hers, and she said, I don't mind sharing. When she independently felt said vixen's lips, her eyes widened even more. For a brief moment, Talia just sat there in shock, but then her eyes began to cloud and she started moving her own lips in time with Helena's. Helena gasped and withdrew, staring at the stunned half-blood. My gods, she exclaimed, you're bi. After blushing and turning her gaze away from the vixen, Talia said, so what? You are too. She then took a chance and glanced at Helena, who was now wearing a mischievous smile. As their lips crashed together, Helena said, you and I will get along just fine. She then threw Talia to the ground. With the others and Naruto, gazing at the neon sign, Naruto asked in confusion, Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium? After the trees had cleared, they were surprised by their surroundings. In front of an old roadside curio shop, the group stood. One of the older ones that offered cement grizzly bears, wooden Indians, lawn flamingos, and other items. With acres of statues surrounding it, the main structure was a long, low warehouse. Two ugly, bearded, cement garden gnomes stood on either side of the entrance, grinning and waving. Those things really frighten me. Their eyes follow you. There was a shabby billboard for a 1990s movie and a closed gas station on the other side of the street. With his stomach rumbling, Percy took a whiff of the air before moving toward the hamburger scent and attracting the other person's attention. Hey, exclaimed Grover. Annabeth said, the lights are on inside, and she started to move forward as well. Maybe it's open. Not wanting to take any chances, Naruto stated, I don't think that it's a good idea to go in there. Snack bar, Percy uttered longingly. Snack bar, concurred Annabeth. Grover said, are you two crazy? Naruto claimed that he sensed something strange about the statues and said, guys, something's not right. They disregarded them. Grover got the creeps from the forest of statues in the front lot, which included cement animals, children, and adults, as well as a cement satyr playing reed pipes. He bleated, "Blah ha ha, instead, looks like my Uncle Ferdinand." At the door of the warehouse, they paused. Grover begged, "Don't knock, I smell monsters." Annabeth informed him, "The harpies have clogged your nose. All I smell are burgers. Aren't you hungry?" "Meat," he exclaimed mockingly. "In case you forgot, I'm a vegetarian." Percy reminded him, "You eat aluminum cans and cheese enchiladas." Grover countered, "But those are vegetables." Naruto turned back to the others after surveying the area and said, "Come on guys. Let's leave. Those statues are starting to creep me out." Naruto turned to face Percy as he snorted, asking, "What?" The door creaked open before Percy could respond. They thought the woman was Middle Eastern because she wore a long black gown that covered everything except her old but well-groomed coffee-colored hands, and the door creaked open to reveal her. They could only see her eyes glinting behind a black gauze curtain because her head was completely covered. With a slightly Middle Eastern accent, she said, "Children, it is too late for you to be out all alone. Where are your parents?" "They're, Annabeth began. "We're orphans," described Percy. "Orphans?" the woman asked, her voice sounding strange. "But my dears, surely not." Percy stated, "We got separated from our caravan. Our circus caravan. The ringmaster told us to meet him at the gas station if we got lost, but he may have forgotten, or maybe he meant a different gas station. Anyway, we're lost. Is that food I smell?" The final scene caused Grover and Naruto to perspire and fight the impulse to palm their faces. She uttered, "Oh, my dears, you must come in, poor children. I am Auntie M. Go straight through to the back of the warehouse, please. There is a dining area." After thanking her, they entered. Reluctantly, Naruto and Grover. Annabeth turned to Percy and asked, "Circus caravan? Always have a strategy, right? Your head is full of kelp." More statues of people in various positions, attires, and even facial expressions were scattered throughout the warehouse. They were all life-size, which Naruto and Percy noticed to a lesser degree. With a raised eyebrow, Naruto thought, "Odd. Why do they all have life-sized bodies?" Prior to his stomach growling and forcing him to stop thinking about anything but the necessity of filling his stomach, Percy thought, "Oh well, I'm hungry." Grover's anxious whimpers, Naruto's suspicious looks around the building, the way the statue's eyes seemed to follow them, and the fact that Auntie M had locked the doors behind them were all missed by Percy because he was too preoccupied with the stench coming from the back of the warehouse. Percy was only interested in locating the dining room and getting some food. He had noticed that his appetite had increased since he had been able to access his chakra. As a result, he required more food than he had previously. All he could hope for was a dining establishment, as Auntie M had mentioned. Indeed, there was a fast food counter with a grill, a soda fountain, a pretzel heater, and a nacho cheese dispenser at the rear of the warehouse. A couple of steel picnic tables outside, plus everything a child like Percy could possibly want. Auntie M motioned to the tables and said, "Please, sit down." According to Percy, awesome. Grover lied, knowing full well that Naruto had their bags locked in a scroll and that he had the extra Luke had given him strapped to his shoulders. He said grudgingly, "We don't have any money, ma'am." Auntie M waved her hands dismissively before Percy could poke him in the ribs, saying, No, children. No money. This is a special case, yes? It is my treat, for such nice orphans." Naruto and Annabeth said, "Thank you ma'am." Auntie M tensed up as though they had done something incorrectly, but she quickly relaxed, so Percy assumed it was all in his head. However, Naruto was not so quick to brush it off. He could sense the old woman's heated gazes on him and Annabeth every few seconds, and he knew she was hiding something. And if he was not mistaken, he could sense that her chakra was foul. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make him tense and narrow his eyes. She said, "Silence up, Annabeth, Naruto. You both have such beautiful eyes, children." With his eyes narrowing even more, Naruto thought, "Now I know something's off about this. We didn't introduce ourselves to her." While cooking, their hostess vanished behind the snack counter. Before they knew it, she had brought them plastic trays full of double extra large servings of fries, vanilla shakes, and cheeseburgers. Percy got to work right away. He didn't remember to take a breath until he was halfway through his burger. His example was not immediately followed by the others. Shaking, Annabeth slurped. Grover eyed the wax lining of the tray as though he would go for that, and he picked at the fries. Nothing was touched by Naruto. When Naruto and Grover noticed something that the others missed, their ears perked up. Grover inquired, "What's that hissing sound?" Naruto indicated that he heard it by nodding. Despite listening, Percy heard nothing. Annabeth gave a headshake. Hissing? Inquired Auntie M. Perhaps you too are hearing the deep fryer oil. You both have such keen ears. I take vitamins for my ears. My senses are naturally strong. She remarked, that's admirable, but please, relax. Auntie M didn't eat. She sat forward, interlaced her fingers, and watched them eat without taking off her headdress, not even to cook. Having someone staring at them when they couldn't see her face was, to put it mildly, unnerving. However, Percy was too content and drowsy to give a damn, so he reasoned that the least he could do was attempt to strike up a conversation with their hostess. Trying to sound interested, he said, so you sell gnomes? Oh, yes, said Auntie M. And animals. And people. Anything for the garden. Custom orders. Statuary is very popular, you know. Naruto's eyes narrowed once more. Her words were a bit too joyful. It raised red flags in his mind. Sensing the subtle effects of a genjutsu being cast, he rapidly collected his chakra to neutralize it around him, not enough to be perceptible. He saw that Annabeth and Grover appeared completely unaffected, but it had already taken hold of Percy. Naruto made the decision to comply. He propped his arms on the table to give the impression that he was growing weary and asked, a lot of business on the road? Auntie M sighed and said, not so much, no, since they built the highway. Most cars, they do not go this way now. I must cherish every customer I get. As though they were being watched, Naruto and Percy's necks tingled. A statue of a young girl carrying an Easter basket was all they could see when they turned. Compared to most garden statues, the level of detail was amazing. However, there was a problem. The girl's expression suggested that she was shocked, even afraid. Ah, said Auntie M. You've noticed that some of my creations do not turn out so well. They're marred. They do not sell. The face is the hardest to get right. Always the face. Naruto kept staring at the expression even though Percy had found the explanation sufficient. Throughout the entire conversation, the girl's eyes were alert and focused. Get away now, was the message they were sending to Naruto. When he recognized the person they were interacting with, his eyes grew wide. However, he was forced to comply until the chance to flee arose. He turned back to the creature he now recognized as a monster and said, so you make statues yourself? Percy felt sorry for her, and even Naruto could sense his sympathy for her, but he wasn't going to let her fool him. Oh, yes. Once upon a time I had 2 sisters to help me in the business, but they have long since passed on. I have only my statues. This is why I make them. They are my company. Annabeth had given up her meal. 2 sisters? She said as she sat forward, looking interested. There was a tiny sigh of relief in Naruto's chest. She was beginning to understand. Auntie M remarked, it's a terrible story, not one for children, really. You see, Annabeth, some bad people were jealous of me, long ago, when I was young. I had a boyfriend, you know, and these bad people, a man and a woman, were determined to break us apart. They caused a terrible accident. My sisters stayed by me. They shared in my bad fortune as long as they could, but eventually they passed on. They faded away. I alone have survived, but at a price. Such a price. Percy felt sorry for her, but he didn't know what she meant. The weight of his eyelids was increasing. Her genjutsu had a complete hold on him, even though he was unaware of it. Naruto was scolding himself for something he had noticed. How could I have forgotten to teach him how to detect illusions? He forced himself not to slam his face against the table. Though he was unaware of it, he noticed that the girls in his mind were quiet and preoccupied with other activities. Nevertheless, he ignored this and turned back to the other table members when he felt Annabeth tugging at the sleeves of his and Percy's shirts. Guys, she said with a worried expression. Maybe we should go. I mean, the ringmaster will be waiting. Why she sounded so tense was beyond Percy's comprehension. Auntie M didn't say anything if she thought it odd that Grover was actually eating the waxed paper now. Naruto gave Annabeth's words a nod. Auntie M said to the 2 blondes, such lovely blue and gray eyes. My, yes, it has been a long time since I saw eyes like those. She extended her hand to touch Naruto's masked cheek, but he quickly got to his feet, and Annabeth did the same. Come on guys, said Naruto. We really need to get going. Grover said, swallowing his wax paper, yes, and got to his feet. The ringmaster is waiting. Percy was reluctant to go. He was satisfied and full. Auntie M was really kind. He wanted to spend more time with her. He was unaware that the sensations he was experiencing were the result of a sleeping genjutsu. "Please, dears," said Auntie M. "I so rarely get to be with children. Before you go, won't you at least sit for a pose?" Naruto asked, his mind ringing with concerns. "A pose? A photograph? I will use it to model a new statue set. Children are so popular, you see. Everyone loves children." Naruto shook his head as Annabeth shifted her weight from foot to foot. "I don't think we can, ma'am. Come on, Percy." Percy replied, "Sure we can." He was annoyed by Naruto and Annabeth's rudeness and bossiness toward an elderly woman who had provided them with food at no cost. He remarked, "It's just a photo, guys. What's the harm?" The woman purred. "Yes," she said. "No harm." They let Auntie M lead them back out the front door and into the garden of statues, even though Percy could tell that neither of them enjoyed it. She led them to a bench in the park by the stone satyr. "Now," she replied, "I'll just position you correctly. The young girl in the middle, I think, Percy and Grover on either side and Naruto standing behind them." As he began to get ready, Naruto said, "Not much light for a photo." "Oh, enough," said Auntie M. "Enough for us to see each other, yes?" Grover inquired. "Where's your camera?" Auntie M took a step back, seemingly to appreciate the photograph. "Now, the face is the most difficult. Can you each smile for me please, everyone? A large smile?" The cement satyr beside him caught Grover's eye, and he muttered, "That sure does look like Uncle Ferdinand." Auntie M said, "Grover, look this way, dear." She turned to face Naruto and said, "Naruto, dear, could you remove your mask? I want to see your smile." She was still holding no camera. "Percy," said Naruto and Annabeth. Percy was feeling drowsy and lulling, which oddly reminded him of the one genjutsu Naruto had ever used on him, but instinct was telling him to pay attention to them. "Hold on, genjutsu?" Percy felt his mind starting to function once more. He thought about all the statues he saw in the garden, how many people appeared to have been scared when they were carved, what little knowledge he had gained about chakra detection from Naruto and Auntie M. Auntie M, how could I have been so foolish? He slowly brought his hands together to form the tiger seal while berating himself. When Naruto saw what Percy was doing, he grinned to himself and said, "At last, he's figured it out." Auntie M began to reach for her veil during this time, saying, "I'll just be a moment, I can't see very well in this cursed veil." Annabeth persistently said, "Guys, something's wrong." She maintained her focus on the monster in front of her, oblivious to Percy shifting his arms or Naruto tensing up just a little. Auntie M gripped the edges of her veil and asked, "Wrong?" Auntie M's chakra levels shot through the roof as she began to lower her veil. "Not at all, dear. I have such noble company tonight. What could be wrong?" she said. At that moment, a number of things occurred simultaneously. Grover exclaimed, "That is Uncle Ferdinand." Whipping her Yankees cap onto her head, Annabeth yelled, "Look away from her," and disappeared. Naruto leapt away from the group as her invisible hands pushed Grover and Percy away. "Leave." As Annabeth shoved him off the bench, Percy thought, pulsing his chakra around him to release Medusa's grip. Without hesitation, he leapt to his feet and hurried behind a statue. He heard Annabeth and Grover scurrying off in different directions. Most likely, Naruto was devising a scheme. From where he had just left, Percy could hear rasping. The sound was that of snakes. Keeping his gaze fixed on the ground, he took a chance look around the statue. His gaze lifted from her sandaled feet and he froze. Her once well-groomed fingernails had become sharp bronze talons, and her once chocolate-brown hands had become pale, warty, and gnarled. From exactly where her head would be, he heard more rasping. "Stay with me, Percy. All you have to do is look up." Medusa's voice was soothing and didn't sound like a monster's, as if she had noticed Percy staring at her from behind the statue. He was urged to look up and feel pity for an elderly grandmother in need by Medusa's voice. Percy resisted the temptation to comply since he knew she was attempting to reintegrate him into the genjutsu. Instead, he lowered his gaze and gazed into a crystal ball that was lying at her feet, one of those things people place in their gardens. He noticed that Medusa's headdress was gone from her dark reflection in the orange glass, exposing her face as a pale, shimmering circle. Her hair was writhing in a serpentine motion. Percy's eyes widened once more, and he hid behind the statue right away. His head started to pierce the legend of Medusa's initial demise. He recalled how his namesake, Perseus, had attacked Medusa and her sisters while they were asleep. She was far from sleeping now, though, and she could use her talons to tear open his face if she so desired. "The blue and gray-eyed ones did this to me, Percy," said Medusa. Annabeth's mother and Naruto's ancestor, the cursed Athena and that damned sage of 6 paths, turned me from a beautiful woman into this. Somewhere to Percy's right, Naruto's voice yelled, "Don't listen to her." Annabeth's own voice called out from somewhere in the statue, "Run, Percy." The Medusa snared, "Silence." Her voice then returned to its calming purr. "You see why I must destroy them, Percy. They are my enemies' decedents. I will crush their statues to dust. But you, dear Percy, you need not suffer." As Medusa's claws pierced the statue he was hiding behind, Percy hurried from it to the next and said, "No." As she spoke, Medusa had apparently been approaching Percy's hiding spot. "Do you really want to help the gods?" Medusa asked, laughing as Percy fled from her. "Do you understand what awaits you on this foolish quest, Percy? What will happen if you battle the turned god? Do not be a pawn of the Olympians, my dear. You would be better off as a statue. Less pain. Less pain." Naruto's voice yelled, "Yeah, well you can tell that to my father when you meet him." As he emerged from behind Medusa, his sword was moving toward her back, and he had a black headband covering his eyes. When she turned to face the blonde half-blood and saw his sword, Medusa froze, growling as she dodged. She backed away in terror and asked, "How did you get that sword?" "Okay. You're the 4th monster to be scared of my blade today. Just what the hell about it makes you monsters so damn afraid of it?" asked Naruto, raising a brow that was visible over his blindfold. Naruto. A buzzing sound, akin to a 200-pound hummingbird doing a nosedive, came from behind them. "Duck." When Percy looked up from his hiding spot, he saw Naruto leap out of Grover's way. Grover had a baseball bat-sized tree branch held high above his head, his eyes closed, and his head moving back and forth, indicating that he was only using his nose and ears to navigate. Medusa was struck hard in the head by the satyr. "Thwack. You miserable little satyr," Medusa growled angrily. "I'll add you to my collection." Grover responded with a shout, "That was for Uncle Ferdinand," before diving in for another pass. "Kerwhack!" Medusa screamed. "Arr!" as the snakes in her hair hissed and spat at the goat boy who was flying. "Percy!" came from 2 voices right next to him. He leapt so high that a garden gnome was cleared by his feet. "Geez guys. Don't do that." After removing their belongings, Naruto and Annabeth appeared beside him. Annabeth remarked, "Someone has to cut her head off." Before turning to Naruto, Percy exclaimed, "What? Are you crazy? What we need to do is get out of here. Weren't you fighting her?" he asked. After giving him a blank stare, Naruto gestured back to the battle. As Grover struck Medusa over the head with his makeshift bat, Percy noticed that another Naruto was engaged in combat. With a drop of perspiration, Percy turned back to the other 2 and muttered, "Shadow clone. Should have known." "Either way, Percy," Annabeth was saying. As though she were going to make a difficult admission, she swallowed. "Medusa is a menace. She's evil. I'd kill her myself, but..." Seeing that she was uneasy, Naruto said, "The point is we can't get close to her. Without a distraction she'd slice us to bits, as you can see with my clone." They caught a glimpse of the clone being cut to ribbons as they watched the battle. "But," Naruto went on, "you have an opportunity to approach and divert her attention." "What? But I can't." Annabeth pointed to a couple of statue lovers, a man and a woman, who had been turned to stone by the monster. "Do you want her turning more innocent people into stone?" she asked, giving Naruto a grateful glance. With a critical eye, Annabeth picked up a green gazing ball from a nearby pedestal and held it up to eye level before stating, "A polished shield would be better. The convexity will cause some distortion. The reflection's size should be off by a factor of..." Naruto and Percy exchanged curious looks as she went on to talk about how the ball would warp the image, and they both shrugged. They had no idea what she was discussing. With a twitching eyebrow, Percy asked, "Would you speak English?" "I am." Annabeth glared back at him before tossing him the glass ball. "Just look at her in the glass. Never, and I repeat, never look at her directly." Grover hit his mark again, as indicated by another sound of wood hitting flesh. There was a brief pause before he said, "Hey, guys." He shouted from somewhere above them, "I think she's unconscious." There was a brief pause once more before, "Ruer." Grover corrected, "Maybe not," and swung the branch once more. "According to Naruto, we need to hurry. Grover's got a hell of a nose, but he'll crash eventually." Nodding, Percy swallowed. He uncapped it and removed his pin. Riptide's bronze blade lengthened in his grasp. He said, "What about you?" with a sly smile, Naruto produced the headband that his clone had been wearing as a blindfold. If I cover my eyes with this and use the Rinnegan, I'll be able to see her chakra signature, he continued. Annabeth and Percy gave him a strange look, and Percy said, "But won't you turn to stone?" With a slight smirk, Naruto shook his head and said, "Nope. You only get turned to stone if you look at her face. The Rinnegan allows me to see the chakra of living things to some degree. So if I'm only looking at her chakra, then I can't get turned to stone. All you need to do is keep her distracted long enough so that I can get behind her and send her to the underworld." Percy emerged from behind the statue after the other two nodded, albeit anxiously. In order to catch a glimpse of Medusa's reflection and not the real thing, he followed the hissing and spitting sounds of her hair while maintaining eye contact with the gazing ball. Then he saw her through the green-tinted glass. Grover flew a bit too low as he was approaching for another turn at the batting plate. With a painful UMMPHH, he fell through the air and smashed into the arms of a stone grizzly bear after Medusa managed to seize the stick and drag him off course. Percy shouted, "Hey," as Medusa appeared to be ready to attack him. With a glass ball and a sword in his hands, Percy moved toward Medusa as she turned to face him, something that wasn't easy. He wouldn't be able to defend himself if she charged him. However, Medusa allowed him to get close, 10, 20 feet. With each step, he could see her face's reflection getting clearer. She couldn't possibly be that ugly. Perhaps the image was distorted by the gazing ball's green swirls, making it appear worse than it actually was. Medusa crooned, "You wouldn't hurt an old woman, Percy. I know you wouldn't." The face he saw reflected in the glass, the eyes that seemed to glow and burn right through the green-tinted paint, made Percy hesitate. They weakened his arms. A voice said right behind the monster, "Maybe he can't, but I can." A sickening slock and a flash of metal were heard. Percy felt something fall to the ground next to his feet, accompanied by a hiss that sounded like wind rushing out of a cavern, signifying the dispelling of a monster. When he felt something warm seeping into his sock and the tiny, dying snake heads pulling at his shoelaces, he had to force himself not to look down. Glancing away from the ball, Percy saw Naruto standing where Medusa had been. Medusa's green blood soaked into his form. "Oh, yuck," said Grover. His eyes remained firmly shut. Percy assumed he could still hear the steaming and gurgling of the object at his feet. Mega yuck. Annabeth approached them, staring up at the sky. She held the black veil of Medusa. Her words were, "Don't move." Without a glance, Annabeth leaned down and wrapped the black cloth around the monster's head before picking it up. Gazing at the bundle that was leaking green juice, Percy exclaimed, "Grouse." He moaned as he glanced down at his feet. "Come on. These are the only pair I have with me." Naruto removed his blind and gave him a snort. He questioned, "You think that's bad?" Percy shuddered as he said, "Try being covered in the stuff." "No thanks. I'm good." Feeling like throwing up his burger, Percy turned to face the bundle in Annabeth's hands and asked, why didn't the head evaporate?" With her voice trembling a little, Annabeth explained, "Once you sever it, it becomes a spoil of war. It's the same as the Minotaur horns. But don't unwrap it, it can still petrify you." As he descended the grizzly statue, Grover groaned. His green Rasta cap hung from one of his small goat horns, his fake feet had been knocked off his hooves, and he had a large welt on his forehead. Around his head, the sneakers were flying in all directions. "The Red Baron," Naruto smirked at him. "Good job, man." Grover forced a shy, but hurt, smile. That really was not fun, though. Well, the hitting her with his stick part was. But the crashing into a concrete bear? Not fun. He was scratching his nose. As Grover grabbed his shoes out of the air, Naruto grinned and nodded to him, saying, "Yeah, there's no better stress reliever than hitting a monster over the head with a stick, when you're flying over them." The group then staggered back into the warehouse. They double-wrapped Medusa's head and discovered some used grocery bags behind the snack counter. Too tired to talk, they placed it on the table where they had eaten and sat around it. Percy's final statement, which was aimed at Naruto, was, "So we have Athena and whoever this sage guy was to thank for this monster?" Annabeth gave him a frustrated glance. "Your dad actually. Don't you remember? Medusa was Poseidon's girlfriend. They decided to meet in my mother's temple. That's why Athena turned her into a monster. And she's apparently still sweet on your dad. That's why she was willing to preserve you. Though I have no idea who this sage of six paths is." Naruto was asked to explain by the others. The others nodded as the blonde began, sighing, "The sage of six paths, or in my language, Rakudo Sennin. Well, in my world he is viewed as the one who discovered chakra, and thus founded the arts of ninjutsu and created the ninja world. But before that he was just a simple priest, wanting nothing but peace for the world. It was long before the Trojan War or any other major event in Greek mythology, and a terrible monster was bringing horror and mass destruction to the world. Naruto took a moment to consider how to explain the remaining details. He had read the original myth in the Uzumaki scrolls and the authentic version in his father's, so he knew the story by heart. The beast was called the Jubi or the Ten Tails. But anyway, the beast was so powerful that even the gods were reluctant to face it. They couldn't face it alone and they knew it. They needed a new type of hero, a hero with abilities never before seen, a hero whose abilities could match that of their own. And so they chose a simple priest, and each god blessed him with a portion of their power. Now not every god was willing to give him a portion of their power, and they tested him. He turned to Annabeth and clearly understood what was happening. That's why Medusa said that there were two people who cursed her. She understood. Naruto nodded to her and said, "My mother was testing the sage." He replied, "Yes, that's the reason." Percy, however, was now engrossed in the narrative and inquired, what happened next? Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and started. After he had been proven worthy, the gods gave him a time frame to train in his new abilities. And it was in this time that he discovered that the body's energy could be used to do incredible feats. He had discovered chakra. A power that not even the gods knew about. The eyes of everyone widened. And so it was with this new power combined with those of the gods that formed something that would one day become legendary, even among those of Olympus. He had developed the Rinnegan. As Naruto saw their wide-open faces, he couldn't help but smile. He laughed and continued. When his training time had finished, he faced the Ten Tails. The sage and the beast battled for days. They leveled mountains, created several of the craters that are still found around the world today. But even with the power of chakra and those of the gods, the sage found himself on the losing end of the fight and he was forced to come up with a new way to stop the beast. The others were listening intently to everything Naruto said. And come up with a new way indeed. And it was with the last of his chakra that he came up with the greatest and most difficult art that any ninja can hope to learn. He came up with Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing. It was with this art that he was able to stop this beast by sealing it inside of himself. Thus he became the first demon vessel. The first Jinchuriki, if you will. The other people's eyes were so big they might have burst. Annabeth stammered, "He sealed it into H himself?" Naruto gave her a nod. Percy inquired, "What happened next?" Naruto grinned once more before concluding his brief history lesson. After he had stopped the beast, the sage presented himself to the gods. The gods, who were shocked by how much damage the battle had done to the earth, could not let a deed like that go unrewarded. They gave the sage the option to choose what he wanted. They were surprised by what he asked for. Instead of immortality or a seat on Olympus like they believed he wanted, all the sage asked for was that he could be able to teach those who wanted to learn about chakra. Stunned by his heartfelt request, the gods gave him what he asked for, but with a condition. "Condition?" inquired Grover. Nodded. The condition was that while he could pass on his abilities to any he wanted, the sage had to do it in a different realm. Percy attempted to say, but Naruto stopped him by raising his hand. He gave his friend a little glare and said, "I know what you're going to say, Percy, but if you would just let me finish you'll understand why." Naruto resumed after Percy gave him a nod. When asked why, the gods explained a prophecy to him. Naruto continued, "I don't know what it was about, but either way the sage agreed." And so it was with that decision that the gods created a realm identical to that of the original, but over time it would change to be almost the exact opposite of the original. And while the gods created this new realm, the sage traveled the world gathering followers, to learn the ways of chakra. And so after a year of traveling the world, the sage led his numerous disciples into this new world that would one day become the realm of the shinobi. Naruto's smirk was nearly visible through his mask as he looked at his gaping friends after finishing his story. He jolted them out of their daze with the words, "Well, you've got your explanation on the sage. But what are we going to do with that?" he said, gesturing to Medusa's satchel. For a few moments, they gazed at the object. Percy became enraged with the gods for the quests, for getting them blown off the road and into two big fights on the first day out of camp, as he gazed at a snake's head. "We will never be able to locate the bolt or the helm at this rate, let alone reach Los Angeles," he pondered, alive before the solstice. Medusa's words, "Do not be a pawn of the Olympians, my dear. You would be better off as a statue," came to mind. He stood up and said, "I'll be back." Annabeth called out, "Percy," after him. She started to say, "What are you?" But Medusa's office door slammed behind him. After searching the office, Percy discovered the account book, which revealed that Medusa had recently sold everything to the underworld to adorn Persephone's garden. They arrived at the DOA recording studio's address in West Hollywood, California. Searching the cash register, Percy shoved the slip of paper into his pocket. He discovered $20, several drachmas, and Hermes Overnight Express packing slips with leather coin pouches attached. He searched the remainder of the office until he located the appropriate-sized box. Returning to the picnic table, he completed a delivery slip and packed Medusa's head. However, he gave Naruto the delivery slip before he put any drachmas in the pouch. Naruto read it, grinned, and wrote something on it. It said, "The deities Mount Olympus 600th floor. The Empire State Building, New York, New York. With warmest regards, Naruto Uzumaki and Percy Jackson. P.S. Well done, Bolt's breath, on the Harpies." Grover and Annabeth exchanged a concerned glance after reading it. Grover cautioned, "They're not going to like that. They'll think you guys are impertinent." Percy put drachmas in the pouch. With the sound of a cash register, the box vanished from the table as soon as he closed it. "We are impertinent," Naruto exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. Both of them turned to face Annabeth, who dared to offer criticism. Fortunately, she didn't, as if she was content with the fact that the two boys were extremely skilled at making the gods happy. "Come on," she said in a whisper, "we need a new plan." Underworld. Those observing the action were only in awe of what Naruto and Percy had accomplished. After a brief period of silence, they started laughing. Hunched over and clutching his stomach, Hades declared, "I am so going to bring that nickname up at the next Council of the Gods. Just to annoy Zeus." Kushina and Yahiko could only chuckle. Olympus. All eyes in the throne room were fixed on the box Hermes had just brought to Zeus. Everyone was anticipating how he would respond to the insult. Three others, on the other hand, could barely contain their laughter as they gazed at the Lord of the Sky. "Is it really necessary to identify them for you?" "Well done." They pondered with their grandson. The aforementioned Sky Lord, meanwhile, was merely twitching his brow while gazing at the box. Bolt's breath? That night, they were quite miserable. They set up camp in a marshy clearing that local children had clearly used for parties, a few hundred yards from the main road. Fast food wrappers and crushed soda cans were scattered across the floor. They had taken additional supplies from Auntie M's, primarily blankets and food, but they were afraid to start a fire. Yes, Naruto could use a genjutsu to hide their tracks, but they didn't want to draw any more monsters with the chakra usage because the Harpies and Medusa had already given them enough excitement for one day. They made the decision to sleep in shifts, with two people sleeping and the other two keeping watch. Percy and Naruto started the shift. As soon as her head touched the floor, Annabeth was snoring and curled up on the blankets. Grover flew to a tree's lowest bough, rested his back against the trunk, and gazed up at the night sky. Naruto told him, "You go ahead and sleep, Grover, we'll wake you if there's any trouble." His eyes were still open as he nodded. "It makes me sad, guys." "What does?" "The fact that you signed up for these stupid quests," Percy asked Naruto as they exchanged bewildered glances. He gestured to all of the trash surrounding the clearing and said, "No, this makes me sad. And the sky. You can't even see the stars. They polluted the sky. This is a terrible time to be a satyr." "Oh, yeah," said Percy. "I guess you'd be an environmentalist." Grover gave him a fierce look. "Only a human wouldn't. Your species is clogging up the world so fast. Never mind. It's useless to lecture a human, much less two. At the rate things are going, I'll never find Pan." "Pam?" inquired Percy. "Like the cooking spray?" Naruto looked at a startled Grover and shook his head, letting out a sigh that caught the pair's attention. "It said as Pan, Percy. Pan. The god Pan. He's the reason you want a searcher's license, isn't he?" he asked. The smell of muck and trash was momentarily overpowered by an odd breeze that rustled through the pitch-black clearing. The scent of berries, wildflowers, and fresh rainwater, the things that were once those woods, was brought with it. With a curious expression on his face, Grover nodded to Naruto and said, "Yeah, but how do you know about Pan?" Naruto leaned against a tree and gazed up at the sky, shaking his head and saying, "I did a lot of research on the Greek gods after I came to this world. While there wasn't much about him, I still got the gist of what the stories said about Pan. To be honest with you, Grover, I agree. With all of the pollution around the world, it's a terrible time for a satyr." After a brief period of silence from the other two, Percy questioned, "Who's Pan? And why do you want to search for him?" "Pan is the god of the wild, shepherds, and nature. He disappeared 2,000 years ago, Grover said, giving him a wary glance. It's said that a sailor off the coast of Ephesus heard a mysterious voice crying out from the shore. It said, "Tell them that the great god Pan has died." And when the humans heard the news, they believed it, and since then they've been pillaging Pan's kingdom ever since. But for the satyrs, Pan was our lord and master. He protected us in the wild places of the earth. We refuse to believe that he died. In every generation the bravest of satyrs pledge their lives to finding Pan. They search the earth, exploring all the wildest places, hoping to find where he is hidden, and wake him from his sleep. And you want to be a searcher? Grover nodded proudly and remarked, "It's my life's dream. My father was a searcher. And my uncle Ferdinand, the statue you saw back there." "Right, sorry." Grover gave a headshake. He knew the risks, so did my dad, but I'll succeed. I'll be the first to return alive. "Hang on the first," Naruto said, startled, as their eyes widened. Grover reached into his pocket and pulled out his reed pipes. No searcher has ever come back. Once they set out, they disappear. They're never seen alive again. "Not once?" inquired Naruto. "In 2,000 years?" "No, and your dad?" inquired Percy. "You have no idea what happened to him?" "None." Percy exclaimed, "But you still want to go," in awe. "I mean, you really think you'll be the one to find Pan?" "I have to believe that, Percy. Every searcher does. It's the only thing that keeps us going into despair when we look at what the humans have done to the world. I have to believe that Pan can still be found." Then they gazed for a few moments at the orange haze of the sky. Grover's dream seemed so hopeless that Percy was trying to figure out how he could follow it. But then again, he heard a voice in his mind. "Have you improved?" However, Naruto could relate to Grover's dream because he shared the young satyr's objective. "You know, Percy," commented Grover. "Back at Medusa's when you were searching her office, Annabeth pointed something out." "What was it?" "Something strange happened on the bus, and then again when Naruto's clone was facing her. There's something off about that blade of yours, Naruto." Naruto gave him a nod and replied, "Yeah, I know. But just what about it makes monsters cower when they see even the hilt?" Grover said, "I don't know," while the others shook their heads. "But you've got to admit that it is weird. How they reacted, I mean." Naruto gave a nod. "I know, but Dad never said anything about the sword when I opened the scroll it was in." Grover looked down from his branch and stared at the two half-bloods for a long moment before looking up again. "How about I take first watch? You two get some sleep." They wanted to object, but their eyes grew heavy as he began to play his pipes in a gentle and lovely tone. They fell asleep after a few more bars. Naruto would receive the surprise of his life in his mindscape, while Percy would experience another nightmare. Naruto heard something that confused him as soon as he entered the mindscape. Moaning? He pursued the noises until he came to a clearing beside a tiny pond, at which point he froze and felt his trousers tighten as he took in the scene. Lemon, Talia, pinned down by a tail on each limb, was as nude as the day she was born. Her puckered lips were being rubbed by another tail. What he saw while following the tails made him even more difficult than he was already. Because Helena, who was equally nude, was straddling Talia's waist, groping her still developing C-cup breasts, and engaging in a tongue war with the person pinned beneath her. They were being sensuously rubbed by her other tails. With blood streaming from his nose and a flush that would make a tomato blush, Naruto was limited to staring at the scene in front of him. That is, until he realized that Talia had just come after hearing a muffled scream of pleasure. The two girls smirked to themselves as they glanced over from where they were on the ground and saw Naruto standing motionless. Talia sent a silent message to the one on top of her. Helena nodded in response, and their grins became menacing. Helena slowly removed herself from Talia after turning to face the still staring Naruto. To give him a clear view of her nude body, she purposefully slowed her movements. She grinned once more when she noticed Naruto's hungry gaze lingering on her form before focusing on her D-cups. Talia sat up after Helena had released her, and they both raised their hands and used their index fingers to make the sensual, "Come here," signal. As his body responded on its own and approached the two girls, Naruto was powerless to stop it. The girls gave each other a quick glance before tackling him to the ground and pinning him beneath them. Before he knew it, his shirt and mask had been taken off, and he was engaged in a heated three-way tongue fight with Helena and Talia. Both girls groaned as Naruto's hands started massaging one of their breasts, but they persisted as their hands continued to explore each other's bodies. Naruto used the opportunity to latch his mouth to one of Talia's breasts and start licking and nibbling on the delicate flesh as they withdrew to catch their breath. Talia groaned with delight, enjoying the sensation his tongue was giving her. "Naruto-kun," she said. When he heard her groaning his name, Naruto smirked into her flesh and started to run his tongue over the delicate spot near her nipple. Talia was groaning his name every few seconds as Naruto sucked her nipple and twirled his tongue around the hardened bud, and she was unable to contain her pleasure. Her groans became louder when he moved to her other breast. She could soon sense that her time was running out, as evidenced by the tightening knot in her stomach. To the girl's dismay, Naruto realized she was approaching and halted. However, as one of Naruto's fingers was pressed into her lips, the moan she had let out to inform him of this was transformed into a loud, ecstatic scream. Naruto added a second and accelerated the pace, which only made her groaning more uncontrollable. The muscles surrounding his fingers began to tighten, and Naruto sensed that the walls of her opening were attempting to draw them in farther. He knew that her release was imminent. As his free hand started to knead her other breast, he added another finger and started sucking on her left nipple. When Talia's release came, she cried out in excruciating pleasure, "Naruto-kun," and her pussy poured her love fluids onto his fingers. She was ecstatic with the amount of pleasure she was receiving. When Talia arrived, her walls had grown extremely hot and had clamped down on Naruto's fingers so tightly that he had nearly lost feeling in them. With a slight smile on her face, she rested her head on his shoulder and sagged against him, panting heavily as she came down from her orgasmic high. When she sensed him moving, she blushed at what she saw and looked up to him. Naruto had started sniffing at his fingers after bringing his hand up to his nose. Naruto was overcome by her aroma as he did so, saying, "You smell heavenly, Talia-hime." When he said that, her face flushed, and she saw him start licking them clean. Naruto found that Talia had a better flavor than any food he had ever tried, including ramen. As he finished the first and went on to the second, he remarked, "And you taste just as heavenly too." Talia saw him licking up her fluids, which made her blush even more. The other two could only stare as Naruto finished with the second finger and was ready to move on to the third when a hand reached out from behind them, grabbing their attention and turning them to Helena at the same time. The vixen put his hand to her own mouth and started cleaning the final finger, making them both even more aroused as they watched. When Helena noticed that they were staring, she grinned while cleaning Naruto's finger. Drawing out the final word for effect, she said, "I have to agree with you, Naruto-kun. Talia-chan tastes good." She started to lean back and spread her legs so they could see her pussy, which was dripping with her own sex juices, and said, "But I think it's my turn." Helena extended a hand over it, opening the folds to reveal the pink muscles inside. She looked at Naruto-kun lustfully and said, "Please Naruto-kun, pleasure me." As he pushed Talia away from him, Naruto grinned and leaned his face down, whispering, "Of course, my vixenheim." Naruto could smell Helena's arousal as his face leveled with her pussy. He was going crazy over it. He tentatively licked it. When he did so, Helena gasped. She felt waves of unfathomable pleasure. When he heard her, Naruto grinned to himself and started licking her folds non-stop. Helena let out a sigh of pleasure as he did this, and her legs wrapped around his head, pressing him against her crotch. Spreading her outer lips, Naruto's tongue started probing her innermost thoughts. The taste appealed to him as much as Talia's. Talia found herself blushing and staring with wide eyes at what was happening in front of her. It was something she wished Naruto had done to her. As she watched, a mischievous glint appeared in her eye, and she found herself growing more and more aroused. She then scurried to join the two. Helena's groaning was out of control. The sensation that Naruto's tongue was giving her was wonderful. She was shocked to discover that she was looking at a moist, puckered pussy. When she realized what Talia wanted her to do, she smirked a little and started sucking and licking the girl's femininity. When Talia sensed the fox girl's tongue working, she started to groan out once more. She had never before experienced such a new degree of pleasure. The effect was heightened by Helena's own groans from Naruto's caressing, and she soon sensed the arrival of her second orgasm. Not far behind her was Helena. She had a naughty idea and smirked into Talia's pussy after sensing the knot growing in her stomach. Her tail started to move. The sensation of Helena's tails rubbing against Talia's body caused her eyes to widen. As they started massaging her breasts and rubbing against her nipples, she gasped. As they moved lower on her body and swirled around her stomach, tickling the smooth skin, she groaned once more. One tail slid around to her back and down. It started rubbing up against her plump, soft butt. Talia groaned. She was so close to being released. Then it took place. Suddenly, the tail that had been massaging her ass sank into her back and started pushing against her. Helena climaxed as a result of the abrupt intrusions and the vibrations from her groans. Naruto suddenly remembered something from the Icha Icha books he had read, and Helena was right behind her. He probed the sensitive knob and began to lick his vixen's clit, putting his tongue under the hood. That satisfied her, and she arrived at the same time as Talia. Both girls exclaimed. Talia's pussy flooded Helena's mouth and face with her sex juices, and Helena's loins tightened and her legs' hold on Naruto's head transformed into a vice. Her tails went rigid, unintentionally prolonging Talia's orgasm because the tail she had in her back had struck a very sensitive spot, causing her pussy to flood her sex juices. Some of Helena's fluid got on Naruto's face when he attempted to lap it all up. Talia pulled Naruto into a kiss just as he was about to swallow his mouth full, and before he knew it, her tongue had taken some of the food from his mouth. As Helena began to recover from her euphoria, she noticed that Talia and Naruto were sharing a kiss and that she could see some of her own fluids being taken from his mouth. Pulling back, Talia swirled her stolen drink in her mouth and moaned, swallowing it, "You taste good, Lena-chan," she said, looking seductively over her shoulder as Helena gazed at her and started washing her own face of Talia's fluids. The vixen looked directly into the dark-haired girl's eyes and replied, "As do you, Leah-chan." After staring at each other, the two girls nodded, and their eyes took on a cunning sheen. Before he knew it, Naruto had been thrown to the ground once more and was engaged in a heated verbal altercation with Helena in which her breasts were being pressed against his chest. However, in contrast to before, Naruto felt two gentle hands move down his chest and land on the bulge in his trousers. As Talia's husky voice whispered in his ear and the hands gripped his member through the cloth, Naruto groaned into Helena's mouth. Her hands started to fumble with his belt buckle as she breathed, "Oh, Naruto-kun. You feel like you could use some relief, as well." After Talia unclasped his belt and her gentle hands started to caress his thick shaft, Naruto's eyes widened as both his boxers and pants were torn off. When Talia finally saw Naruto's enormous cock, she flushed. She pondered. He must be at least 7 inches tall. She started to caress him, and when she heard him moan, she was thrilled that she had managed to elicit that response from him. Helena pushed herself harder against Naruto, practically pushing her tongue down his throat as he started to push her away. He tried to leave but was unable to do so due to a combination of Helena's continued tongue wrestling with him and his enjoyment of Talia's attentions. "Wait, Talia-chan, oh Kami." Naruto was groaning into Helena's mouth while Talia was caressing his cock. Talia smirked as she diverted his attention and lowered her head to examine the meat pool in front of her more closely. Every vein that swelled with each pulse was visible to her. She licked Naruto's member from the very bottom of the shaft up to the head, groaning as she did so, after blushing when she had an idea. She discovered that she enjoyed his flavor. When she licked him, Naruto moaned and his cock twitched. The pleasure that flooded his body was beyond description. When Talia heard him, she grinned and started to take him in her mouth rather than licking him once more. She paused at the head and started sucking. Talia's pleasure was almost too much for Naruto to handle, so he moaned and pushed Helena away. He moaned, "Taliaheim, that feels, incredible." Talia began to absorb more of him after blushing at his compliment. Before she knew it, she had him firmly in her mouth. She started to bob her head as she licked and sucked his cock all the time as she moved her tongue around it. Now that he was groaning uncontrollably, Naruto could feel his release growing. He warned, "I'm gonna see cum," and Talia accelerated her pace, eager to try his seed. Helena gave herself a sly smile. She left Naruto's chest, crawled down to Talia, and started to assist her. Helena would run her tongue up and down his length whenever Talia bobbed her head. Naruto's pleasure was now 10 times greater, and he let out an orgasmic cry, "Ah!" before exploding into Talia's mouth. Talia had attempted to fit all of Naruto's thick, ropey semen into her mouth during his cum, but it was too much, and some of it dribbled off her chin as she withdrew. A little bitter and salty, but it's not half bad, she thought as she swirled the thick batter around in her mouth and tasted it, learning the flavor by heart. Using her fingers to wipe his semen from her face, she pretended to swallow the load and said, "Yummy." As Talia went to lick her fingers clean, Helena took hold of her hand and did the cleaning for her. As she verbally attacked Talia's fingers, she moaned, "So good." Naruto's member stiffened once more upon witnessing this. When the girls saw this, they nodded and grinned at one another once more. Talia placed her dripping pussy above Naruto's cock after crawling on top of him. Her actions caught Naruto off guard, and he intervened just as she was about to lower herself. Talia frowned as she asked him why he had stopped her. Was she not attractive to him? Did he not think she was good enough? These were some of the things she was thinking. However, she saw only worry and bewilderment in his eyes, not any of the feelings that would support those ideas. With a low voice, Naruto questioned, "Are you sure you want this, Talia-Heim? If we do this now, there's no turning back." "Yes, Naruto-kun, I'm sure." Talia nodded to him, a faint smile on her face. When she noticed that there was still some doubt in his eyes, her expression changed to one of seriousness, and she made the decision to share what had been on her mind lately. "I have never been more certain about anything else in my life," she said. "When you freed me from the tree, and promised that you would never leave me, I was so happy, but yet at the same time I was confused by what my heart was feeling. It felt like it was going to burst from my chest in happiness. And when you fought Ares, the thought of you dying, it almost breaks my heart just thinking about it." She spoke with a sorrowful expression on her face. Then, uncertain of how to proceed, she paused and took a deep breath. "It took me a while to understand what those feelings that I had were, but now that I have realized them," she said. "I want you to have my virginity. I want you to be the only one I ever give myself to. I want to bear your children someday. Because I love you, Naruto." When Naruto heard her confession, his eyes grew wide. Did she love him? Did she want to spend her entire life with him? He was experiencing intense joy as his heart pounded in his chest, and he became acutely aware of his feelings for her at that precise moment. When Naruto failed to respond, Talia began to worry that he might not feel the same way about her. "Talia," Naruto said, his face expressionless. Talia gave him an even more anxious look, and Helena, who was seated nearby and was a little nervous about what Naruto would say but also excited to see the fireworks, gave him a slightly worried look. A tiny, gentle smile appeared on Naruto's face. He said, "I love you too." The two others were greatly relieved by his words, and Talia's eyes filled with tears of joy. She gave him the most passionate and loving kiss she could manage. With joy, Naruto kissed him back and rolled them over so he was on top. He drew back, causing the girl beneath him to groan in disappointment, and positioned himself to take advantage of her opening, but he needed to be certain first. He questioned, "Are you sure you really want this? I can W?" He was cut off when Talia drew him into a passionate kiss. "Now shut up and take me," she commanded, putting her arms around his neck as she drew back and gave him a slight glare. "Naruto, I am absolutely sure about this." With a sigh of approval, Naruto started to gently insert his penis into her folds while maintaining eye contact with Talia. When Talia's lips parted, they both groaned, and their groans became louder as the entire head entered. As he went farther, he finally sensed Talia's hymen obstructing his path. He turned to ask her if he could. Talia gritted her teeth and nodded. The next part would hurt, she knew. After pulling out until only the head remained in, Naruto quickly and powerfully thrust through the hymen and fully buried himself in Talia's pussy. She was so tight and wet that he nearly arrived there. With her legs wrapped around Naruto's waist to prevent him from moving and her nails digging into his back, Talia let out a cry of agony as her virginity came to an end. Her face was streaming with tears of agony, and her pussy was leaking blood. Naruto leaned down to kiss away her tears while whispering sweet nothings in her ear because he felt so bad about being the one who had caused her such suffering. Talia looked up at him and nodded after a few minutes of not moving. "I'm fine now, you can move, Naruto," she said. After giving a nod, Naruto slowly started to shift his hips, pulling out a few inches before shoving himself back in. When he did, they both moaned because the feelings that rushed through them were better than they could have ever dreamed. Naruto started out slowly so he could enjoy the moment. However, Talia's walls were so tight that they were nearly making him go crazy. When Naruto moved, Talia still experienced some pain, but it was soon overpowered by the overwhelming joy she was experiencing. Her body felt like a live wire, and the fullness she experienced made her feel whole. All of her nerves were being stimulated. She groaned, desiring more of the pleasure Naruto was giving her. Harder, Naruto-kun." With a groan, Naruto accelerated the pace. The clearing was filled with the sound of flesh slapping against flesh. As he continued to beat into Talia, Naruto kissed her. One of the girls he loved was rubbing her tits into his chest and moaning into his mouth. Naruto gripped Lia-chan's hips and started drawing her into his thrusts, grumbling, "Why you're so tight, Lia-chan." Talia began pinching her own nipples and groaning in pleasure as Naruto looked down on her while he was doing this. Her face was one of complete and utter sexual ecstasy. He nearly climaxed at the sight of that. Unaware of it, he started to look more feral as his animalistic instincts took over. He didn't notice because the sensation of making love to Talia was enough to keep his thoughts focused only on the girl. Talia was in complete euphoria and couldn't believe how much pleasure she was experiencing. To her surprise, She noticed that Naruto was starting to appear more untamed as she looked up to her lover. His canines grew longer, his pupils slit-like, and his whiskers darkened. It made the scene more sexy overall, and Taliah sensed that her demise was imminent. She yelled, "Faster, Naruto!" As he literally pounded his crotch into her, Naruto let out a low growl, his hips turned to a blur, and the veins in his arms started to show. Taliah's body started to tremble uncontrollably as her orgasm struck her hard, causing her to scream out in pleasure. Naruto started to accelerate his thrusts even more as he sensed his own orgasm approaching. Taliah's walls had clamped down on him, making them scorching hot, as a result of her orgasm. "Taliah-chan, I'm gonna." Taliah shouted, "Inside! Come inside me!" through her sexual high as her legs tightened around his waist to prevent him from pulling out, cutting him off. As she yelled those words, Naruto lost what little self-control he still had and drew her into his thrusts while speeding them up once more. The strain of trying to hang on as long as possible was causing his entire body to tremble. With a bestial roar, Naruto slammed his cock as deep as he could and came, filling Taliah's insides with his semen. Taliah's body began to shake uncontrollably once more as she felt Naruto's thick batter inside her, intensifying her own orgasm. They were so engrossed in their passion that neither of them noticed when they bit each other's shoulder, each of them using their teeth to channel a tiny bit of chakra. Taliah did this unconsciously, as she isn't yet aware of how to channel chakra. They found themselves climaxing once more as their pleasure surged when they bit each other. Taliah drenched Naruto's cock with her fluids, her pussy milking him for all he was worth, while Naruto painted Taliah's insides white with the fresh load of semen. Beside her, Naruto fell, his features returning to their usual state. As they made love, they were both panting heavily. As Taliah looked at the man next to her, a tiny smile of happiness appeared on her face. They heard a moan from the left as she opened her mouth to speak. When they turned to face Helena, they noticed that she was coming on her fingers. When they became aware that she had been observing them and was masturbating in response, they flushed. When Helena opened her eyes, she saw them grinning at her and blushing slightly. She started to slowly crawl over to them, which caused Taliah to flush even more and Naruto to harden once more. Helena saw his member stiffen and asked sexily, "Oh, are you ready for more, Naruto-kun?" As she approached him, all Naruto could do was stare. When he didn't respond, Helena grinned and straddled him, saying, "I would hope so, because we are far from done." She kissed him passionately. Helena rubbed her pussy against Naruto's cock tip while kissing him. When they experienced gratifying volts coursing through them, they both groaned in anticipation. Naruto withdrew just enough to meet her gaze, and he saw that they shared his feelings of lust and pure love. He was aware of her desires and shared them, but he asked quietly, "Are you sure?" Helena gave him a nod and said, "Very." Then she got up and slammed down on him. When Helena felt him stretch her, she let out a painful cry. Even though she may have lost her hymen as a result of rigorous training centuries ago, this did not negate her virginity or make it any less painful for her to let him take it. Her nails painfully dug into Naruto's back, causing a tiny amount of blood to drip out as she held on to him. She buried her head in Naruto's shoulder as tears rolled from her eyes. All Naruto could do was try to ease her pain and keep her close. She whispered sweet nothings in her ears and gave her a gentle kiss on the top of her head. After a few minutes, she started to move her hips slowly. Like with Taliah, Helena experienced some pain, but it was soon overshadowed by the joy of their union. Naruto let out a groan of delight at his feelings. It was amazing. He moaned, starting to thrust his hips upward to match her thrusts, saying, "S so tight, Lina-chan." Helena moaned, arching her back, "Ah, Naru," while riding him. The sight of Helena's breasts caught Naruto's attention. They would bounce in place whenever she moved. He raised his hands and started kneading them. Helena gasped in delight as her eyes grew wide. She groaned, "Naruto." After giving her a sly smile, Naruto moved to the top of the group. Helena gave a little eep of surprise, but Naruto's reckless thrust into her quickly transformed that into a gasp of pleasure. Helena groaned as she ran her hands through Naruto's hair, saying, "S-so-g good." Naruto kept hammering into the vixen below him, his eyes closed in pleasure, and because of this, he was blind to the fact that his features were turning feral once more. He groaned, his voice coming out deeper than usual, "You feel so good, Linaheim." Helena groaned louder as more pleasure surged through her as he clamped his mouth down on her nipple and sucked hard. When Helena saw how feral Naruto had become, her eyes widened. She became even hotter at the sight of him, who looked a lot like him when he used her chakra. She screamed silently as her walls clamped down on Naruto, soaking his cock in her fluids as he rubbed her most sensitive spot, sending her over the edge with a sudden rush of pleasure. Her walls grew increasingly tight as she approached, bringing Naruto dangerously close to death. El Linaheim he started, but was cut off when her legs encircled his waist and she yelled, "Come inside me, Naruto." Those words also made Naruto lose his composure, just like when Taliah had yelled at them. He buried himself as deeply as he could and released his seed deep inside her with yet another roar. Before biting each other on the shoulder and using their teeth to channel their chakra, they both shouted their releases into the sky. Their pleasure surged, and they returned as before. Helena soaked Naruto's cock and milked it for its value after Naruto flooded her insides with the fresh load semen. Naruto fell down next to Helena, his face returning to normal. They were both panting from exhaustion. The end of the lemon, 2 sets of arms encircled him. When he looked down, he saw Helena and Taliah smiling joyfully at him. Naruto put his arms around his lovers and grinned at them. He looked down at the 2 girls who were resting their heads on his chest and asked jokingly, "So does this mean what I think it does?" They gave him a nod, and Helena replied, "Yeah, it does. You are ours and we are yours. But if any other girl wants to be with you, they'll have to convince us." Taliah nodded in agreement, adding, "Not that I mind sharing." She closed her eyes and nestled into Naruto's chest. Grinning, Naruto gazed up at the mindscape's shadowy sky. He questioned how he became so fortunate. As his eyes started to close, he said, "I love you, Linaheim." They responded collectively, "We love you too." Following that, the 3 lovers fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, oblivious to the marks that were developing on their shoulders.
I will continue this story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.